Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another round of the NXTGEN Racing Proto GT3 Championship Season 3, as brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC, known as iRacing. And today marks round 3 of 5, and we are here at the midpoint of the season at none other than the legendary Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto. Named after the infamous Spanish motorcyclist, of which conquering multiple championships, well, we continue on the series of legendary circuits, indeed, named after a good number of individuals around the world, and this circuit is like no other when it comes to fast and furious racing action. With 12 sweeping corners, multiple elevation changes, and limited number of straights, this is a circuit that hits hard and fast, and under the sultry Spanish sun, it's going to be one of those circuits which will put our drivers' physical and mental endurance to the ultimate test. Indeed, particularly in the prototype classes, this is a circuit which does not enable drivers to have too much of a breather, and when that is all considered in practice, it does mean it's a relentless circuit, and it does feel as though you're being barraged constantly with corner after corner, lap after lap, and you've got to keep it calm, you've got to keep it consistent, and therefore you'll come away with victory. But get it wrong, however, and you may find yourselves languishing in defeat. But as our drivers get ready to go racing today, well, we have our schedule on the right hand side of your screen. Times in British Summer Time, that's BST, or Universal Coordinated Time +1, UTC +1. And as we can see, in just under 14 minutes time, we'll be going into another qualifying session, 25 minutes in duration, and indeed we're expecting the grid to be a little bit less packed compared to previous rounds due to the summer holidays, but with plenty of space out of the circuit, we'll get to see the ultimate possible laps from our drivers over the course of the split qualifying session. More details on that in due course. After which they'll make our way to the grid to kick off our race day, our one and only endurance race at approximately 5 to 8 this evening. Now it'll be 160 minutes of racing for your viewing pleasure, and we'll come the end of it, we'll get to see who's really making their way into the second half of the season in form in the championship. In the quarantine booth, you have myself, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. Now we bring you all your racing action today, indeed for the entirety of the series, and we welcome you all tuning in live today and say hello to you guys and girls. Firstly, if you're tuning in via either of the two official NXTGEN Racing media platforms, whether that be on YouTube at youtube.com, search for NXTGEN Racing, and hello to you guys and girls in the YouTube chat. Alternatively, at Facebook at facebook.com/groups/NXTGEN Racing, and hello to you guys and girls in the Facebook chat. And lastly, we will say hello to you guys and girls tuning in via Twitch, and that's at twitch.tv/TX141 on the unofficial broadcast, and welcome to you all there. But as we look ahead to today, let's give you a reminder of the calendar that lies in wait, and indeed the championship standings. But starting with that infamous calendar, we can see now we're at the halfway point. It is the 2nd of August today for 2023, and we are at the Circuito de Jerez. We started off back at the very beginning of July, on the 5th of July, with the Watkins Glen International Circuit, and there it was fast, and it was furious in the United States of America, in the state of New York, and we got to see our drivers take the battle to one another, and perhaps the most unfortunate name of them all at Watkins Glen, Nick Clemens in the LMDH class, who was leading for the majority of the race, but late instance saw him to lose the lead right at the very end. But we also got to see the dominance of Chemical E Motorsport there in the GT3 class, and then winding on into round number 2, last time out on the 19th of July at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, well, in Belgium, a circuit like no other when it comes to its variety. We got to see our drivers take on the 3 major sectors, and we'll come the end of it all. The biggest surprise and perhaps the most notable performance was in the LMP3 class from CSA Endurance, whereby the Chris Shorter Academy team absolutely dominated after what looked to be a dominating run from what was Ignition Motorsport in round number 1, and we definitely do have a competition on our hands in the LMP3 class. In the LMP2 class, meanwhile, it was the constant battle of strategy once again between Azz Tech Racing and Crest Autosport, where Azz Tech Racing coming away 2 out of 2 compared to Crest Autosport. But on the third time of trying, could Crest Autosport potentially take the win today in the LMP2 class? We'll have to wait and see. But after today, we'll then make our way over to Canada on the 16th of August for round number 4 at the Circuit Charles Villeneuve. Again, continuing the theme of circuits named after infamous legends within motorsport. And then we bring it all to a close on the 30th of August at the Circuit of the Americas in round 5 of 5. Return to the United States, then indeed return to the North American continent for the remainder of the season. We're going to see 2 very contrasting circuits to wrap up the season. The Circuit Charles Villeneuve being a hybrid street circuit. It's a road racing circuit, albeit located in one of the parks in Montreal, and it is a circuit which has the walls very close, and particularly the Wall of Champions, which could catch out many a driver. And in our final round of the season, the Circuit in the Americas, where it is a very young circuit compared to the rest of its peers, but still it's a circuit that can catch out many a driver due to its variety and also its sweeping serpentine sequences. Not unlike the Circuito de Jerez, but the runoff areas are much more obliging than the Cota circuit in round number 5, and therefore our drivers will be giving it their all to wrap up the championship. But as we look to the championship standings there, after 2 rounds, we can see starting with the LMDH class, it's NXTGEN Team Purple who lead the way by 14 points over NXTGEN Benji McCluskey. And the gap between the two teams really coming about due to the consistency of NXTGEN Team Purple, and they'll be looking to try and grow that gain once again if they want to try and break away and really start to put their foothold in this championship. Meanwhile, NXTGEN BM, as they're abbreviated to, in P2, right now lead a pack that's very close in the charge after the lead, with only 30 points separating what is the top positions of P2 through to P6. We can see the 5 teams there behind what is McCluskey of iRacing Esports in P3 on 75 points. They're only 2 off and right now still continue to gain ground under the frame of Nick Clemens, with further 10 points to NXTGEN Racing Pink in P4. The Sim Racing Collective 99 absolutely dominating at Spa last time out, with an absolute phenomenal drive from Josh Millington in the Cadillac, and we look forward to seeing him take his craft to the circuit once again today. And then P6 there, NXTGEN Racing at Pinky JD or Jamie Dorian 47 points, and still giving the hot pursuit there, but that's how close it is, and yet to score any points, Azz Tech Racing Black and Josh Brown Motorsport both on 0, P7, P8. We then go on to the LMP2 class, and here we can see despite our 4 teams, it's close at the front with Azz Tech Racing making it 2 wins out of 2 thus far, and really started to grow an advantage. But then again, with that advantage of 19 points, Crest Autosport will be gunning for them and looking to try and take a win today in order to make it a win on the 3rd time of trying. Azz Tech Racing White making their debut as of the last round on 45 points, a good start to the season for them. With NXTGEN Darkside Racing yet to accrue any points, but they will be losing all their points, although I do believe they'll switch to the GT3 class for this round onwards. And then come on to the LMP3 class, and here we can see contrasting fortunes starting to play out. Ignium Motorsport stand at the very top of the standings as piloted by Michael Paul on 97 points. Their advantage of 22 points has come down to the hard graft from their driver, with Crest Autosport in P2 on 75 points, leading the rest of the field in the pursuit behind. It's then 5 points to Black Flag Bandits, with CSA Endurance a whole, 18 points behind, but do not be fooled. CSA Endurance had a disaster at Watkins Glen. Meanwhile, they absolutely led the field away and end up lapping the entirety of the field come the checkered flag at Spa last time out. So therefore, CSA Endurance are the ones to watch out for today, and with their 7-point advantage over Speed9 Esports B, with Speed9 Esports B now and Mark Baker also joining the team and partner up with Mike Reedner. We're expecting plenty of good things from them from P5 on the championship standings. And it's Ignium Motorsport Spa ahead of GT Watson Motorsport, only based on result countback, followed up with Thurston Racing, Speed9 Esports, Paul Williams, also known as Speedlight in the Esports, and then FR20 Sim Racing, will complete your top 10. Albeit we should point out that Team Paul Scott will be moving into P10 as FR20 Sim Racing Yellow under the guise of Craig Tillerston are moving into the GT3 class as of this round, so therefore they will lose all their points and be demoted out of the class. Then coming on to the GT3 standings is Chemical E-Motorsport UK under the helm of Alex Meredith that leads the way on 80 points. Now the best part of 28 points go to SR Technic Endurance, albeit Alex Meredith not in attendance today, so therefore we can expect things to swing the other way, and SR Technic Endurance taking their first win of the season last time out at Spa-Francorchamps will be very eager to make it 2 wins in a row. Chemical E-Motorsport PT are behind in P3, the Portuguese outfit, with Chemical E-Motorsport Core there in P4 on 45 points, 10 clear of Toby Bye Bye Racing, and then on 0 points yet to score in the GT3 class, we have Team Matthew T. Davies, Core Blimey Racing, Rossum's Universal Robots 2, and Rossum's Universal Robots 1. But then coming on to our circuit for today, we talked about it a little bit earlier, it's the Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto, of which we're running the MotoGP Loud. Now located near the city of Jerez de la Frontera, in the region of Cadiz, in the state of Andalusia in Spain. This is a circuit which, having made its arrival on the scene in 1985, is made up of 2.74 miles of punishing tarmac. It has played host to a multitude of series throughout its lifespan, particularly motorcycling series, but also it was previously the host of Formula 1, albeit a little bit of an interesting story as to why this circuit does not host Formula 1 anymore, or at least one of the reasons that started off as to why it does not host Formula 1. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on in today's broadcast, but it's a circuit that's also played host to a variety of GT3 endurance racing. You name it, it's raced here, and at its core, 12 sweeping corners, as we pointed out to earlier, or 13 in actuality, based on the circuit diagram provided to us by iRacing.com. Thank you to them for their wonderful simulator and the circuit maps that come with it. But with those 13 corners, as our drivers make their way around, they'll find that the elevation changes come thick and fast in the first half of the lap, and then it becomes a relatively flat lap, but the sweepers do not stop. So as our drivers make their way uphill towards turn number 1 along the extended start-finish straight, one of the longest sections of straightway on the circuit, only being beaten by the back straight, they'll make their way into Expo 92 at the sharp right-hander. That's an uphill corner and off camber. Coming out of turn number 1, it's then the run into turn number 2, a downhill braking zone, which is very deceptive in how downhill it is. It's only very slight from the driver's perspective, but they'll feel it under braking, particularly when they don't have anti-lock braking systems in any of the prototype classes. And as they come through turn number 2, out of the hairpin. Then they need to charge away flat out through turn number 3, into the sweeping left-hander of turn number 4, which will be flat out in all the classes in qualifying, but it will be a lift for the GT3s when they've got race fuel in the car, and then head up towards Tito Ponds at turn number 5. Turn number 5, perhaps the most difficult corner on the circuit, for the simple reason you've got an elevation change, a significant uphill gradient as you make your way from corner entry to apex, and also on top of that, the fact the corner becomes off camber once you clear the apex, and therefore our drivers will need to balance the art of carrying all the speed to a very late apex and return to full throttle as soon as possible, but not too soon, as otherwise they'll be mating the car with the gravel. But get it right, they'll charge their way onto the back straight, and this is the prime opportunity for overtaking opportunities as they make their way down towards dry sack corner at turn number 6. The slightest corner on the circuit, the hairpin, they'll make their way into the braking zone aggressively as possible from some of the highest speeds they'll notch up, and as they make their way on through and up towards turn number 7, it's then the double left sweep of turns 7 and 8, concluding with Aspar corner, where it never seems to end turn number 8, and you return to full throttle very early indeed, given the amount of runoff area available, but you don't want to run too wide for the simple reason you've got Ángel Nieto corner coming up at turn number 9, and there you need to be back over to the left-hand side of the circuit for the sharp right-hander. And clearing turn number 9 is there another sharp right-hander at Peliqui at turn number 10, where our drivers make their way into the MotoGP sweep at turns 11 and 12, and it's grill up to Ferrari corner. We won't be running the chicane at turn number 11 today, and then they'll make their way down toward Lorenzo corner, named after the Spanish motorcyclist, famous in the MotoGP world, and as they clear the turn 13 hairpin, it's going to be a rise back into the start-finish straight to complete the lap and do it all over again. Now, to remind you of our rules before we go racing today, setup-wise, this is an open setup series, whereby our drivers and teams bring their own setups to each and every round. Each team may consist of 1 or 2 drivers, and teams may switch car within class up to round 3, but will forfeit 50 points in doing so. Teams may change car class at any point, but will forfeit all points previously accrued, as we've previously alluded to. Qualifying wise today, an open qualifying format shall be used, which will see all the drivers out on circuit, albeit with the caveat that the first half of qualifying, the first 12 minutes, shall be dedicated to the GT3 class, and the final 12 minutes shall be dedicated to the prototype classes, so that's the LMDH, the LMP2, and the LMP3s. Now, coming on to the race rules specifically, the race shall commence via a rolling start with a designated green flag zone. Now be on the start-finish straight coming out the final corner. Drivers shall have 3 fast repairs available. If they do end up picking up any damage to the car, they have the ability to get quickly repaired in the pit lane. Drivers shall receive a drive-through penalty if they accumulate 40 or more instant points, or really you should say a team as a whole will. And teams or drivers are mandated to at least make 1 pit stop, and drivers must take on fuel, but changing tyres is optional. But we are expecting normally to see multiple stops over the duration of the racing, but they do have to make a minimum of 1 pit stop to take on fuel to get to the end of the race unscathed on fuel capacity. That's enough rules, regulation, everything in between. We're all here for the racing, and as we look back to our live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, well, the circuit right now going a little bit quiet with regards to the cars out there, as we do see Stefan Vessels parking the car up, and I think he's going to be towed to the pit lane very shortly, and Matthew Jolly right now the only car out there. I believe most of our drivers deciding to make their way back into the pits in preparation for going into the qualifying session. Unfortunately, it does look as though at the moment we only have a grand total of what is, I do believe, 10 teams in attendance, but you never know, we may see some join midway through what is the qualifying session. But as everybody sits in the pit lane right now, it may be a less busy grid compared to previous rounds, but I can tell you one thing, those teams that are here, we're looking at the open opportunity of grabbing some major points on the board and seeing whether they can get away with a key score today, as Matthew Joy just makes his way back out the pit lane once again. 3 minutes still on the clock in this practice session, and everyone get themselves comfortably set. We'll be going racing approximately 1 minute behind schedule today, but still that's not going to be a bother here, as we do see Jolly making his way into turn number 2, and with the Delara P217 machine, infamous in the LMP2 class with V8 power plant, and as he comes on down through turn 3 into 4 right now, the Briton, one of the multiple drivers at Azz Tech Racing, a very solid outfit and indeed a very team-focused outfit at that, and as he makes his way on through turn number 5 right now, he's not the only driver making his way back out to the circuit. We also do have Mark Baker making his debut today for Speed9 Esports B, big member of the Speed9 Esports family, and join Mike Reedham behind the helm of what is there, the LMP3 class machine. Albeit we should point out, I do believe that Mike Reedham is currently away. He's not going to be in attendance today, so therefore Mark Baker is taking over the car, and he will be running it by himself today, as he makes his way on through at turn number 4, then up towards turn number 5, and these LMP3 machines, they have quite a bit of downforce on them, and a little bit less engine power compared to a GT3, but the way it works down, that downforce makes up the difference and enables the LMP3s to carry a bit more speed from corner to corner, and on the straights they're just able to out-edge the GT3s when they get it right. as we do see Baker making his way down into turn number 6. We are just checking in with race control at the moment. I do believe things are proceeding as planned, and I've had it informed in my ear, ladies and gentlemen, that the first qualifying session is going to see both the LMP3s and the GT3s go out together rather than just the GT3s out there, and that is due to the volume of cars in attendance today. So therefore we're going to have a little bit more of a packed first half of the session, as we will see the GT3s and LMP3s, which are very similar on pace to be fair, share the track, and they've got 2.74 miles to share between them, so I'm sure they're going to find plenty of space, and well, in doing so it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they get on. But as we are here, Azz Tech Racing Black have just rocked up in the pit lane, so we do have another team out there, so the grid is just filling a little bit more and more. Well, we are shortly getting ready to go into qualifying and look forward to going green flag with that qualifying session in due order. But don't be shy, feel free to say hi in the chat, let us know who you're cheering on, and well, as we get set and ready to go, the weather here is looking quite good at the moment. In fact, let's take a little look at that weather, and we can bring up the information on the right hand side of the screen very shortly. As we can see here, we currently do have an 18 degrees centigrade ambient temperature, and it is 19 degrees centigrade out on the circuit. It's relatively early in the day here in Spain, and that means these conditions are very ideal with an overcast cloud here, meaning that we are going to see that track temperature stay stationary throughout the majority of the qualifying session as minimum. We'll have to wait and see how time envelops. Indeed, those weather conditions change when we go into the race, but this circuit should be relatively pleasant, and therefore drivers will be able to get the most out of the machines and not have to be too worried about pushing the car too hard. Of course, if you do lock up under braking or you do slide the car, the tyres are going to lose quite a bit of life out of them. But I think our drivers are going to be cognizant of the fact they can really push the cars hard here going into qualifying. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for qualifying. 25 minutes, who's going to be on pole? Let's find out. So our drivers make their way into the qualifying session. We are going to see the LMP3s and the GT3s go out together as Michael Paul leads the way out to the pit lane in the number 26 Ignium Motorsport car. Paul, of course, being the winner, and the team of Ignium Motorsport being the winners of the Watkins Glen race in round number 1. But now they do have a relatively capable foe in the face of CSA Endurance here, and Stefan Vessels making his way out to the pit lane, but taking it nice and easy as he then brings the car on down. I think trying to give himself a little bit of track space here as he brings his way into turn number 2, the number 27 driver here from South Africa. Now, really one of the winning components at CSA, and as he makes his way in towards turn number 4, coming for a left-hander, the other member of the team being Chris Shorter, and as he comes on for a left-hander right now, just getting himself comfortably set and ready to go, but giving himself plenty of space to operate with for the simple reason he won't want to be caught up behind another car, and when you've got so much track available to you, then you can really start to operate with it. Now, what we're expecting in qualifying is the big question. Well, we are expecting here our drivers to particularly focus on doing laps under their own steam and avoiding being in the dirty air of another car. Other circuits such as Watkins Glen, having a tow, it was highly beneficial for the simple reason you can gain up to half a second over the course of a lap. Here around the Jerez circuit, it's quite the contrary. When you're in the dirty air of another car, you're very likely to lose a lot of time, particularly in the second half of the lap, where you do have these double barrel corners, such as turns 7 and 8, which we've just seen Vessels clear, and going into turns 9 and 10 now, where you've got these very sharp apexes, which you need now, and you need that confidence on the front end to turn in and exit and get the power down as soon as possible. So the only time you really want to pick up the tow is coming out the final corner and going up towards the start finish line, but even then that may be worth half a temp at most, perhaps a temp if you're really pushing the boundary, but otherwise you don't really want to have a tow around here. You want a nice clean lap. The Vessels makes his way on through, and we see Michael Paul making his way onto the first flying lap of this qualifying session. As he comes through turn at number 1 here, we'll ride on board with some other drivers once they've got their tyres and the brakes up to temperature. Really, these laps right now setting the foundations of what is to come in this qualifying session. But Paul rolling his way down for turn 3 into turn number 4, and being the lead car out there, he does have the authority. He does have essentially the right to the line in terms of the racing line, and the drivers behind him, they do catch up. Paul is currently on a flying lap, so therefore they'll have to be cognizant of the fact that he is right now on a fast one. They cannot impede his lap. But Mark Baker already, interesting enough, I think trying to follow in the wheel tracks of Paul here, and Will Baker will have heard going into tonight just the performance of the Ignium Motorsport team and CSA Endurance in both of their relative performances in rounds 1 and 2, and he'll be aware of the fact he's up against stiff competition here and really trying to fly the flag for the team as he makes his way through turn 7 into 8. but it's looking as though he's able to follow the ED Motorsport car quite closely, and in doing so, I think this is going to give him a bit of early confidence that he may have the pace here to really make it a three-way fight for the win. As we're in the CSA Endurance had to tow the car back to the pit lane. They've made the way back out already. I think they're just feeling as though something not right with the setup. Alternatively, they've made an error and perhaps scrubbed off a bit of early life on the tyre, and they want that life on the tyre compound where possible. But as we do see the Speed 9 Esports B machine number 53 make its way into the final corner. Well, meanwhile, Michael Bull making his way out there for Indian Motorsport as he heads up the hill towards the timing line. What's it going to be for his first lap on the board? It is going to be, if it is a valid lap, I believe it may not be a valid lap, in fact, as we are hearing there was a run wide at the exit of turn number 5, coming out of, in fact, turn number 6, we should say, at Dry Sack Corner, and therefore the Indian Motorsport drivers at lap time being deleted. Meanwhile, Speed 9 Esports B take provisional pole on a 34.923. We are expecting lap times to tumble down towards the low 34s over the course of this qualifying session. But Speed 9 Esports B, they're putting the bar in, and we'll have to wait and see how high that bar is, as meanwhile CSA Endurance are on where's an outlap at the moment, having to go for another one. But we've also got a GT3 out on circuit at the moment, and that is in the form of FR20 Sim Racing Yo's Craig Tillotson, who's decided to switch to the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo for the remainder of the season, and moving away from the LMD3 class. And more right now, the FR20 Sim Racing livery shining high there on the yellow machine, as we do see the V8 with its turbo running its way down towards what is turn at number 6. And as the Ferrari makes its way down, supplanted by the 296, which has arrived on the shores of GT3 class racing as of this year. Not quite available on iRacing currently, but you never know what could happen in the near future. And as we do see the Ferrari driver making his way on through turn 7 into 8. The Ferrari will be an interesting pick for this circuit for the simple reason it's got quite a bit of manoeuvrability around it. It does do well for medium speed corners, but it is also quite aggressive on those rear tyres. It does eat through tyre life very quickly if not driven conservatively, but it does have quite a bit of acceleration in the low speed gearbox, particularly through second, third and fourth gear. Lose out in fifth gear and sixth gear, albeit it's got one of the highest top ends in the GT3 class, but it needs an incredibly long straight in order to get that top speed to materialise, and that could really prove to be a quandary. Presuming that we do have the next-gen Darkside racing machine of Mark Sykes making its way out onto the grid at some point. But meanwhile, as Michael Wolff gets his first lap on the board, it's a 34.128. So our prediction of low 34s to the minimum is immediately ringing true here 5 minutes into the qualifying session for the LMP3s. As now it's going to be to Speed 9 Esports B to respond. But meanwhile, we also look to Stefan Vetzels here, who's gone purple in subsector 2. He's making his way through subsector 3 at the moment, which concludes after turn number 9 for just before turn number 10. And as he makes his way through the right hander, what's it going to be here for Vetzels? It's another purple sector. So CSA Endurance right now, with their driver at the helm, really starting to clock this lap together as he goes through the double right turns 11 and 12. Wonderful flying sequence in the amount of speed you can carry when you've got the downforce on your side and the confidence in the car. As he comes down to turn at number 13, it's through the final right-hander he goes. And what's it going to be for Vetzels as he comes to the line? As we hear that Michael Pauls has an off-track coming out to turn number 8. We cross the line there, and for CSA Endurance, it is going to be a 32.982. My goodness, that is 1.2 seconds faster than what Indian Motorsport have been able to achieve thus far in this qualifying session. And Vetzels absolutely going for gold with the first lap he's put on the board. Well, I don't know what they said to him after they towed the car into the pit lane, but whatever's been said to him, it's definitely galvanised him and made him absolutely knock the lap out of the park. But as he heads up towards turn number 5, will we see a reaction from Speed 9 Esports or from Indian Motorsport? We'll have to wait and see. But as we do look at the Indian Motorsport car once again for a brief moment, we then look over to Craig Tillotson in the Ferrari 488 as he heads on out and towards turn number 13, heading down towards Lorenzo Hairpin very shortly. Onto the brakes, here he goes. As he does so, I think getting this lap all trimmed and nicely together, and we'll be jumping on board very shortly to Tillotson for a reference lap of the Jerez circuit. As he makes his way up towards the timing line, and we jump on board now and build his way up towards turn number 1 into Expo 92, going from 5th gear all the way down the gearbox to 2nd gear now, missing his apex slightly. They're not quite getting tight enough. I think just experimenting with braking approach, now braking into turn number 2. You've got to brake early here to get the car to meet a nice early apex. As he clears the apex now back on the throttle, down through turn number 3. Then some oversteer there on the power, and now going into turn 4. Fully committed here, a short shift to 4th gear and a brief lift to settle the car down, which brings it over to the left-hand side for turn number 5. Onto the brakes here, going into long right-hander, down to 3rd gear. Nice approach to the apex then, back on the throttle, lets the car roll out before now straightening the steering wheel and charging down the back straight, and then up towards turn number 6. Looking to towards the left-hand side here for his brake mark and brake at the 100 metre board all the way down the gearbox very rapidly indeed. Quick fire on the gears into first gear and out to the corner he goes. Now up towards turn 7 and 8. Turn 7, flat out here as close as possible. In fact, a little lift there. Doesn't quite get the turn in as early as he would like to. Now heading to turn 8, trail braking down to third gear. And off the brakes, get back on the throttle, bring the car to the left-hand side for turn number 9. Onto the brakes here, nice and rapid down to second gear. And as he clears the corner carrying a bit too much speed, you can see the understeer creeping as he heads into turn number 10. Makes no mistake about that one as he heads out of 10 now towards 11. He heads into the right-hander, up to fourth gear, lift off the throttle, plenty of apex curve, takes a bit too much, unsettles the car, knocks it wide as he goes through 12 and into turn number 13. Onto the brakes here, braking 100 metres full corner apex down to first gear, meets a mid-apex and out the corner he goes, back on the full throttle. He used the preload differential to load up the car and send it as he heads towards the timeline where it has not been a smooth lap from Tillotson this time around. As he crosses the line, will it be a valid lap? Well, he's yet to get a valid lap on the board, and that one as well due to the mistake coming out of what was turn number 11. And Tillotson will have to go again for FR20 Sim Racing yellow, but meanwhile, as we do see our LMP3 drivers making the way around Speed9 Esports B. They're in the pit lane currently doing some work on the car as we're to understand it. And I think with the differential between them and NXTGEN Motorsport and then the further gap to CSA Endurance, they'll feel as though there's a lot of time still to be gained out there if they can find it. But as our drivers make the way around, meanwhile NXTGEN Motorsport's Michael Paul making his way to the timeline here. And well, we're going towards the end of the first half of the qualifying session. Crosses the line, he does improve to 33.668, but given the bar has been raised to 32.709 by CSA Endurance, Paul and NXTGEN Motorsport have still got a long way to go here. They're still approximately a second off. As we see, they're trying to get the power down a bit too early going out of turn number 2, not letting the rear settle. Some oversteer kicking in, and they decide to tow the car back to the pit lane. As meanwhile, CSA Endurance across the timeline, we jump aboard here with Stefan Vessels for a flying lap. Now the key difference you're going to see here in the LMP3 machine is just how much more aggressive it can be into corners, particularly on the sweeping course. So let's go here at turn number 2. Very soon approach will be down to first gear and takes quite a conservative exit line as he makes his way through 3 and into 4. Keep in mind this is the first flying out on a fresh set of tyres, so therefore he won't be at full tyre temperature as he heads up towards turn number 5 and onto the brakes here. And this is where we'll start to see the LMP3 with its downforce can just be so much more aggressive. In fact, a bit too aggressive there, and Vessels decides to back off, recognising that he's made a bit of a mistake, and I think he'll decide to go again from the pit lane shortly. But meanwhile, Tillotson making his way up the hill. And as he does, so I think CSA Endurance, in fact, will park the car in the pits now and decide enough's enough. They won't expect NXTGEN Motorsport to be able to all in at what is a whole second over the course of what is going to be a very late lap in the day. If they're able to squeeze it in, we'll have to wait and see. Remember the fact that the qualifying session, the qualifying half, if you will, ends at 12 minutes. But if a driver is on a lap at that point, i.e. a valid fast lap, they are permitted to finish it before they make their way into the pit lane. But as he comes on out to turn number 5 there, we look to Craig Tillotson, and right now in a class of his own, quite literally, again the fact that the NXTGEN Darkside Racing GT3 car has not made its way out of the pit lane, and we're yet to get a valid lap on the board. But for Tillotson, I think this is more about experimentation rather than it is worried about that valid lap, given the fact he'll be starting on pole as he has been out on circuit and has, well, whilst he's not registered a time, he's registered the fact he is going to be on the grid. And as he makes way through turn number 8, loses the rear of the car there, just been a bit too much aggressive with regards to power and steering angle altogether. The rear of the car coming around, and that's the thing you have to be wary of with the mid-engine and rear-wheel drive drivetrain, is the fact the centre of mass is located behind the driver, further back in the car, with the engine being placed directly behind the driver, and therefore when you come through the corners, you do feel that rear end come on around, and as it does so, you need to balance that steering lock, as otherwise you'll find that the car very quickly becomes light on the rear. Well, in fact, when I say light on the rear, it feels as though you've got no control of the rear anymore, and the rear indeed starts to control the car and just swings loose. As he makes his way up through the final corner, this is going to be the end of the first half of the qualifying session, ladies and gentlemen. Tillotson heads towards the line, and that'll be qualifying complete for the GT3s and the LMP3s. And Tillotson will not get a valid lap on the board, but he will be starting at GT3 pole ahead of NXTGEN Darkside Racing. So we get FR20 Sim Racing at yellow, who take GT3 pole. Meanwhile, in the LMP3 class, it is going to be CSA Endurance who take pole position ahead of NXTGEN Motorsport, with Speed9 Esports B at third place. But now attention turns to the second half of the qualifying session as all of our LMDHs and LMP2s draw their way out of the pit lane. And it is going to be Gaz Williams who makes his way on out, but behind him, and something I forgot to mention earlier, we do have a new debutant as of today, and it is Dream Team Motorsport, as is being led by Dominic Ford, as he makes his way on through turn number 4 here in the Cadillac, and we can see it again very close to the back of Williams, and well, right now Ford, who was in the pre-season practice but not able to make the first 2 rounds of the season, and right now Ford absolutely going for it as he makes his way on down towards what is turn number 5. In fact, he makes his way down towards turn number 6. Let's get our numbers right. Coming in to the braking zone, it is all going to be here about what he can do on his debut. Keep in mind, of course, that we have seen some phenomenal performances from different teams over the course of this season so far in the LMDH cars, and well, we've always got to keep our eyes on this man from iRacing Esports, Nick Clements, who seems to be plagued with bad luck in the number 13 car, and while he's trying to prove that number's not unlucky for him, even though it is considered to be unlucky for many, albeit is it an old wives' tale, is it superstition, you tell me, as he makes his way in towards turn number 9 on the BMW the MV hybrid driver, making his way on around right now and doing everything he can in order to get himself set up, but not wanting to take that much gravel again, for the simple reason that running wide like that does not do the car any favours, particularly when you put some gravel on the tyres. As he heads up towards with turn number 13, just backing it off here, getting the brakes on, rolling on the brakes into the final corner, keeping in mind, of course, the LMDHs recharge all their battery under braking only. They don't recharge it by going at high speed, unlike the old Porsche 919 LMP1 machine of old. As he makes his way up towards turn number 1. Right now the iRacing Esports driver goes in very hot into the opening corner, a bit too hot for the car's liking, and it lets go there. It's not a lockup, just carrying too much speed for the capacity of the car. But meanwhile, we look at Nigel Stock here, who's also switched from Crest Autosport from the LMP2 class to the LMDH class for the remainder of the season. So another class swap as he makes his way on down. But those are all the swaps as we're to understand it or changes, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way on around here and in towards turn number 5 very shortly. Right now for the Crest Autosport LMDH driver, it's all about getting it right and getting it wrong there, just carrying a bit too much speed through turn number 5, but you'll find a comfortable middle ground, I'm sure, on the next lap. Behind him is the sole LMP2 here today, and that's the Azz Tech Racing. It's being piloted by Matthew Jolly currently, and as he makes his way on through what is turn number 6 into 7 here, we may only be a class of 1 today, but he'll be keeping in mind he's still got to get the car home to get the points to the number 96, and they'll be looking to try and make it 3 wins in a row today in their class. As he comes down tonight, another lock up there for Nigel Stock, and Will Stock just been a bit too aggressive with the car, and I think just need to fine-tune his approach. But meanwhile, it's Dominic Ford who sets the bar for the pole lap in the LMDH class at initially a 24.596, and absolutely going for it. Your NXTGEN Racing Purple under the helm of Williams, that's Gaz Williams, currently at 25.569, Azz Tech Racing Black at 25.781. And well, we were hearing in the build-up to today that Dream Team Motorsport really are going for broke with their qualifying laps, and their target in practice was 24.6. They absolutely hit it, and now they're going faster, and I think that may just be indicating how much they're bringing to the table. Indeed, down in the paddock, it must be said, all eyes are on Dream Team Motorsport to see how they get on. Much like, albeit not in the 10th state, the Sim Racing Collective who made their debut in the LMDH class last time out of Spa-Francorchamps, with Millington absolutely changing perspectives after a difficult qualifying session, storming through the field in the Cadillac to take the win, and by quite a considerable margin. But as we do see Dominic Ford right now making his way into turn number 9, coming through the double right complex here. We will be getting an on-board lap with the debutant very shortly as he gets ready to go on to another lap. And will be it with the mistakes that we have seen on this lap. Not quite notable mistakes in terms of the fact that we've seen him go off into the gravel or anything like that, but not quite improving in subsector 3. So therefore a couple of mistakes locked in. I think getting set now to go on another aggressive lap. Well, let's hear the General Motors machine roar as he makes his way out towards turn number 1. Braking at 100 metres, they're going all the way down the second gear and hitting the apex absolutely spot on. We're charging up towards turn number 2, turning in early there before going on the brakes and just locks up. I think there a little bit of hesitation in terms of what he wanted to do, Ford, as he makes his way through 3 and into 4. up into 5th gear here. Slight lift on the throttle as he comes on through. I think Ford will now be getting himself set for the next lap, and he'll be looking to recover the car after what was that mistake. He won't be wanting to use too much of the battery deployment now, and you can see there indeed doing a bit of side-to-side weaving, just trying to make sure that tyre temperature is in place. But meanwhile, iRacing Esports there go provisional pole in the LMDH class, where 24.249 is 3.5 tenths faster, and Nick Clemens right now shooting back and showing that the BMW M V8 Hybrid is here to play as he makes his way through turn number 4. It's not going to be the Cadillac stay necessarily, albeit it looks like the Cadillacs were very strong at Spa-Francorchamps compared to the BMW, but it looks like there's a bit more equilibrium here, or at least iRacing Esports' Nick Clemens is trying to show that the BMW's got the upper edge as he makes his way down towards turn number 6. Jake Pitt just in front there, the Azz Tech Racing Black Machine, the other Cadillac in the 10th stay, currently P4. We are waiting to see what Crest Autosport LMDH can do in the hands of Nigel Stott, the only LMDH team yet to get a time on the board. But it's looking very close right now for the front row of the overall and the LMDH grid. It's only what is at 3.5 tenths between pole and second, and it's only half a tenth between second and third. Man, as Clemens here finds himself caught up in a little bit of traffic, will he be able to negotiate what is there, the car of Jake Pitt, before he comes to the end of this one? I think it's going to be 50-50. I think he might be a little impeded here, or if he can convert this to his advantage, he may get a tow out of the final corner, which could just give him the opportunity to improve the lap. We'll have to wait and see here as Clemens hence the line. Pitt's looking to improve as well, so Pitt is on a valid lap, and therefore he's got the right to be there. They crossed the line, both of them. Clemens did not improve in the final sector, so therefore he has lost out to a degree, but it's a 23.626. Clemens absolutely dropping the time to iRacing Esports here, and I reckon he lost about a tenth in that final sector. I think he could have been looking at 23.5 given the relative sector times and the data we've got for his driving. Meanwhile, Dream Team Motorsport now almost the second off. Jake Pitt did improve. He's now only 2 tenths of the NXTGEN Racing Purple, the Azz Tech Racing Black driver. So it's all swings and roundabouts here in the LMDH class. We only have 5 teams representing, but still they're all going for broke. But meanwhile, as we look to Dominic Ford, as he makes his way in to what is there, turn number 11 and 12. Right now, the LMDH driver doing everything right as they make their way onto the brakes, coming down into turn number 13. And well, this time as they get set, we'll ride on board with them as they charge up towards the timeline. And will this be the lap where they're going to be able to strike back? Making their way into turn number 1 onto the brakes, and nice and early in second gear, early apex, and rotate the car through and forward. We catch up at the wrong time once again as they do back the car off. We apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the luck of the draw there, but Dream Team Motorsport do improve, but they're only up to P2 and 3.5 tenths off as iRacing Esports there managed to miss the pit lane entry. They do return. They've got to be careful about that as they will get black flagged if they do cut the pit entry line back and forth too severely, but the team they're just about able to get back in the pit lane and getting the car now reset to go racing once more. Meanwhile, we have Gaz Williams here for NXTGEN Racing Purple, making his way up towards turn number 1. And as he does so, the number 90 driver here, currently P3, holds 7 tenths over the front row of the grid, and he'll be trying to target jumping back there, and it does look as though it's a battle for P2 right now, and the Dream Team Motorsport can pull something magical out of the hat. But as we do see Williams making his way down through turns 3 and 4, remember qualifying's only one part of the day. We have got what is a 2 hour and 40-minute race coming up when you include the final lap in the race, and therefore it does mean that we could see anything happen over the duration. It's going to be a long one, but as NXTGEN Racing Purple's driver makes his way down towards turn number 6, well, if you're looking at a driver who's more focused on the long-term race, and a driver could really just get into a zone, and it doesn't matter how long the race is, he'll be very happy to sit in the car and keep plumbing in the laps. This is your guy. Williams really does have the reputation of being one of those drivers who is absolutely, to a point, just focused on getting the car round and round, lap after lap. And I can tell you from personal experience, when I did drive alongside him as part of NXTGEN Racing's entry into the Brit Kart 24 Hours of Silverstone in association with Motorsports UK, that it was a case where I was partnered up with Williams. He was our pro driver, and I can tell you one thing, the man was absolutely resolute behind the wheel. Albeit I like to give myself some credit in the fact I did do the second longest stint out of the 4 drivers in the team, but at the same time Williams was like a machine. But as he crosses the timeline this time around, as he crosses the line, he is going to improve to a 24.217, and he does put himself now 2.5 tenths off of the front row of the grid, but it's not enough thus far. But meanwhile, Dominic Ford making his way on around turn 7, 8 towards 9. as the Cadillac driver comes on through the right hand as the slow sweepers here of 9 and 10 getting themselves set up for another lap, and this time we will get an onboard lap with Ford and it will be uninterrupted unless he does make a mistake, as we're going to be catching him going onto a flying lap as he makes his way on through turn number 12 and up towards 13. And as Ford does so, getting ready to go onto the brakes for the final time to set this up. Barry completely tops up, and as he makes his way for the final corner, goes intentionally deep there to extend the run to the start-finish straight. Gives himself all the speed he can as he charges up towards turn number 1. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen in. Goodness me, and getting it wrong there with the power down turn number 1 as he tries to counter steer and balance the car the other way forward, just not being able to get the car to settle down. And what it does seem like every time we look to ride on board with Ford, it's cursed to go wrong at some point, or we've caught the wrong lap. So for Ford right now, it's going to be one more lap in the cards if Ford wants to try and get back at Clibbins in the battle for pole position in the LMDH cars. Speaking of Nick Clibbins and iRacing Esports, here they are on the 23.626. Making the way on around here and up towards turn number 13 into that braking zone with 1.5 minutes left. They will have 2 more laps of 4. In fact, it only will be 1 lap available to them, or will as they head towards the time. It's going to be very close here, but I think iRacing Esports will have 2 laps available to them, including the one they've just gone on to. And the point being, have they got enough fuel and have they got enough battery life in order to be able to deliver what will be those additional qualifying laps? We'll have to wait and see, because you have to keep in mind these cars do not regenerate their batteries very efficiently, in the fact that even when you do have multiple braking zones such as here at Jerez, they do not manage to essentially replace all the battery they use up. So that's why you do have to be very smart with your battery usage over the course of a race and use it in certain amounts or very limited amounts. In qualifying, you want to turn that battery out to maximum and absolutely apply it, but of course it's only really good for 1, perhaps 2 laps, and after that you haven't got as much hybrid available anymore, so it really does become a sensitive balancing act. But as we do see Clemens making his way on through turns 7 and 8, we look to Jake Pitt. But Azz Tech Racing Black, currently P4 in the class, and as he makes his way onwards towards what is here at the end of this lap through 7 and 8 now, so in the second half of lap, well and truly deep into lap. We're currently 7 tenths off of NXTGEN Racing Purple in P3, and coming in to turn number 9 now, and well, just looking here to get a good representative lap on the board, make sure to steer clear Crest Autosport LMDH, and pushing a bit too hard out turn number 10, and I think that will be it for Azz Tech Racing Black as they just roll the car through turn at number 11. They turn everything off in the car, in terms they turn everything down, I should say, and that is going to be their qualifying lap at the end. Meanwhile, Matthew Jolly making his way across the timeline, goes on to 1 more lap in the LMP2 class. He's pole and the only LMP2, so therefore it's a guaranteed pole position for Azz Tech Racing, but looking to just get more and more time in the car and on the board in preparation for the race. We are in the NXTGEN Racing Purple, are also making their way into the pit lane, although I think they've missed the pit lane entry and will be towed into the pits. We'll have to wait and find out as I look at my commentary booth window. I can't see too much going on as me or Nigel Stock there. We look to the Crest Autosport LMDH team, going a bit deep into turn number 6 to drive that corner, and it returns at 7 and 8, and right now Stock looking to try and improve the team's aspirations to be on the second row of the LMDH grid versus Azz Tech Racing Black as they make their way through turn number 8 and into 9. And going on through the right-hander at 9 here, we'll have to wait and see whether Stock's able to get this together. Goes a bit deep there out of turn number 10, and that will be an invalidated lap right at the final hurdle for Stock, and that's going to be a very frustrating moment. You can completely understand the potential frustration. He will finish this lap, however, as he comes down into turn number 13, and we'll have an idea of what the time will be as he makes his way out the final corner, and that'll give you an idea of whether it was going to be good enough for P4 as a minimum as he crosses the timeline. And well, that lap, as we understand it, in fact it's not come through on our timing sheets, so the invalidation is fully in effect, but it may have just been enough to be a bit closer but not enough to take the place. Nick Clemens crosses the timeline, did improve in subsector 2, but elsewhere did not improve, so stays on 23.626 for iRacing Esports, and I think that's going to be more than enough. And Matthew Jolly will be the final driver to cross the timeline here in this qualifying session. All 25 minutes are up, plus overtime, and for Azz Tech Racing, it is a pole position in the LMP2 class, but meanwhile in the LMDH class, it's iRacing Esports who take pole position here today by 3.5 tenths over Dream Team Motorsport. But Dream Team Motorsport on their debut under their capable hands of Dominic Ford are not not too far behind. We could have a thriller on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, for the LMDH podium. We'll have to wait and see. It's a long race ahead of us as we get set and ready to go racing. But so far, it's first blood drawn to iRacing Esports, but will he be very different in the race? Well, we'll find out very shortly, as we are now only waiting to go to the grid. So as we head to the grid for round number 3 of this championship, let's take a look at how they all line up. Starting with the LMDH class, on pole position overall and in the LMDH class, it's iRacing Esports and Nick Clibbins, who starts P1, 3.5 tenths clear of Dream Team Motorsports Dominic Ford, who'll be starting at P2 on the front row. On row number 3, we'll have the parent of NXTGEN Racing Purple being piloted by Gazza Williams, who managed to out-qualify Azz Tech Racing Black, who have Jake Pitt at the helm. And then on our third row, completing the LMDH class in P5, it'll be Crest Autosport LMDH, with Nigel Stock taking the 5th position. We'll then have the LMP2 class with only one driver in attendance today, or team we should say in attendance, and that'll be Matthew Jolly for Azz Tech Racing. And then behind them we will have the LMP3 class made up of 3 teams, including CSA Endurance of Stefan Vessels, who takes LMP3 pole position, and that being taken in by a whole second almost ahead of Ignium Motorsport with Michael Paul at the helm of the car. Mark Baker will be starting third and final in the LMP3 class for Speed9 Esports B. And then we have the 2 GT3 machines behind, starting P10. It will be Craig Tillotson for FR20 Sim Racing Yellow, and starting P11, last but not least, it will be NXTGEN Darkside Racing, as piloted by Mark Sykes. But that'll be how the grid lines up, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to go on to the formation lap. And well, as our drivers all get themselves comfortably set, we're not too far away now from Green Flag Racing, albeit with all the teams there getting themselves in position. 30 seconds is on the clock before we do make our way onto the formation lap. It's a full formation lap of the Circuito de Jerez today, and well, for the simple reason that they're going to need as much tyre and brake temperature as possible before they go racing, particularly in the prototype class, if there's no ABS available, so therefore the electronics are not going to do the interruptive work that the electronics can do on a GT3 class machine. But as everyone is now in position, we are waiting on the Darkside Racing car of NXTGEN. In fact, we are hearing it's not making its way to the grid, so therefore we are only going to have 10 teams on the grid as we get ready to go racing. But here goes the formation lap. The safety car pulls away and Nick Clibbins follows it away. Now the drivers pull away and make their way up towards turn number 1. Of course, now the focus is going to turn much more towards tactics and strategy than it will outright pace, or at least it will after the opening 5 minutes of race. And there is always the sprint towards turn number 1, and the open lap can be defined as a bit of a race opening sprint, if you will. We're already eager to make places or defend places going into the opening few corners, if not the entirety of the lap. As we do see Williams making his way through turn number 2 and up towards 3. We're already, I think, eyeing up a potential opportunity to try and make a move on forward into turns 1 and 2 and thinking about where the places will be. But as well, Dominic Ford here for Dream Team Motorsport will be very eager to try and gain an upper hand in the charge towards turn. Well, we know that Cadillac is very fast off the line. It's a bit stronger than the BMW on the straights. That really was shown down the Kemmel Straight at Spa-Francorchamps 2 weeks ago. But now here at this circuit, which is a much more technical circuit by comparison, given the number of corners and the lack of extended straights, we've only got 2, and they're not that long in nature for the LMDH class, given the fact they clear the straights very quickly. It's a flash, or it's a blink and you'll miss it moment, it'll flash before your eyes, but Ford will be eager to get the best possible run up towards turn number 1. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the iRacing Esports car piloted by Nick Clibbins really delay the start for as long as possible, try to wait for last possible to shorten that run to turn 1 and therefore stay safe in the charge up the hill. Or will they go really early and try and catch the field out? That's also something you can do, because you've got a rival next to you who you know is going to be faster in the long-term acceleration game. Meanwhile, in the LMP3 class, where it's going to be Vessels versus what is Ignium Motorsports, Michael Paul in the race up towards turn number 1, albeit Mark Baker there as well. Let's not forget, as we do see, it looks as though they're Paul going quite slowly, and I wonder here whether he's just backing off. In fact, the car on the grass, I'm not sure what's wrong with the car, whether there's something going wrong, and they're having to look at something that's gone wrong for the number 26, but definitely not in the happiest of hands right now. But perhaps the Scotsman just trying to get things settled back down. As we do say hello to Benji Racing there in the YouTube chat, wishes everybody the best luck for today. Thank you, Benji, hope you're doing well. We are missing seeing you on the grid today, but hopefully you'll be back for round number 4 in 2 weeks time. But as our drivers now make their way into the final third of the lap here, the formation lap coming to a close, and we'll very shortly we will start to see the pace car make its way away, and when it does, it'll be to Nick Clemens to dictate the pace as we get ready to go green flag racing for 2 hours and 40 minutes of the Circuito de Jerez MotoGP layout. Going into turn number 12 now, the drivers, and it will be the onus on the field now to start to spread to the degree the classes separating by anywhere between 2 to 5 seconds typically, albeit you can see here everyone relatively close, but now the safety car pulls weight and it's for Clemens to take us to the green. Lights out and away we go for round number 3 as Clemens is jumped by Dream Team Motorsport there in the run up towards turn number 1. Ford trying to go round the outside as they do. Clemens coming back in for iRacing Esports here. It's side by side. It's very grisly through turn 1. They battle hard, and now it's going to be Dream Team Motorsport going back on the offensive once again as they roll the way after turn 2 apex, and down towards turns 3 and 4 they go. Meanwhile behind we've got a spin there for Azz Tech Racing Jake Pitt as he brings it back together. Azz Tech Racing black in the LMDH cars, restores the car to the circuit. Everybody safely makes it through, and we'll take a look back at what exactly happened there very shortly. But as he comes out of turn number 4 and out towards 5, it looks as though here they've had a difficult start, whereas everyone else has been able to keep it on the straight and narrow, albeit nice stop for Crest Autosport LMDH under a bit of pressure from the LMU2 Azz Tech Racing machine as they make their way up towards turn number 6 for the first time of asking. Onto the brakes they go, and meanwhile just behind their CSA Endurance and Indian Motorsport will then nose to tail as they roll the way off the hairpin at turn number 6. But it does look as though here Indian Motorsport have not been able to make the desired jump, as meanwhile Azz Tech Racing black up the inside into turn 7 as they come through the double left and now into the double right at turns 9 and 10. Well, things will calm down for a brief moment. You can imagine Vessels here will find himself now big exposed on the outside there at turn number 9, with the fact he will have Paul trying to come back at him in the run through 10, albeit it's a short run to the next right-hander, so therefore will not feel too much pressure as they head up towards 10s, 11 and 12, albeit be wary of the fact the advantage he was starting to gain has been dropped back somewhat as they make the way up towards turn number 13. But after one lap of races, iRacing Esports the lead in the LMDH class ahead of Dream Team Motorsport P2. We then have NXTGEN Racing Purple P3 ahead of Crest Autosport LMDH P4, and then we have what is the LMP2 leader of Azz Tech Racing P5 overall ahead of Azz Tech Racing Black in the LMDH class P6 overall. And then we do look back to the LMP3 leaders of what is CSA Endurance, piloted by Stefan Vessels, ahead of Indian Motorsport's Michael Paul, and then it is Mark Baker who completes our LMP3 class as they make their way through turns 2 and 3. Meanwhile, in the GT3 class, after a slight off on the open lap, it's FR20 Sim Racing Yeo's Craig Tillotson who leads the class by his lonesome as he makes his way through turn number 2 and down into the fray. With NXTGEN Racing Dark Side not quite able to make the way out of the pit lane. Very unfortunate their technical issues with the Ferrari, and therefore we won't be seeing them going racing today. But meanwhile, as things now begin to settle down, well, it has been a little bit of a dramatic start in terms of great battle in the run up towards turn number 1. And we take a look back at that battle at the start of the race, and here's the replay. And you can see on the right of your picture, Dream Team Motorsport really getting a good launch. You can see how honest they kept iRacing Esports on the launch procedure, and that's the Calic straight line acceleration. But this is where Clemens was really determined. He knew he was going to have to battle for this under braking, got it nailed under braking into turn number 1, and then Dream Team Motorsport on that outside line with the marbles on that exit curve was not quite able to get the grip, plus the cold tyres as well, and that's what led to things calming down. And meanwhile, Azz Tech Racing at Black just getting a little bit too eager on the throttle there on a tight line at turn number 3, and that's what led to them spinning on around. But still, they're able to recover the car. No major incident incurred in the end. Everyone able to safely negotiate the way with number 7, and that's how the race start did play out at the front of the field. But as they make the way on around here on what is now lap number 3, as we return to your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, well, things are going to settle down quite quickly here, and we'll have to wait and see who exactly is going to be the one to potentially will initiate with regards to mistakes, and alternatively, who's going to be the one to now start to play it more strategically and think about the long term. But as we look back to the LMP3 class, we can see here CSA Endurance is Stefan Vessels right now starting to open up a big gap versus Indian Motorsport's Michael Paul. Now Paul ready to put the pressure on it nice and early on the opening half of the first lap. Then we did see that gap start to open up, and I think it was interrupted to an extent by the Azz Tech Racing at Black machine making its way back through the field. But also I think now Vessels, he's got the temperature in the tyres and the brakes. I think he feels as though he can start to control this race. Now, what do we mean by that? Well, in motorsport, you do normally see, and perhaps the most notable race is when somebody wins the race by a huge margin. But that margin normally comes about gradually over the course of the race. And there's two ways you can really craft such an advantage in the end and go for victory. The first one is you just keep pushing lap after lap, you don't stop, and you keep trying to charge away. The advantage of that is you very quickly start to build up a gap if you've got the pace advantage in hand. I think right now CSA Endurance may have that pace advantage based on what we saw in qualifying, and now we're seeing them open up this gap on the third lap here. Gap's already up to 1.9 seconds. They are pushing that gap at about 4 tenths a lap, almost half a second. But again, it's very early days. Let's not read too much into it. But the point being here is when you're pushing that hard, it works to take 10 to 20 minutes. But as a driver, you have a certain amount of stamina, and you will eventually, if you keep pushing hard, you start to move into that area where you're very highly likely to make a mistake. And in doing so, that advantage you craft out for yourself can sunny all fall away just as quickly as you built up. The alternative is you match yourself to the pace of your rivals. You don't quite run at 100%. What you do instead, you run at about 95 to 90%. Make sure your lap times are just slightly faster than your rival, or at least they equalise your rival, and then you start to manage this race. It means you can save some fuel, you can save some tyre life, you can protect the brakes a little bit more. And I think we may see that from CSA Endurance. But meanwhile, what we're not going to see in terms of saving right now is Azz Tech Racing Black save their car as we ride on board and look back from the rear of the Crest Autosport LMDH, and Nigel Stock goes a bit deep into turn at number 8, and in return it's Azz Tech Racing Black up the inside there as they move up for P4 in the MVH cars, and what an easy mistake to make for Crest Autosport. And in return, Azz Tech Racing Black wasting no time in capitalising under the helm of Jay Pitt as they make their way through turns 11 and 20. You've seen that dirty air, their stock just being absolutely upset on the front end of his machine as he made his way through the double right of 11-12, a corner sequence where normally you can go flat out through there with comfort, but not so when you've got the dirty air and the disturbance of the car in front. As he makes his way up towards turn at number 1, start now down to P5 at Crest Autosport. Meanwhile, Azz Tech Racing Black for Pitt up to P4 in the LMDH cars. As meanwhile, we then look to Azz Tech Racing in the LMP2 class here, and Azz Tech Racing Matthew Jolly pushing on as he makes his way down through turn at number 2. As he comes out of 2 and in towards 3 and 4. Right now, the number 96 driver doing everything right here to keep the car on the tarmac and make sure not to make any errors as he gets up towards the right hand of turn at number 5. But as he does so, I mean, we do look back here to the LMP3 class, but we have had a bit of an off track for Michael Paul. That gap has now doubled practically. In fact, 2.5 times almost to 4.7 seconds. And the Indian Motorsport driver falling away to a degree this early on. But what exactly led to that? Well, we do have a replay coming up, and here's the explanation. Making his way up towards what is that, I do believe that is turn number 11, carries a bit too much speed, quite early apex there, and it causes the car to run wide. And at that point, when you have got a bit of dirt on the tyres, you do need to be a bit more sensitive with the brakes in the next couple of corners, and also how you aggressively apply the tyres, just because there's not as much grip available. And therefore Michael Paul making a simple error, but it's a costly one, and that gap between himself and the leaders of CSA Endurance, well, that gap now really starting to open up at a canter. But meanwhile, we look to the GT3 Grand Prix of Tilleston here in the class of 1 for FR20 Sim Racing Yellow onto lap number 5, and as he makes his way in towards turn number 5 right now, just keeping the car composed, and no, he doesn't need to do anything adventurous here. Just make sure to bring the car home. He'll be getting some major points on the board, particularly with the absence of Kimi to E Motorsport today, and they're going to be losing some key points in the championship as Thurston makes his way down into turn at number 6. But as he does so, already the LMDH is coming up behind to consider starting at 2 at lap, the GT3 class driver, and there'll be the LMP3 to our further 18 seconds up the road. All the LMDH will close them rather rapidly, as see here, Clemens catching up to the rear of the FR20 Sim Racing yellow car at the wrong time, and that's not a nice place to do so, going on for a sweeping apex at turn number 8. Thanks for the dirty air, and taking an outside line where the marbles are, and on top of that is where you lose a lot of apex speed. Dominic Ford there in the Dream Team Motorsport car, almost going a bit too wide as well, coming on for turn number 10, but this shows you how hard the American is pushing right now as he makes his way down towards turn number 13, and as they come through left-hander, well, definitely iRacing Esports have been unsettled by this turn of events as we jump on board here with the number 5 car as it chases after the leader. As they head on to another lap, going on to lap number 7, Well, right now, Dream Team Motorsport doing everything right. Meanwhile, iRacing Esports go deep again. Well, I think it's only a matter of time before we see an adventurous move from Dream Team Motorsport. When I say adventurous here, they want to take an opportunity, and we're looking for that run in towards turn number 4. This is where you can potentially get a good move set up. If you come out of 5 with a lot of speed down plus the toe, then it's the run down towards the head from the turn number 6. We see 4 there turning a bit early to offset the dirt here. iRacing Esports, however, getting a good mid-apex. You notice the difference in body language of the cars when the dirty air started to overtake the front end of the downforce as Dream Team Motorsport's Cadillac was able to provide. There's a lock up there for iRacing Esports, and as so, Dream Team Motorsport got on the inside. It's side by side on corner exit, but Dream Team Motorsport get it done. A great move there and putting the pressure on, and Dominic Ford takes the lead of the LMDH class for his team as they make their way through turn number 8 and in towards 9. As they head in towards the double right now, iRacing Esports, we're looking to come back as soon as possible, but what a classic move there, and that was craftsmanship at its finest as they make their way on towards what is their turns 11 and 12, and coming on through right now. It's definitely heating up in the region of Cadiz in Spain, and we can tell you one thing, Dream Team Motorsport right now are hot on the charge here, albeit iRacing Esports now back hot on their heels as they make their way out through the turn 13 hairpin and on to another lap. We'll very shortly get you a replay of how that move was made. In fact, we do have the replay, and here it is. As they made their way down to the braking zone, you'll notice that Clibbins here locking up the front right brake, and Ford seeing the opportunity there and not wasting any time. Clibbins having to open the steering a little bit with the Cadillac on the inside, but still a smooth move, and well, you can't take anything away from the number 5 as he makes his way onwards towards the next lap. As they make their way on towards turn number 9. We're looking at your live pictures once again, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes into this race, 2 hours and 35 minutes. You can see in the timing tower at the top center of your screen as they make their way onwards towards what is their turn number 6. Right now, Ford doing everything right, trying to break away from Clibbins here. And now the question is, will iRacing Esports react to this by pushing hard, or will they decide instead to just sit behind and try and manage this race? Now, running the dirty is not ideal. We talked about this multiple times. It will sound like a broken record. But at the same time, if you feel comfortable running this close and you keep the pressure on, then you can start to do things such as a fuel saving, whereby you can look at just using a little bit less fuel and saving some time in the pits. Also look at some potential tyre saving, extend the stint. By comparison, we haven't only seen the LMDHs make the most pit stops of all the classes, given the fact they do get through their fuel tanks, they're very thirsty cars, but as they make their way up towards turn number 13, where it's going to be Dream Team Motorsport up the inside there, as Speed9 Esports be the third place LMP3, and iRacing Esports do the same as they clear the corner. Everyone negotiates it safely as they head up towards turn number 1. As they charge their way out towards another lap. Well, right now, it's the closest battle on the circuit, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stay with for the time being. But it's interesting to see how Dream Team Motorsport, after getting ahead, aren't really able to break away. Defending hard here is Ford as they come through too. Clibbins with a little bit of wobble there on the rear end, a little bit of power oversteer. And that's what happens when you go down to these really low speeds. We're talking first, second and third gear. The LMDH machines have got so much power to apply for the rear axle, and as they make the way on through, it does mean these cars become very hyper aggressive. They become very twitchy. Remember, they don't really have too much downforce compared to the MP2s or the MP3s. They have a degree of downforce, as we do see the notable rear wing of the Cadillac, and there's a lock up for Dream Team Motorsport. Only moments to go. Side by side they go into turn number 7. The iRacing Esports and Nick Clibbins their backs off, I think, recognising the battling around the outside this early on. Well, that's the move you make towards the end of the race when you've got to throw your chips and let them fall where they may. Not right at the start of this race. We could see both drivers end up in a nasty instant, and now Clibbins are being a bit smart with the racecraft as they make their way through 10. Gains a bit too much speed, and then you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to cut back off the exit at 9, get a really early apex at 10 and carry the speed on through, but the dirty air off of the back of the Cadillac in front, just upsetting the nose, causing it to understeer wide, and in return as he gets onto the brakes into 13, well, I think Clibbins here will just have to wait his turn for a brief moment and inch his way closer once more. As we do get a breather from this battle, fantastic battling between the two of them. Meanwhile, we are hearing there's been an instant for Speed9 Esports B's and Mark Baker, and I believe that is in the run out of turn number 10 in towards 11, where the car has gone round. As meanwhile, Nigel Stock goes quite wide there out of 11. A bit of an inventive wide line there with the Crest Autosport LMDH driver, but Baker is into the bits. This is not a scheduled stop. This will be for repair work on the car, but what exactly happened, I think we can find out. And here's the replay, ladies and gentlemen. So coming down from turn number 9 and into 10. I think it may be power oversteer that upsets the rear of the car. In fact, that's on braking. So that is over rotation on corner entry. Gets the power on down. And well, the car being settled back there. But Baker coming into the pits. They've then got a problem with the car. Well, turns. They just need a fresh pair of boots with regards to the tyres. Perhaps just a little bit of a slide there has upset the tyres and indeed taken away some tyre life. But what may have happened with Baker there is as he's broken into the corner, he's just come down the gearbox a bit too aggressively, and what it's done is lifted the rear of the car. Keep in mind, of course, these LMP3 Ligia P320 machines, I should say, have the engine behind the driver, and the engine being over the back means that every time you do a downshift, you really do feel that retardation under engine braking. But also what it does, it causes the rear of the car to really sharply lift up, where essentially the engine, the gearbox is raised under downshift, and that means that the rear of the car becomes more and more unsettled. If you do those downshifts too quickly, then it does mean the rear of the car is unsettled, plus also you end up over-rotating the rear tyres, given the fact that as you go down the gears, the revs going through the engine increase, and that all combined together makes the car less and less stable. So therefore, we believe that's what's happened to Mark Baker. It's right in the looking forward, making his way through turns 3 and 4, and the American here still holding on to the lead for Dream Team Motorsport in the LMDH class, but iRacing Sports and Nick Clevins a second behind. And then we do have NXTGEN Racing Purple's Gaz Williams P3, and Williams right now lapping a little bit faster than the leading two drivers. It's only by 3 tenths on the previous lap, but I wonder here whether Williams is trying to play the long game and trying to see whether the two leading teams wear themselves down out of this race. Again, Williams doesn't need to win this race on outright pace. He can win it on strategy. We have seen that in the Proto GT3 Championship in previous seasons. The one that always stands to mind in my mind is Road America Season 2, where he was not the fastest driver on the grid, but he was the only driver to have a race where there was not a single mistake. Everybody else was faster in terms of the top 5, but Williams was the most consistent driver, and also he took one less pit stop compared to most of the field. And when that was all put together, that's what crafted him the advantage. But meanwhile, as he makes his way through turn 11 into 12, he's going to have a little bit of showing from CSA Endurance here as he heads down past the LMP3 car into turn number 13. And as he does so, Williams clears the backmarker machine up right now. Backmarker in terms of relative pace, albeit is going to be the lead of the LMP3 class behind, as we look at the CSA Endurance car making its way onto what is grid lap number 11. And right now leading in the LMP3 class by almost 1.5 minutes, with the other two competitors both being involved in incidents. Speaking of which, there has been an incident for Indian Motorsports and Michael Coy in particular, and this is what's happened. Going on through what we believe there is turn number 7 and 8, goes deep at turn number 8, and the car goes straight on into the tyre barrier, and the rear engine cowling goes, and well, for the Indian Motorsport team, that is a difficult one, and that may just be their race in tears. And I believe we have had confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, they have had to retire the car with that smash to the tyre barrier. So for Indian Motorsport, that race is all said and done. That will be our first retirement on circuit after our 10 starters. We are now down to 9. And well, we are only at 16 minutes into this race, still plenty of time to go. It's a long one ahead, and it's going to be as much a race of attrition as it is going to be a race of pace. But as we look back to your live pictures now, we look to the LMP2 leader of Matthew Jolly for Azz Tech Racing, the number 96 driver, heading on out of turn number 5 and down towards 6, and as he charges his way on down in towards the braking zone. Well, the number 96 driver here yet to make any errors as we're to understand it, and therefore just keeping it calm, keeping it collected, and knowing what needs to be done. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've got the battle once again between the LMDH leaders of Dream Team Motorsport and iRacing Esports. We can tell you over the last couple of laps, it is still NXTGEN Racing Purple who are closing little by little, albeit their gap now 5 seconds off the leaders. It's not really gaining at a major rate of knots as they make their way on around here, but it definitely looks as though the top two teams really pushing each other to the utmost. But the problem with this, as we said earlier, is if they push one another hard enough, they will disrupt one another's strategies, and they will also put themselves at risk of being leapfrogged by a team that's a bit further down the road. And well, the only team right now that's really in that position to potentially look at a leapfrog would be NXTGEN Racing Purple. As we look back to the team here, and you can see that 5 second gap materialised, or articulated we should say, with regards to on-screen real estate, in the fact it's quite a sizable gap, 5 seconds, but it's still one where Williams and NXTGEN Racing Purple are in touch with the leaders, and therefore they will gradually close up, with the leaders battle one another harder and harder as this opening stint goes on. Indeed, the race goes on in its entirety. As we see there, iRacing Esports almost losing the rear of the car coming out of turn number 10, and Clevins right now. And tell you one thing, he is absolutely fired up in that car. the way he is pushing it through the corners, particularly these medium to low speed apexes. I mean, you may remember Watkins when Clemens was leading, the car looked absolutely stable. It looked as though Clemens was not having to push the car too hard, and indeed his downfall only been brought about in the end by an incident, which was found out after Stewart's review as not his fault. And indeed, as he makes way through turn number 1 right now, very different beast behind the wheel today in terms of the driver, really right now trying to get every mile per hour of the car. And again, look at out turn number 2, really pushing hard and not letting the rear settle down. He's got to be careful of doing that because that will eat into the life of the rear tyres. I think what he's trying to do is make sure he's as close as possible to the back of the Dream Team Motorsport car, so that way they don't get a breather and they can't come down. But I wonder here whether Clemens is just pushing it too hard and whether he would do better to fall back to about 1 second to 2 seconds and just keep that gap at that margin. It will take the pressure arguably off a Dream Team Motorsport, but we know Clemens is a very strong strategic driver. But right now he's going into a bit of an unknown, at least an unknown from what we've seen in the past of that race in the LMDH cars by him. But the iRacing Esports team, I think, are egging him on right now, and as he makes his way into turn number 9, well, will this work out? That's the question. Dominic Ford right now doing everything right to hold on, but the Cadillac driver is feeling some pressure bearing down his neck as we ride on board and look back from the rear of the gearbox of the Dream Team Motorsport Cadillac. You can see that LMDH BMW BM hybrid of iRacing Esports looming closer and closer with every lap turn as they make the way out to turn at number 1. iRacing Esports there pulling off the racing line and deciding just to tuck in to what is the natural run up the hill. In normal racing line, you gradually weave your way over to the left-hand side. iRacing Esports there taking a much more pronounced approach in terms of coming on over. I wonder perhaps where they're now having to make some brake temperatures or tyre temperatures, you know, how closely they're running and how hard they're pushing that car. As again, fighting with some more on power oversteer that iRacing Esports. Meanwhile, Dream Team Motorsport right now starting to find a much more stable platform to work with here, and I think this may be the difference in this opening stint. We have definitely got a long race in our hands here, ladies and gentlemen, and a race for the win that's going to go all the way down to the wire, presuming neither team make a mistake here. There's a brief lock-up for Dream Team Motorsport, and this could be everything iRacing Esports need. They're going to look around the outside into turn number 7. It's side-by-side approach, but again, Clemens backs out on the final third here. Understandably, doesn't want to try and make too risky a move, but as they make their way on through turning number 8 and up towards 9, we ride on board the 13 for a brief moment. And again, it now finds itself right in that dirty air zone with him free tenting. You can see, turns in the car really early there for turn number 10, but the front edge just got no rotation on it. It's almost as if all the rotation has just been taken away from the car, and it's a completely different machine in its entirety. And that's the problem for Clemens right now. He can get very close, and I think he feels though he knows he can make the move. He's got the pace to do it, but the problem is when he gets that close with 3 attempts, there's just not enough downforce in the car anymore, and it's always in the second half of the lap, and that downforce is so key on the front end to enabling the corner speed. Through turn number 1 here, he's faster. Dream Team Motorsport make a mistake, but they can cover off the inside very quickly into turn number 2 because it takes away their racing line. But here iRacing Esports now on the 1 line only as they make their way through turn 3 into 4, and that's the problem right now. Dream Team Motorsport are vulnerable where iRacing Esports do not want them to be. iRacing Esports needs to find some chinks in the armour where they can make the move count. But as they make their way out of turn number 5 onto the back straight, 4 attempts is the gap. The Cadillac starts to break away. And that's the difference of the two machines. The Cadillac is the faster than the straight. The BMW a bit more hooked up in the corners, but it's another lock up there for which Dream Team Motorsport and iRacing Esports retake the lead of the LMDH class here at 22 minutes in as they make their way on through turn number 7 and 8. But this seesaw motion between the two leaders is definitely right now blowing up on our screens here, and keeping in mind NXTGEN Racing Purple are now only 4 seconds behind. Oh, I wonder now whether iRacing Esports may be able to make the breakaway that they've been craving for some time, or whether they will now find themselves the victim of pressure, much like Dream Team Motorsport have been only moments ago. It'll be interesting to see how now, as the saying goes, the shoe is on the other foot, but the question is, will the other foot walk in line, or will it be the same stumbling blocks of old as they make their way up towards turn at number 1? Well, as they charge their way up towards the timeline, going on towards them, it's lap number 17. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the battles have calmed down, and that's why we're focusing so intently on this battle, ladies and gentlemen. What we can tell you is in the LMP3 cars, the CSA Endurance right now have lapped the sole remaining rival of Speed9 Esports B, 7 vessels behind the helm of the Legia P320 LMP3 machine, ahead of Mark Baker, and when the whole lap ahead already, with Baker having that nasty instant coming out of turn number 10. Well, right now, I think CSA Endurance will feel as though this is a race where they just need to manage it. They don't need to do anything crazy, and indeed, they've got just over 2 hours remaining here, so plenty of time for them to potentially get it wrong, as we do see a lock-up there for vessels, the first minor mistake we've seen all day from the CSA Endurance team. As he makes his way up towards turn at number 1, those lock-ups can become ever more threatening as the race goes on, particularly if it starts to flat spot a tyre. But meanwhile, we are here. There's been an instant for Nigel start the Crest Autosport LMDH team. Found themselves trying to chase down what was the Azz Tech Racing black car, piloted by Jake Pitt, but this mistake has cost them dear. And what exactly happened? Here's a replay. It's going on through what looks to be there, I believe, turn 11 into 12. Gets hooked up through turns 11, 12, onto the brakes into 13. And there, a nasty lock-up under braking. And, well, that is a lock-up we have seen a number of times since the debut of the LMDH machines in Season 2. And we'll to explain what happened there tonight, just as we return to your live pictures. Under braking, there was a lock-up on both the front and the rear braking axles. And then the rear brakes normally release once they've locked up much earlier than the front brakes. And when they do, if there's even the smallest bit of steering input, alternatively, the rear of the car is slightly unsettled. The rear of the car will just suddenly let go, and it kicks the car on around. But meanwhile, we look back to lead the LMDH cars. This is Clemens versus Willis Ford as they make the way through there. I believe that's turn number 5, and down the back straight they go, and Clemens right now trying to break away as much as possible before coming back. It really is a back and forth between the two teams here, and I can tell you what, for you, whoever is the leader, they just cannot break away from the other as they make the way up towards turns 7 and 8. But Clemens now will be able to dish out the dirty air here to the Dream Team Motorsport machine, and it'll be interesting to see how Ford is able to cope, because we saw Clemens really having to battle with the car and the elements when in the dirty air in second place. But meanwhile, Ford, by comparison, the Dream Team Motorsport Cadillac looks absolutely planted as they make their way past the GT3 leader of FR20 Sim Racing, piloted by Craig Tillotson. Ford down a slightly compromised line on turn into turn number 11. Tillotson can't make himself disappear, to be fair. All we can do is hug a tight apex as they make their way into 13. That's not really cost Ford too much, but you can see that gap has opened up by about 2/10. We just had to lift out slightly as they make their way across the start-finish line and up towards turn number 1 this time around. Again, the Cadillac showing its fangs, able to bite into lead and use its straight line speed and advantage in terms of acceleration and top end as they make their way into turn number 2. But as he goes through, it's a mistake there for Ford, under braking into the turn 2 hairpin, and the Dream Team Motorsport Cadillac goes around, and Gaz Williams, oh goodness, I was about to say Williams takes P2, but then loses the rear of the car coming up through turn number 3. You can't make this up, ladies and gentlemen, as now Williams, after gaining a position I think he was very eager to take, now loses it again, and all the momentum made now puts him at 13 seconds behind the class leader of iRacing Esports. And well, Dream Team Motorsport are trying to get the dirt off the tyres. They've run wide at turn number 5 with the fact they've also overheated the tyres with that spin. Its mistakes are plenty here for the chasers in the LMDH class, and what a surprise turn it is now, as Clemens has been given an 8-second lead to try and play with now as they make the way towards the end of this first half an hour. And well, I think Dream Team Motorsport will be thinking about whether they need to bring that car in order to get a new set of tyres on it. Have they taken the life out of the tyres rather than give themselves the opportunity to get to the end of the originally timed first stint? And the same for NXTGEN Racing at Team Purple here. Will they now be thinking about what do they need to do in order to make these tyres work, or will they just feel as though it's business as usual, it was a minor slide and nothing too much to worry about? Well, I can tell you, neither team making their way into the pits, and the pit crews are not out to look out my Conti booth window, so I think they are going to try and press on here, given the fact they are quite close to the end of their first stints. We have typically seen so far this season the LMDH machines going about 30 to 40 minutes in. Will they have to come in for their first pit stop? So therefore it is right now very close to that pit window, with the fact we are 27.5 minutes in, and therefore only 2.5 minutes away from the LMDH pit window opening, and they're all going to try and get their cars to the end of that, to the start of that window, we should say. Meanwhile, to look back to Azz Tech Racing Black's Jake Pit. the number 7 driver here, P4 in the LMDH class, just keeping it calm, keeping it consistent, and right now trying to chase after the best of the rest spot outside of the podium, as Crest Autosport LMDH are a bit further behind, 15 seconds behind, and Pitt's still opening up a gap here, not having to worry too much about being caught. If anything, I think he'll be buoyant by the fact, or he will be given a bit more of a motivation from hearing that the two of the top 3 have had mistakes, and right now Pitt not making any mistakes here, and you never know what could happen come the end of the race. Consider if we do see a further mistake from one of the top 3, which could see them have to come into the pits and take repair work. As Pitt makes his way through turn 7 and turn 8, well, as we do have a bit of a quiet moment in the race now, and we do look to what is on circuit. I do believe Craig Tillotson here in the GT3, the sole GT3, leading the class for FR20 Sim Racing. You know, goes a bit deep there coming through turn number 8, albeit not quite obvious on camera, but it looks like the car, they're just stepping a bit further wide from apex rather than he would like to have done. We talked a little bit earlier when we introduced the Circuito de Jerez about the fact that Formula 1 does not come to this circuit anymore. Now, you may remember, particularly if you were born in the 80s or earlier than that, with regards to the fact that Formula 1 did race here for a couple of Grand Prix, and perhaps one of the most infamous Grand Prix, I do believe, being in 1997, which was the championship decider between Michael Schumacher and Jacques Villeneuve, which we did see the two rivals come together, albeit it went in the favour of Jacques Villeneuve that day. But suspend the call for a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we have got Pitt into the pit lane to take the first LMDH scheduled pit stop. Is up on the Jacks, the Azz Tech Racing black machine, and they'll feel as though this is the right time to pit in order to get themselves back out ahead of Crest Autosport LMDH, and they'll be all set and ready to go. But then coming up back to our little bit of trivia with regards to this circuit. Now, the original reason why Formula 1 was taken away from the Circuito de Jerez was due to an incident that did occur during the podium celebrations of the 1997 race, whereby during the podium celebrations, the trophies were meant to be presented to the drivers by a series of officials, including a dignitary from Daimler-Benz. However, the mayor of Jerez, the mayor Pedro Pacheco, decided to present the trophies himself rather than let the Mercedes dignitary do so, and therefore, because of this infraction, it led to the FIA body deciding to temporarily ban the Jerez circuit from hosting a Formula 1 race. Albeit that was a temporary ban, it's not a lifetime ban, but in more recent years, Formula 1 has moved away from this circuit in terms of hosting Grand Prix. It has been used, or was previously used, for winter testing all the way up to the end of 2015, but nowadays the Circuito de Jerez does not roll with the sound of Formula 1s anymore, but it does continue to roll with the sound of a number of motorcycling series, including the World Superbike Championship and also what is MotoGP. And well, we have previously seen this circuit roll with the score of Formula 2 as well as World Sports Car Championship back in 86 through to 88, but it has become more focused around motorcycling, and to be fair, its MotoGP lap needs no introduction in that regard. That 90 gives us a little bit of a tail onto was the growing battle for P2 here in the LMDH class. So they've come back together, and well, we can see here as Williams makes his way around. It has been an overtake, in fact, by Gaz Williams on Dominic Ford. So it does also NXTGEN Racing Purple found their way back ahead at Dream Team Motorsport. But what exactly has warranted that is the big question. Well, we will try and find out very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, as the two teams make their way on around there. We haven't quite got the full story thus far as to what has caused this to occur, but as they make their way on towards turn number 13, we're not going to jump away immediately for the simple reason as they head in towards the left-hander. Well, right now, NXTGEN Racing Club under major pressure. We do see a little slide there from Dream 2 Motorsports Cadillac. I think Ford just pushing slightly beyond the grip line. I wonder if those rear tyres now are starting to feel the wear of the excesses of earlier for the American as he makes his way up towards turn number 2, albeit all over the back of his rival. As we do jump on board here with Ford, you can just see how close he's following as they come down through 3 and into 4. And that turn 3 apex curve being a very tricky curve to master, in the fact it's quite raised as you get more and more away from the track side, and that can unsettle the car with the rear tyres being loaded up, the rear right tyre being loaded up ever more as they make their way out of turn number 5 and down towards 6 on the back straight here. 3 tenths is the gap. Ford will close up in the toe. We'll be on to the brakes here. You can see both cars right now nailing their respective braking zones, getting very close, but that's the concertina effect here between the two drivers and teams as they make their way through turns 7 and 8, and again Ford, very different lines, much more aggressive lines into turn 7 and 8 apexes. I think they're trying to offset the dirty air and carry all the speed as usual, but turns 9 and 10. This is where we see the difference of Ford really opening up the entry into turn number 9. A lovely amount of rotation there. Ford has got this nailed in terms of running in the dirty air. I think right now that's why we saw how stable he was earlier on when Clemens have found his way on through. And going through turns 11 and 12, well, the Dream Team Motorsport team have really got set up as a dream here for chasing down the NXTGEN cars as they come through turn number 13. A little bit of power oversteer there on corner exit, but nothing sensational like the likes of iRacing Esports. And this is very telling as Crest Autosport LMDH coming into the pit lane from P4 in the class, and well, they'll release the place back to Azz Tech Racing Black. As the driver made the way now up towards turn number 2 on the inside there of CSA Endurance. It's going to be Dream Team Motorsport squeezing their way in as quickly as they possibly can, or leaving the LMP3 team behind them as they make the way through turn number 4 up towards 5. No change at this time, and it does look as though NXTGEN Racing Purple feeling confident with regards to the position. And this is the thing for Williams. Now that he's got ahead, as you can see there, Dream Team Motorsport running a bit wide, and I think this is the body language situation where we're seeing. I think the Cadillac is now starting to run out of its desired tyre life, and it may be a pit stop coming up soon for them. Meanwhile, Williams here just keeping that car absolutely planted to the tarmac. But how was the move made in the first place? Here's the replay. Let's find out. Well, it looks like there was a huge lockup of some description for what was Dream Team Ford, Dream Team we should say, Dream Team Motorsport, and indeed Ford behind the wheel of the car. But as they came down through turn number 3, the mistake was already made in effect, and well, with that, it was quite a simple move as they came down to the braking zone for turn number 6. Well, Williams there just keeping it nicely hooked up. Ford locking up on that front right brake temporarily, so it does look like there might be a braking issue, but as Williams goes deep there at turn 13, it's a further lockup as we return to live pictures. It's going to be a drag race up towards turn number 1. You can see how Ford right now trying to close off Williams into turn 1. Williams backs off there for the braking zone for Expo 92, and as they come through the right-hander, will Dream Team Motorsport return to P2. But all this battling, this squabbling, and the mistakes that both teams are making means that right now iRacing Esports are opening up the lead to 15.5 seconds as we clear the first half an hour of racing. In fact, we clear what will be the run into 2 hours remaining, and it does look as though iRacing Esports right now under the helm with Nick Clemens really think as though this race is going to be comfortable for them all the way through. Again, it's very early stages. Let's not write this over until it is over. But right now, iRacing Esports with no further mistakes, they could just be gradually running away with this race. As meanwhile, Dream Team Motorsport go a bit deep there, and again, those front brakes really looking vulnerable. That front right brake just not wanting to operate the way the American Ford wants it to. As they come through turn number 8, it's another mistake there from Ford. It's a snap as he turns into the corner. I think trying to get the car to calm down, and in return makes it onto the gravel, and it is a tow to the pits of Dream Team Motorsport as now NXTGEN Racing Purple carry on in P2, and I think that may be it for Dream Team Motorsport. We are hearing that the car is being put into the garage already, which is very unfortunate, and now it is going to be only 4 cars remaining in the LMDH class. Given how close the battling was, well, it is a shame, but still, if they've got to retire the car, so be it. That's the way it goes in motorsport. And as they make the way up towards another lap, right now NXTGEN Racing Purple takes second place with a lap's advantage over Azz Tech Racing Black, but now they've got to try and find a way to chisel down a 17-second gap to iRacing Esports. Here is your overall and LMDH class leader, piloted by Nick Clemens. He makes his way down towards turn number 6, and the number 13 driver right now feeling as though everything's going his way, albeit he's got to be wary of overtaking traffic. As we can see here, the LMP2 of Azz Tech Racing just in front, the sole LMP2 and class leader, and as they make the way through turn 7 and into 8 right now, Clemens just picking the right time to make his way around the outside and not daring to do anything which could put him at risk here, given the fact we saw what happened at Watkins Glen, and he won't want a repeat of that, particularly as we get closer and closer towards the checker flag. As he makes his way up towards turns 11 and 12 here, coming on through the right-hander. Keep in mind, of course, that these machines that you're seeing on circuit today, not all of them, particularly in the LMDH class we're referring to, not all of them currently race in the World Endurance Championship. The Cadillac is racing. It made its debut as of this year, and we got to see it, of course, at the 24 Hour of Le Mans Centenary, and it absolutely did brilliantly with all 3 cars making it home, one of which on the podium. But we will be seeing BMW's entry next year in the World Endurance Championship, and indeed at Le Mans, and it will be the BMW M-V8 Hybrid, and well, that will be mixing up the field along with the other manufacturers, including of course Toyota with their regular offering. We also will most likely have Glickenhaus once again on the grid. And I do believe we've got a Lamborghini entry that was recently unveiled that will be coming. And, well, it's going to be a packed grid at Le Mans. And therefore, it is going to be World Endurance Championship to remember for what is the 101st Le Mans running, of course. But right now, as we come back to what we're seeing on our screens here today, Clemens right now really keeping it smart and cool with the LMDH machine. And we'll have to really manage these brakes on this car. And that's one of the biggest things that I've spoken to the driver time and time again with regards to what does it take to drive the LMDH well, and it's all about the brake management. Remember, there's no anti-lock braking systems or ABS in these cars. When you do the braking, you need to manage that braking well. You need to avoid locking up the brakes, but at the same time, you've got to brake smartly in order to get the car stopped for the corner and under rotation. And you've also got to brake it away, which enables you to recharge as much battery as possible. So you're essentially working at 3 different aspects of the car. You want to avoid the lockup, you need to get stopped for a corner, and you need to recharge the battery. And it really does become one of the biggest challenges behind the helm of the machine. But as Clemens gets it right and goes on to another lap, meanwhile into the pit lane comes our LMP2 leader, and that is Azz Tech Racing's Matthew Jolly, who brings it on down pit lane. And well, in a similar fashion, no ABS or traction control for, well, in fact they do have traction control, and let me apologise there, for the LMP2 class it is solely no ABS, but there is traction control available as they go up onto Jack's there in the number 96. Looking that might be a change of tyres and some fuel going into the car, plus also a driver change as James Smansky takes over the vehicle and gets ready to go racing. The second member of the brilliant driver pairing that has seen them take 2 wins out of 2 so far, and when they bring the car home, it is going to be 3 wins out of 3 today. But meanwhile, looking to the LMP3 class here, Stefan Vessels, CSA Endurance, the South African driver right now, making his way onto what will be lap number 26, and will already a lap clear of the rest of the field. With the retirement of Near Motorsports, Michael Paul, it is now Speed 9 Esports B as piloted by Mark Baker, which is the sole rival to the number 27 car. As the CSA Endurance machine comes down through turn number 2 and into 3. All right, now Vessels just keeping the car smart, rolling it down through the double left to turns 3 and 4. And the thing about this LMP3 car is, in terms of its accessibility, with it being arguably the junior prototype machine, it's a good place to start when racing prototypes. Indeed, LMP3 class machines are becoming ever more popular as motorsport becomes ever more popular with regards to not just drivers who come through grassroots motorsports, but also drivers looking to essentially buy their way into motorsport, albeit some would frown upon it, but still, money's got to circulate in motorsport somehow. And the LMP3 possessing a basic traction control system, and when I say basic in terms of the fact it won't do too much overriding work, once you do get the throttle down, you'll do a little bit of work to try and settle the car, but really it does come down to you as a driver to put your throttle down at the right time. And there's no ABS on this LMP3 machine, and therefore it does mean it's very easy to lock up the brakes, and you've got to be smart and safe with the brakes. But as we do see Vessels making his way into turns 11 and 12, the LMP3 machine, a very popular machine on iRacing since its introduction, and being partnered up not just in its own series, but also with GT4 class machines, which it does regularly run alongside against in real world motorsport, particularly in the series. But as he makes his way out of turn number 13 and up towards turn number 1, and the South African here doing everything right so far in order to keep things clear for the South African team as he makes his way up through the right-hander at turn 1 and in towards 2, and just keeping these laps together, and sets a new personal best and fastest LMP3 lap of the race, a 33.02 to the 10th, and Vessels right now really in the zone. And when he's in the zone, there is no stopping this man, it must be said. He absolutely goes a broke. And as he makes his way on around, meanwhile we do look to the other LMP3 still in the race, and that's Speed 9 Esports B, Mark Baker, as we do see the wonderful green machine in the Bentley Speed Esports colours making his way on through, we should say the Bentley Speed Sports machine, the real world machine being replicated here, albeit a bit of a different machine, racing, endurance racing in the past, but running similar colours, albeit as he makes his way on through at turn number 5 there, tucked to mind the GT rear Tillestone, who loses the rear of the car, and well, I think that may be a knock to the barrier there. I think just being caught up by the LMP3 being close behind and lifting off the throttle slightly, that may have been some lift off oversteer, and indeed that is suspension damage. You can see the car doing what we refer to as crabbing in the industry, whereby he's pointing the steering wheel straight and finding the car is not wanting to go straight, and right now Tillestone were nasty knock to the wall. We'll have to try and get that car to the pit lane. But as we do take a look to the replay at what exactly happened, and he's gone round again there. As we ride on board, you can see steering on, and as he's come through the corner, the rear of the car just letting go there, not quite able to release the steering not the way he wanted to, and then lastly knocks the water, and then driving on there, you can see having to hold the steering wheel at practically about 45 degrees in order to get it to drive in a straight line. But as we return to live pictures now, further instant, which has seen him lose the front bumper of that Ferrari, and he'll be looking to get it into the pits as soon as possible as he comes on around turn number 11 and 12, and that car's going to be very difficult to drive at the best of times. But as he rolls on through the pit lane entry just there, he's going to need to brake for him. This will be a very difficult task to get the car to stop correctly as he comes on the anchors, but I think Tillotson will get it done. Does miss the pit entry, however, he does manage to avoid going back onto the circuit, so he will make it into the pit lane, but that could have been even further chaos to a really chaotic lap. But Tillotson finally gets into the pit, and he just needs to bring the car home here for the winner's points. But meanwhile, we do look from the GT3 class back up to the LMDH leader, and this is Nick Clevins, who right now is being caught up by Gaz Williams, albeit we do believe there may be a little bit of traffic involved in seeing those lap times fluctuate. So we will have to wait and see how it happens on average, but the lead gap has come down to 17.5 seconds as Clevins goes a bit deep there into turn number 6 as he comes on through the double left here at turn 7 lane. We say hello in the YouTube chat there to Elwin Elbit80 Sykes. It says, hey boys and girls, big up to those that made it tonight. Good luck and may it last the full stint. We're glad to have you tuned in, Elwin, and I hope you're doing well. And right now, definitely everybody out on the grid and in the field tonight, really giving it their all. And it's good to see that whilst we have diminished numbers, the quality of the race has been absolutely high. We've seen that battle for what was originally the lead of the MDH class and then P2 of the MDH class, which has come to a bit of a standstill for the time being. But I think we may have a bit of a battle crying later on if Williams is able to enact the pace we think he's bringing strategically versus the race that Clemens is bringing on outright pace. Indeed, a bit of a difference there. Well, Clemens is absolutely going all in. Meanwhile, Gaz Williams is continuing to bring that gap down. It was 18 seconds when we originally checked it, but now it has come down to 17 or just under 17 seconds. And we'll last that from Clemens at 26.21 for iRacing Esports. Mel Williams in the NXTGEN Racing Purple machine at 25.892. So that's 4 attempts gained effectively. And right now it does look as though the number 90 car is beginning to mount a comeback. It's a comeback, we should say. It's a long way to go to make the comeback. But to be fair, with a race as long as this, that's when you've got the time available to make that attack count. As he comes on through what is there, turn number 5 coming through the right-hander. Well, right now the NXTGEN Racing Purple driver doing everything smart in order to push on as he charges on down towards turn number 6. And we are hearing from the paddock, ladies and gentlemen, that with regards to the retirement of the Dream Team Motorsport machine, they've got a broken brake pedal on the car, so therefore they're not able to get the car to stop anymore. And I think that may explain why we did see so many lockups in the car on that opening stint, just where it all went wrong with Dream Team Motorsport. So that's the story there from the pit lane, and very unfortunate given the battle we were seeing grow. And we hope to have that repaired, or we hope they are able to get that repaired for 2 weeks' time in round number 4, because we'd love to see another battle like that in the early stages, not the entirety of the race at the Circuit Charles Villeneuve on what is August the 16th, but still, as Williams makes his way down into turn number 13, again that gap now down to just under 16 seconds, and Clevins that time around at 26.47. Meanwhile, for Williams here as he crosses the timeline, it is going to be what is, I do believe, a 25.41. That's the whole second strip down, so it definitely looks as though Williams now on the charge. And this could be a sign of a pit stop upcoming for the number 90, but either way, I think Clemens having to battle so hard early on and run that dirty air for so long is definitely cost them a lot of time. As meanwhile, there's been a bit of a mistake at turn number 6 for the LMP2 machine of Azz Tech Racing. James Vasquez gal behind the helm of the car. What exactly has gone wrong there is the question for the number 96. We will try and get a replay of that when we can. They've definitely gone round to the hairpin, and here is the replay to explain the story. Coming down towards the braking zone for the hairpin. Onto the brakes they went, and coming in very rapidly indeed there. I think the downshifts and also the amount of speed they tried to carry under braking led to the car over rotating on the rear, but thankfully nothing more than that. It will be some slightly overheated rear tyres, but still it will be for James Gal one to learn from, and he'll learn from it very rapidly. As meanwhile, we are hearing that Williams has had a brief off track, and that was at turn number 9 into 10. and clearance is into the pit lane, so Williams pushing a bit too hard there. He'll be due into the pit soon. That's caused the gap to reopen to 18.2 seconds, and Williams into the pits. He just safely brings it on in, no mistakes, no drama as he comes on into the pit entry line and on to the limiter. As he heads on down, meanwhile as he's making his way down pit lane, we can see Clemens already up on the jacks and getting ready to go very shortly. And we're pit stop time here of what we're expecting of being anywhere in the region of up to around 50 to 55 seconds. Well, as Williams now gets himself parked up, he'll see his target in front of him, but he'll know that target's going to go a very long way away before he can come off the jacks and go racing it once again. And therefore it's all about the long term here, as meanwhile in the LMP3 class, yet to see a pit stop from our race leader of CSA Endurance, piloted by Stefan Vessels. And I think right now the number 27 driver just focusing on doing everything right and not getting anything wrong here as he comes on through at turn number 8. And in towards line 10 he goes very shortly. And with an advantage of effectively 1.5 laps over the Speed 9 Esports B machine piloted by Mark Baker. Well, right now CSA Endurance can turn things down if they so desire, but on this lap they set a personal best sector 1. In fact, it is the fastest sector 1 of LMP3 to date, and it goes to show how the fact they're just not giving an inch here. They want to go all in on this one and make sure they bring it home, and bring it home by considerable margin. As Vessels makes his way through turn number 13, going past the pit lane once again. Meanwhile, our LMDH leaders are out the pit lane and going once more. Will be NXTGEN Racing Purple taking a bit longer in the pit lane. In fact, gap now between the LMDH leaders has opened up to 19.5 seconds. So a sizable gap that continues to grow. As meanwhile, a new fastest lap for CSA Endurance in the LMP3 class, a 32.844. Right now, they must be going towards the end of this opening stint. But whatever they've been able to do in terms of preserving the times, it's showing them the fact they are not wearing out anytime soon. I think the fuel tank is going to go before the tyres go. I wonder if they make it to the double stint in the tyres, even though they don't technically need to. They could if they wanted to, given the fact the way they're driving this car right now. Albeit that is a bit of a presumption, I must say, as they make his way down towards turn at number 6. Meanwhile, we look to Nigel Stomp, the Crest Autosport LMDH here, which is tucked in close behind the Azz Tech Racing LMP2. Albeit it's going to be a swap for overall position here. The stop goes up the inside, and that being into turn number 8. And meanwhile, James Mansell's Gal just tucks in behind there, knowing they're not racing for what is class position. It is overall position. But at the end of the day, we would expect on paper the LMDH to be able to naturally break away from the LMP2. As whilst the LMP2 does have a bit more downforce in the corners, the LMDH is a much faster accelerating car, and also it can carry its speed quite aggressively through the medium to high speed sweepers here at Jerez. Got a lock up there for the car of Nigel Stock, the number 30 there, just making the apex of what is turn number 13, and then out towards turn number 1 once again. You can see they're just behind the P2 LMDH of NXTGEN Racing Purple, going past the Azz Tech Racing LMP2, making a lap on it. As they come towards the end of the first 50 minutes of this race, we have got a long way still to go, however, ladies and gentlemen, and we can tell you in terms of the relative lap times at the moment, it would seem that it's going to be Clemens versus Williams in terms of those lap times being quite equal. In the fact that last lap it was NXTGEN Racing Purple that gained a 10th, if that, over the course of the lap. So I think right now the RAC Esports team will try and change their approach for this second stint of the race, because they know now they're racing on strategy. They're not racing on what is pace on circuit, if you will, and they'll look to try and nail their pace to match NXTGEN Racing Purple, or at least set the bar high enough that they just start to creep away by a 10th or 2 a lap, whilst also protecting the car. And this naturally comes back to the conversation we had at the start of the race, particularly with regards to the LMP3 class and CSA Endurance versus Ignium Motorsport, where we could have expected CSA Endurance, until Ignium Motorsport's unfortunate retirement, just starting to creep away in terms of just getting that 10th or 2, but making sure Ignium Motorsport have to really jump to try and catch the pace of the CSA Endurance machine. And if they do, then they can unleash a little bit more of the pace. And I think that's what Clemens needs to try and go for here. He needs to take a much more strategic approach on this stint, which is just to keep the laps coming in one after another. That was a 25.61. Meanwhile for Williams, that last lap was, we do believe, a 25.876, and this is exactly the zone he wants to be in. If he can beat 1 or 2 tenths ahead each lap, therefore he's not having to push the car as hard, and he forces his rival of NXTGEN Racing Purple to be the ones who have to push their car harder, take some life out of the fuel tank, and also use the tyres a little bit more, and in return it just naturally means that RAC Esports have more options with regards to when they choose to pit, and they can just simply react. If NXTGEN Racing Purple come in a lap before their plans come in, they can go, right, well, we'll just come in the lap after albeit of course iRacing Sports will be the ones who determine if they're going to come in on the same lap, they'll be the first ones to come into the pits. But the point being here that iRacing Sports, if they can turn things down by 5 to 10%, then they'll give themselves much more variety in terms of the strategies they can deploy as this race heads on. And it also does mean that they can potentially prepare themselves for any unexpected scenarios, such as if they are involved in an incident. Making the way through turn number 13 and onward towards the next lap. We then do look back to the car of James Mansell, the LMP2, the sole LMP2 here today for Azz Tech Racing, and we'll make its way on around turn number 10 and up towards 11 here. And right now, not making too many errors. We did see that one spin at turn at number 6, with Mansell just coming a little bit too much speed and trying to get the car to stop in at the wrong time. And as he heads down into turn number 13 right now, won't be wanting to make that mistake again. But these LMP2 machines having raced multiple years in the world of real motorsport and still ever popular on the iRacing simulator platform. And well, whilst it's only the Dallara P217 that's available on iRacing, a very popular machine, whether it be customer teams or alternatively more manufacturer-based teams. And as he heads on through with turn number 2 and into 3, right now Mansell's doing everything right in order to keep the car comfortably on the tarmac, just carrying the speed from corner to corner and showing just how capable he is, and indeed taking over from Matthew Jolly and the two teammates there, great friends off the circuit. And indeed the ethic in the Azz Tech Racing garage is that they're constantly working together, looking to push one another as much as they possibly can. And well, that's what you want to hear with regards to a team, when they are all behind one another and really going for the common goal of going for gold in any race they attend, and will work very comfortable machine as well. As Mansell makes his way in towards turn at number 8, coming on through the left hand here. We then do look to the Speedline Esports machine being piloted by Mark Baker today. We've normally seen Mike Reeder behind the helm of the number 53 machine. He's not available at the moment, so therefore Mark Baker has taken over the car, and I believe they'll be sharing it for the remainder of the season from round 4 onwards. And Baker really getting to grid with the LMP3 machine as he makes his way through turn at number 1. He's a lap and a half down on Stefan Vessels, the CSA Endurance class leader, who has yet to make his first pit stop on strategy. Baker has come into the pits already, albeit it was not for strategy. It was due to damage picked up, and therefore decided to push on after an instant. We saw the tyres severely damaged on the rear in terms of taking a lot of tyre life out, with the tyres being overheated, as the Briton makes his way through turn at number 5. Won't be looking to make any more mistakes if he can help it for the remainder of the day. And meanwhile, behind him there you can see the GT3 class leader, Craig Tillotson for FR20 Sim Racing Yellow, the number 34 driver heading down towards turn number 6, and the Ferrari right now just feeling very hooked up after the repair work that was made to it. Indeed, won't want to be making haste towards the barrier of turn at number 5 when he exit any time soon. And number 34 car 9, if he picks up the full 50 points here today for the win, indeed it will be at 52 points for the pole position, and also the fastest lap will be in the class of 1. It will put FR20 Sim Racing right back up there in the standings, as we can see the NXTGEN Racing Purple making the way on around the outside the FR20 Sim Racing GT3, and Gaz Williams trying to chase down iRacing Esports. And last lap, Williams knocking off what was 8 attempts there versus the iRacing Esports car of Nick Clibbins. But again, this is where having such a gap available to the lead car works in its favour, because Clibbins can afford to shed a couple of seconds every couple of laps if he so desires, if he wants to turn the car down and instead of opt to save some fuel. And that's where having such an advantage really plays into it. It gives you so many options, as iRacing Esports at 25.35, meanwhile NXTGEN Racing Purple at 25.09, another 2.5 attempts chiseled out of the gap. And will we look to Clibbins here, but right now I don't think he's feeling the pressure. If anything, he's just feeling as though he can manage this race comfortably. As he makes his way out to turn at number 6 and up towards 7 here through the double left-hander that turns 7-8. Excuse me for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm just going to take a quick sip of water. Making his way up towards turn at number 9 right now. Clibbins already looking as though he'll be getting himself set for the long haul here. And given the first pit stop did come about on lap number 33, and we are on lap number 39. About 50 minutes, as in 5-0 into the race. We'd expect really for the LMDH as the next pit stop to come around the 100-minute mark. So that would put us on an hour 40, if you will. So we are potentially looking at a, well, if you're being adventurous, a 2-stop race here. Alternatively, it will be a 3-stop for the LMDH class, with the last pit stop being relatively short. It'll be a splash and dash on the fuel. Meanwhile, in the GT3 and LMP3 classes, well, Stefan Vessel's finally into the pit lane after an absolutely brilliant first stint for CSA Endurance. 57 minutes almost behind the wheel of the car, and well, as the car's been some fuel going into the machine, tyres already changed on the car, it will go for almost another hour, and that will mean that it is going to be a two-stop race for the LMP3 class if there's no contact with the barrier. But Vessel's still behind the car as he makes his way back out the pit lane, so he's going for a double stint here, and well, feeling confident in the capabilities of the car as he makes his way onwards towards turns 1 and 2, and right now goes for gold once again. As we look to the LMP2 class, meanwhile, for Azz Tech Racing, we have already seen that one pit stop on what was lap number 26 for the LMP2, and I think for the pit stops here, we could be expecting a 3-stop race for the LMP2 class, and therefore it will be 3 relatively even stops for Azz Tech Racing, albeit I wonder whether they decide to stop a little bit earlier than planned originally, given the fact they actually pitted well before the LMDHs did, and that could be a sign. Perhaps they wanted to give Spencer a little bit more time behind the car, perhaps just give an opportunity to run it and build up a little bit more pace here at Jerez. You never know. Indeed, with the fact they're in the class of 1, they've got nothing to lose by changing things up. But indeed, I think we're going to see a bit of a longer stint here from Spencer as he heads through turn 7-8 this time around towards the end of the first down. We say hello there to Catherine Meredith in the YouTube chat. It says watching from Lanzarote, and we're glad to hear you're tuning in, Catherine. I hope you and the family are all having a great time in Lanzarote, and do let Alex know that we are missing seeing the Capital eMotorsport UK driver out of the circuit. We hope he's having a good holiday as well, and we look forward to seeing him back on circuit in round number 4 to try and continue to defend his championship lead in the GT3 class. But as we do look then to Nigel Stock for Crest Autosport LMDH, the Englishman here rolling his way on through turn number 2 and into 3, and well, that engine note of the Cadillac is just nothing quite like it. Let's listen to it. Stop there for Crest Autosport LMDH, giving us a wonderful demonstration of the roar of the Cadillac, the American beast, the V8 behind the driver and with the hybrid mixed into it. And a little unknown fact for some of you perhaps with regards to the Cadillac, they are able to change the hybrid mode, but they're only permitted to do so on the car when they cross the start-finish line. When on the start-finish straight, they are allowed to change the hybrid mode for the purposes of the next lap. That's the only time they can make tweaks to it. But as we also say hello there to John Meredith, who wishes everybody good luck in the YouTube chat and says he's watching from the Canary Islands. We're glad to have you tuned in here, John. I hope you're doing well, and all the family tuning in from abroad. But as we do see Stock making his way down towards turn number 6, with an hour complete, we still do have an hour and a half to go here, or just over an hour and a half, and it does mean we have an opportunity now to take a look back through how the field has done so far and what still lies in wait. We start off with the very front of the field, and this is the overall and the LMDH leader. It's iRacing Esports, we should say, as I stumble over my words there. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. And it is Nick Clibbins behind the helm of the number 13 BMW M V8 Hybrid. And well, what a story it has been thus far for Clibbins, putting the car on pole in a sensational qualifying session, which saw him take the pole by 3.5 tenths over Dream Team Motorsport. And from there, not looking back. Well, indeed, he had to look back very early on, given the fact the charge up the hill towards turn number 1 was a side-by-side battle with Dream Team Motorsport, but defending it well, it was then a back and forth over the opening 35 minutes, falling behind to P2, getting back ahead into lead, then falling behind and getting back into lead once again. Mistakes between himself and the Dream Team Motorsport driver Dominic Ford being ever present and ever threatening, but in the end, it was a mistake which resulted in the lead coming at Clemens' way, and we were to find out after the Dream Team Motorsport car went wide at turn number 8, which Clemens has just cleared as he makes his way through turn number 9 now. It was a faulty brake pedal on the Cadillac from Dream Team Motorsport, which has seen their team and Dominic Ford had to retire, as otherwise what would the battle have been all the way through the opening hour, if not longer? That is the big question. But right now, with an advantage extended to 21 seconds, Clemens is managing this race and managing the gap to the P2 team of NXTGEN Racing Purple. Piloted by Gaz Williams, the number 90 car here, qualified third on the grid, now up to P2, and well, we're 21-second gap to try and whittle down. We have seen an interesting contrast in styles on the opening stint of this race, albeit they're on stint 2 now, and that was that Williams in the final 5 to 6 laps was stripping a second lap almost out to Clemens lap after lap, and well, that just goes to show how much Williams was protecting the car. Albeit back then, the gap was a little bit tighter, albeit an unfortunate spin for the NXTGEN Racing Purple team coming out of turn 2 into 3, saw them lose out when they were on course to really catch up and practically be, if we do the prediction correctly, side by side going into the pit lane, if not looking for the overtake, but instead now find themselves 21 to 20 seconds behind and trying to match the pace of iRacing Esports and trying to look for a way in. We believe that gap is going to come down towards the end of the stint, but the challenge with this, of course, is that right now they need to bring that gap down earlier on in the stint as well, so we've got a lot of time to go in this race. We have not got an eternity, and Williams will be very wary of that, we can assure you. But still, he holds an 18-second gap to Azz Tech Racing Black's pit, and we can see here the number 7 make its way on around, albeit took a much earlier pit stop compared to the 2 leaders. In fact, it pitted on lap number 20, whereas the leaders pitted on lap number 33, and therefore right now the number 7 at Cadillac fighting on here and really focused on finishing at P3 today on the last spot of the podium with the retirement of Dream Team Motorsport, and we see it making its way on through. Earlier on, battling with Crest Autosport LMDH for P4, breaking away, albeit in a bit of a strategic battle with the Crest Autosport team, but now they are the best part of a lap clear and therefore looking at just consolidating that final podium position. And speaking of Crest Autosport LMDH, they are the final LMDH runner here in the number 30 car, and it's an idle stop behind the helm of the wheel as he makes his way up towards turn at number 13 to come to the end of what will be for him his 43rd lap as he comes out the corner. He does have a little bit of GT3 class traffic in front, they'll very quickly clear that, and as he makes his way up towards the time, and a couple of early mistakes, of course, number 30 driver quite dear, and therefore right now I think his focus is on just keeping the car on the straight and narrow and switching to this class as of this round, and I think also just really building up his experience with the Cadillac as he makes his way down through 2 and into 3. A very challenging machine to get right, even over just 30 minutes of racing, let alone just over 2.5 hours of racing, and most of that still to play out. But that is the status of the LMDH class, with a sole retirement in Dream Team Motorsport, who had to retire from that battle for the lead due to a broken up brake pedal. And as we come onto the LMP2 class, well, currently P5 overall and class leader, the sole LMP2 as they make their way through turn at number 1. Here's James Smanskas-Gale for Azz Tech Racing. It was Matthew Jolly who started off in the car, and Smanskas-Gale has taken over the car as of the lap 26 first pit stop. And well, since then they've only had one spin, and that was a turn at number 6, unfortunate spin under braking. But still, Azz Tech Racing, they're keeping their cool and carrying on, and knowing they'll be able to make it 3 wins out of 3 today if they do bring the car home. And then come on to the LMP3 class, and here we have 3 teams competing, 2 still remaining in the race, and the leader by 1.5 laps coming on towards what is their turn number, I believe that is turn at number 4, and up towards 5 he goes. It is CSA Endurance's Stefan Vessels who leads the way in the class, and right now absolutely unstoppable, albeit there having to stop to let the iRacing Esports LMDH on through. And I think not too pleased with the way that worked out, in the fact he wanted to turn in only to find the LMDH car was right on his inside at the last possible moment. As he makes his way down towards turn number 6, was under some early pressure with the Indian Motorsport car piloted by Michael Paul, but after that first lap concluded, he was able to break away, and since then has not looked back. With the retirement of Indian Motorsport, it does look as though here at CSA Endurance, who really right now are in at the driving seat in terms of this is their race to lose. And with 1.5 laps advantage, they can play with that gap quite considerably. Albeit right now, I think Vessels is focused on the job at hand, and that is getting this car to the very end and doing so in the best way possible, which is putting his best foot forward and delivering lap after lap. And then come on to P2 in the class, and here's Mark Baker going on to lap number 41 as this is coming towards the end of what is lap number 42. So therefore that gives you an idea of the fact that really right now we could see the Speed9 Esports B car 42 laps down by the end of this race, but as it makes its way down through turns 2 and 3 and in towards 4, Baker right now had taken over the car and joined Speed9 Esports B on the circuit for this round with Mike Reed not available, and therefore it's just Mark Baker behind the helm of the car right now running in a solid P2 and just keeping the car on the clean, albeit a couple of early instants cost him dear, but since the last instant a spin on lap number 38, we're still coming to the pits for the second time, I believe, for their first scheduled stop. No further mistakes and just keeping it calm, cool and collected. We did have the run retirement of ED Motorsports Michael Paul. We believe that may be due to suspension damage after an off into the gravel, if I remember correctly, turn number 8. But right now we're only down to 2 LMP3s, and meanwhile in the GT3 class we did originally have two teams registered with NXTGEN Racing in the second team, albeit they weren't able to make it out into qualifying due to technical issues with the car and neither onto the grid for the purposes of the race. So therefore it's a sole class of FR20 Sim Racing Yellows. Craig Tiddleston here as he makes his way up to turn 1, having changed over from the LMP3 class. We couldn't have picked a better day to make the switch, albeit he'll know there's going to be some major points to be gained today, but he's got a lot of work to do in order to close down the class leaders in the championship of Chemical E Motorsport and SR Technic, particularly Chemical E Motorsport UK. He heads on through the left hand here of turn number 4 and up towards 5. Right now Tiddleston doing everything right, keeping it smooth, keeping it calm and keeping it cool as he heads on around. Had a nasty moment with the wall coming through turn number 5 on the inside. I think with a little bit of lift off, oversteer just captured out the rear of the car and causing it to flick to the right. But right now the Brits are not making any further mistakes and doing everything right at this key stage as he's on his second stint, and well, doesn't want to make any more mistakes at this point onwards. He wants it all to be clean and simple. That's a recap of the field, ladies and gentlemen. We do still have out there a grand total of 8 cars and 8 teams running out of our 11 registered and 10 starters. So therefore, plenty of potential races still to come. And we're speaking of moments here, we've had Mark Baker have a spin, and that is out of, I do believe, turn number 5. Coming on down towards 6. That's a long way to go to being in the wall, but you can see the front right suspension of the Speed9 Esports B car has collapsed, and it's a nasty knock to the wall. But what exactly happened to trigger that? That's the question. Well, let's find out. As we take a look back at the replay, goes wide out of 5 and tries to catch the car, does want to bring it back onto the tarmac, but then the car lets go, slides and avoids the tyre barrier there. But then as the car carries a bit more momentum, tapped to the wall. Well, I wouldn't imagine that is what has caused the suspension to fall, but it does look as though the car there dropped on the right hand side slightly, so perhaps just that small tap to the wall has done enough damage. Perhaps it's on the rear right, but either way, as he makes his way on through, it's a deceptive camera angle there, so we'll have to wait and see whether Baker's going to come in. He doesn't, so I think that actually the suspension is fine. Perhaps it's just the camera angles that are a bit deceptive, but you look at that car side on, in fact, from that picture there going through turn number 13, a much more level picture by comparison. The car does look okay, just a bit of small aero damage and some overheated tyres, so I think the Speed9 Esports B car has got away with that one. As he does let the P2 LMDH come on through, we look to Gaz Williams here, and right now the number 90 driver coming on through the right hand return number 2. Gap to Nick Clemens, the iRacing Esports car now all the way up to 23.7 seconds. It definitely looks as though Clemens has got the upper hand at this stage of the second stint. Again, we've got a long way to go on this stint, approximately another 30 minutes before we will expect the LMDHs to come into the pits again for what will be their penultimate pit stop, with probably a splash and dash to get them in the third and final pit stop to the end of the race. Well, what starts to go through your mind here as a driver? That's one of the questions you may be wondering at this point, in terms of the fact we've got quite an open field, therefore a lot of the drivers are not able to really see their rivals anymore. In fact, I don't think anybody's able to see their rival on the circuit in terms of ahead of them on their peripheral vision. Well, this is where you've just got to have faith in your ability to continue doing the laps, in terms of keeping those laps consistent, keeping the calm, and well, the calm, I should say, as I say, it's the wrong way round, and also not making any race-ending mistakes. I either would see you need to be towed to the pits and really upset your potential position, because this could go either way right now. It may be that iRacing Esports are leading comfortably as we look at the aforementioned race leaders in the LMDH class, but it only takes one error and it all ends in tears, and it could see them out of the win, and indeed out of the running for the win. And that's why it's not over until that checker flag falls. And for Nick Clements, he'll know that's the case. He won't be just presuming right now this race is his. He'll feel confident this race is his if he keeps this up. But he's got to take it one lap at a time, and that's the hardest part of endurance racing. And well, surprises are plenty. If any of you tuned in or attended in person the Le Mans 24 Hour this year, you'll remember the back and forth heartbreaks that occurred in the LMDH cars come the end of the race, with Toyota seeing firstly what was their second car out of the race quite early on, and then their sole remaining car having a major moment with the wall with only an hour to go, and then the leading Ferrari to end up stalling in the pits, having to have its electronics reset. And how fortunate favoured Ferrari in the fact that if Toyota had not had that brush with the wall, then it would have been Toyota potentially leading come the final 15 minutes of the race at Le Mans, albeit Ferrari really capitalising on the fact they kept the call, got the car reset in time, and also Toyota having to push so hard to chase down Ferrari and being outfoxed in the strategy, then they put it in the wall, and that was the difference. And that's what happens over 24 hours of racing. And when you contract it to here to what is effectively 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing, when the duration may be much smaller, effectively by a factor of 10 or so, but the key point being it all still presses on, when in fact if it was to be 2.4 hours of racing, it would be 144 minutes, so just slightly more than slightly less than a factor of 10 it's been divided by, but the point still stands in the fact that here you've got to be in it to win it all the way through, and you've got to be thinking about outlasting the race and not outrunning the race. Now, something you do in a 20-minute sprint, not in 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing. But as we do look to Stefan Vessels in the LMP3 into CSA Endurance here, the CSA teams being commonplace in NXTGEN Racing Series, indeed having quite a presence in the ongoing GT3 Championship in its fourth season, the fixed GT3s, which is running on alternative weeks with the Proto GT3 Championship you're seeing on your screen today. And there we do have multiple CSA teams. We have pink, green and blue racing on, and Vessels being part of the teams leading the way, and right now competing in the gold class of that and putting in a gold class performance right now in the LMP3, and just showing no signs of error. Absolutely clockwork-like perfection here as he comes on down the back straight. You can see how he has pulled another lap over the Speed9 Esports B car of Mark Baker. So now 2 laps up on his fellow rival as he comes out of turn at number 6 and into 7. And Vessels just doing everything right here and nailing every apex. And that's the thing as well, you may be asking at this point, well, why doesn't he just completely dial it down? Why does he drop the pace by, say, a whole second or 1.5 seconds? Well, there are some infamous stories about drivers who, when they do that, they lose their concentration. And perhaps the most notable one, which I'll always make reference to, is Ayrton Senna. In the fact you'll remember the days of Ayrton Senna racing Formula 1 and those laps which are absolutely blistering. Perhaps the laps at Monaco, if you've ever been fortunate to watch the footage. If not, I strongly recommend you do so. Check it out on YouTube for the simple reason that is when you see a driver absolutely running a car from wall to wall with no margin for error. But the point being here that a lot of drivers, when they're running at a given pace, particularly if they're running close to their maximum, even if it's 95% out of 100, if they suddenly slow things down to say 85 or 80%, the likelihood of mistakes happening actually increases or something. The ultimate concentration for a driver comes when they're running at a high pace, and Senna was one of those examples where when he got told to slow down on a couple of occasions, he did end up essentially crashing the car for the simple reason the concentration level was not necessarily there anymore, and it led to a premature retirement, and the win was effectively in his hands. And that's some drivers here where they will feel as though they won't want to back down too much, for the simple reason if they do so, then they start to become complacent, and that's the complacency which really takes you in the race and essentially kills your race just before you do get to that checkered flag. But one driver who won't be able to turn things down too much right now is Nick Clements, the iRacing Esports driver, but he'll be matching his laps as a minimum to the NXTGEN Racing Purple car of Gaz Winners, and that's what we are seeing at the moment. We are seeing iRacing Esports here really taking their time with this race, running at a very solid pace, as we hear that Azz Tech Racing Black are into the pit lane for their second scheduled stop. And again, with that first early pit stop, now making the other one as Jay Pitt makes his way down the pit lane here and looking to go into his pit box. We'll give you a comparison very shortly of the lap, not the lap times, but the gap over the last 6 laps between what is our 2 race leaders. And you'll get to see the point we're articulating as Pitt does head onto the jacks there in the pits. and we look back to our leaders as meanwhile I do believe Matthew Cheverton will be taking over the Azz Tech Racing black machine, and well, we do just need to update your time screens, ladies and gentlemen, as we have got a little bit of a glitch there with regards to Cheverton's representation, but do give us a moment and that will be updated for you. But right now we can definitely tell you that Azz Tech Racing Black doing everything right in order to nail this race to a P3 finish and bringing in their other driver at this time, as we do see the overlay there being updated, and we're Azz Tech Racing Black will very shortly have Matthew Cheverton behind the wheel for what I suspect will likely be at least one if not two stints as he makes his way into the second half of this race, albeit a little bit before the second half, but as he leaves the pit lane, here he goes, number 7 taken over by Cheverton as he makes his way up the hill towards turn number 1, and as the Brinson heads through the right-hander, well, he'll briefly see the NXTGEN Racing Purple car coming up behind, and will find himself right now effectively a lap down on the race leader. He'll very shortly become a lap down on the second place car, and well, as he makes his way on down through turns 3 and 4, gets himself up to speed here with the car. Cold tyres, brakes have had an opportunity to call off a full tank of fuel as well, so therefore he's just got to get himself composed, get himself in the mindset, and then it's go, go, go. And that's probably one of the hardest parts as well when you take over the car from another driver in endurance racing as well. And the fact the driver has just been pulled out of the car, and I do say pulled out in the fact that in some series they don't exactly have doors, they have to pull the driver out of the car. And well, if you want an example of that, do look at LMDH machinery when they swap the drivers there. Alternatively, do look at NASCAR machinery such as the Garage 59 entry for Le Mans this year, where they did have to, not Garage 59, Garage 56 I should say, apologies there, the Hendrix Motorsport machine. But as they do make the way on around here, sometimes the drivers do pulled out and the other one has to essentially be pushed into the car. Cheverton right now getting familiar with the car, the setup that's on it, the state of the car as well, how much wear and tear it's been through, and as he makes his way up towards turn at number 13, you can see there right now NXTGEN Racing Purple eager to make the way on through. I think Cheverton here really taking the approach, which is I'm the slower car, you can make your way around. I mean, as they make the way up towards turn 1, which is way the flags work. As they head up towards the opening corner here, well, Williams is going to look up the inside. Cheverton does pull to the middle of the road there, closes the door slightly, but not enough. And I think really trying to encourage the NXTGEN Racing Purple car of Williams to get a move on, which locks up there into turn 2. And well, the two drivers almost come into contact, but not to be there. I think that would have been a bit of a high-mouth moment for both teams from the pit wall, as they'd be hoping that it would be a safe clearance between them. But indeed, a bit of a challenging one there as they make the way through turn number 5. And I think Williams will feel as though he's been cost quite a bit of time there in the fact that lockup, plus also having to work to make its way past the third place LMDH car. And now as the number 90 starts to stream away, well, it's a 26.5 second gap to Clibbins, and that gap is not coming down that rapidly. If anything, it continues to open up, and the point being that right now it does look as though with every lap turned, it's going more and more the way of iRacing Esports. As they make the way on around it again, and we don't want to read too much into the potential prospect of how this is all going to end, given the fact we've got a long way to go in this race. And as the drivers make the way on around right now, it does look as though, if anything, Williams could come back later on. And again, we are now starting to head towards the final 20 minutes, what we believe is the second stint of the LMDH class. And this is where we see things turn the other way, where the NXTGEN Racing Purple do start to now build up a bit of a pace advantage for a car that is older in its life in terms of the stintage, and therefore normally it's had the tyres have been worn down, but Williams does have a way of really protecting the tyres by comparison. It seems to be his one advantage that he does have over the rest of the LMDH field. And well, we do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to the overlay on screen. Just to reassure you, you're not having any issues on your side. It is on our side that you are seeing the overlay update, so therefore don't adjust your TV or your PC screen at the moment. It is on our side, and you will see it refresh one more time as we are just loading some more driver data on our side. But there we go, and I believe all the driver data now is in place with regards to our drivers out on circuit at the moment. It is, as we see here, Williams making his way through turns 7 and 8. Ready right now for Williams to chase down an unseen foe in the distance in the form of the iRacing Esports car of Clibbins. And now this is the time for him to strike with 20 minutes to go before his next pit stop, as we reckon it will be. But meanwhile, as we look at the iRacing Esports car here, as it makes its way through turn number 1, Well, behind a little bit of LMP3 traffic, that's the CSA Endurance car piloted by Stefan Vessels. This will prove a little bit costly through the opening couple of corners. He won't be able to get the power down as much as he'd like to, but sitting here going through turn 4 into 5, this will really be punishing for Clemens, but he'll go around the outside into turn 5 and get ahead before the trail braking zone. So Clemens will lose a small amount of time, but the modicum of time he's lost, still he'll be grateful for the clear air, and now he's got a lot of clear track ahead of him as he makes his way up towards turn number 6. The next car up the road for him to lap effectively will be the Azz Tech Racing LMP2 of Matthew Jolly, which is currently 13 seconds up the road, albeit he will close on it, particularly once they do get onto the more flat out sections of the circuit. That's where the LMDH can really start to apply its speed advantage. As he comes through turn 9 and in towards turn number 10, going for the double right hand there. We are just checking in with race control at the moment, and well, we're not hearing anything with regards to any further information on retirement. In fact, we do have an update with regards to Ignium Motorsports retirement, which is that unfortunately the car not being in the best state due to some damage picked up earlier on, so therefore that's why they did have to retire the car. So confirmation there of what we suspected, it was a bit of suspension damage after the off track. Well, they were not able to get it repaired, so as we do see Clemens making his way up through turn 1 and up towards turn number 2, it is, well, that's the reason why we are now down to 2 LMP3s. And speaking of one of our 2 LMP3s, Mark Baker, they're coming out the final corner and going a bit wide there out of turn 13 onto the gravel, tries to get the power down, and the rear right tyre letting go there in terms of grip. Now trying to get the car turned around, and as he goes for a spin, he's got to be careful of that. You can't drive too much in the wrong direction on the iRacing simulator, as you will essentially be black flagged from the race by default if you do so due to race safety. But Baker getting the car turned around just in time, and meanwhile as he makes his way up towards another lap, into the pit lane comes the Crest Autosport LMDH from P4 in the class, and it is being piloted by Nigel Stock as he makes his way on down. And as he does very gradually on the limiter here, head into the pit box. Well, will we see a driver swap, or will we just continue here with the other driver being Ben Bennyworth, who he's normally partnered with? We'll have to wait and see. But Stock right now all set, and I think he may just be behind the helm of the car, as we've only heard that it's Stock that's made the switch to the MDH, not Bennyworth with him. But as he just sits there in the car right now, waiting to go once again. Well, meanwhile, Mark Baker's had a further spin coming on down out of what we believe is turn number 2 into 3, and well, to give you an idea of what exactly happened, here's a replay. The rear end of the car letting go, and Craig Tillotson, they're doing very well for FR20 Sim Racing at yellow to avoid it, making it a two-way incident, and just able to get the brakes on in time and let the car coast to the left of Baker's trajectory, and therefore the Briton just being able to get himself back up to speed under his own volition. And a further spin, well, not a further spin there, just to lock up into the braking zone for turn number 6 and carrying all the speed through. But meanwhile, as we look to the car making its way out the pit lane, there goes the Crest Autosport LMDH and Nigel Stock. He makes his way up the hill towards turn at number 1, and as he does so here with just over an hour of racing to go, a lap down on 3rd place Azz Tech Racing Black, but still staying in it to win it. And again, if we see a retirement for any of the top 3 in the LMDH class, it will mean that Stock will be on course for a potential podium as he makes his way on around turn number 4 here on his debut in the LMDH class. But as he heads up towards what is turn number 6 very shortly, we do look back to the battle between iRacing Esports and NXTGEN Racing Purple. And we said about earlier showing you the time delta between them over the last few laps. And in fact, if we do show you that in the bottom right corner of your screen now, this is over the last 6 laps of racing. And the key point being here, you can see how that gap has ebbed and flowed. It was originally just shy of 25 seconds, but it has opened up to almost 27.5 seconds and then come back down to 26.1. And that goes to show you really, firstly, the natural sporadic nature of how that gap ebbs and flows, but also on top of that, the point we're making earlier, whereby it does seem as though iRacing Esports are stronger on the first half of a stint, whereas NXTGEN Racing Purple are stronger on the second half, and that is the time when NXTGEN Racing Purple need to try and come back. And then to contextualise this in terms of the lap time history that we're seeing between the two teams, here we go. We see on lap 56, it was Williams who was the slower, and on lap 59 as well was slightly slower, only by 3 thousandths. But otherwise, for the most part, the gap is now being wrenched down by Williams in the NXTGEN Racing Purple machine. As we see, Clemens going a bit wider for iRacing Esports coming out of turn number 6, and with that in mind, I think we might be starting to see the tyre life wearing on down on the iRacing Esports car. But again, is it just a mistake? Is this now tiredness coming into effect? Remembering that both teams consist of single driver efforts, and that's where the danger zone starts to come in. You're 90 minutes in now to a 2-hour 40-minute race, and with that in mind, what it does mean is that wear starts to kick in. Keep in mind, in UK regulation in real-world motorsport, drivers are only permitted to stay in the car for a maximum of 3 hours over multiple stints, if you will, but they can only do a maximum drive time of 3 hours before they must swap with a driver. So right now we are seeing 2 drivers really being pushed to the maximum permissible time in terms of wanting to be in the car, and Clemens there with that mistake at turn 6. Is it just a fluke, or could there be further mistakes in the cars with regards to tiredness kicking in? And well, as we look to Williams here right now, the one thing we know about Williams is mistakes are very rare for the NXTGEN Racing Purple driver as he comes on down through turn 13. And trying again to bring this gap down a bit further. 26.5 seconds is the gap at the time as he crosses the timeline. It's a 25.64 for Clemens. Meanwhile, for Williams, it's a 26.01. I think some traffic might have been on that lap. Alternatively, just a mistake from Williams. But definitely that gap now stabilising again just above the 26-second mark, 26.6 seconds. And I think Clemens really trying just to do everything he can to maintain that lap time advantage or equilibrium even later on in the stint. But again, it could come at a cost if he makes a single error, and it would be a nasty error at that. But meanwhile, as we look to Azz Tech Racing Blacks, Matthew Sheraton as he comes on through when it's their turn at number 5 and down towards 6. And you may notice in this profile picture there, the Aston Martin Valkyrie that he is stood next to, or we should say crouched next to. That goes to show you how low the car is. And indeed, these LMDH cars are very low in themselves. And Aston Martin Valkyrie being a road legal race car, as I'm to understand it, as close as possible to road legal as it can be. Will be not quite the same category as an LMDH, but in terms of the bodywork and the aerodynamics, you could say it is coming relatively close speaking. And Will Sheraton a big fan of his machinery, and indeed all the drivers here on the good big motorsports and fanatics. There's no doubt about that. And fanatics of their own cars, even some of them are real-world motorsporting drivers. I do believe it is teammate Jake Pitt who does race in the MX5 Cup Series, unless I'm very much mistaken. And well, right now translates out to the simulator. And indeed, there is a growing rise at the moment within the world of motorsport to see more and more real-world drivers competing in simulated motorsport, or esports if you will, and the same, a number of esports drivers looking to take their hand to the world of real-world motorsport. Perhaps one of the biggest names at the moment trying to make that transition being what is James Baldwin in his campaign to try and be on the grid for GT World Challenge. And we also do have, I think it was announced earlier today, or I believe in an interview quite recently, as we do see Sheraton making his way on around the outside of the Speedline Esports B LMP3 as piloted by Mark Baker. We did see recently in an interview from Max Verstappen, decorated Formula 1 driver, 2-time champion, and looking to make it 3 championships in a row this year, and well on his course to do so. But talking about getting a team of his own onto the grid for 2025 in the GT World Challenge Series, we're not quite sure what that's going to entail with regards to whether it may be some esports drivers who are looking to come across into the real world of motorsport, but given the fact that Verstappen is a big proponent of esports and real world motorsport work inside, and Side Deep does a lot of racing on iRacing, as you may have seen, and also in the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans, albeit not on the iRacing platform. But at the same time, it really is a world right now where we're seeing more and more individuals trying to make the transition between simulator and real world, or vice versa. And what a time to be alive, and indeed iRacing being one of the ultimate simulation platforms there in order to bring that realism to your home cockpit, and indeed a great platform to practice on. As we do see Matthew Sheraton making his way up towards turn number 1, going on to what for him is now lap number 62, and more in the perspective of things, a whole lap down on the top 2 in the LMDH class, as we do look here to Nick Clemens and the RS Esports driver just smoothly picking up the apexes here as he heads on through into turns 8, 9 and 10. As he brings the car on through 9 and 10. Right now, missing the apex there slightly, and again, I think this is telling that the car is heading towards the end of its second stint now, with the fact we are 90 minutes in, an hour and 5 minutes left on the clock or so, plus the final lap, and Clemens right now doing everything he can in order to eke out more and more life in this stint, but it will come at that threshold, or that point, if you will, where he can't take it any further And as he does so, we do look from him back to Gaz Williams as he rolls his way through turns 9 and 10. A little bit tighter apex there, but Clemens on his previous lap at 24.7 and another 24.7 now. Meanwhile, Williams at 25.4 on his previous lap. As he comes towards the end of this one, I think Clemens has really been able to nurture a much better second stint. Now, there's been no pressure from behind or direct pressure from behind in terms of Dream Team Motorsport being present to try and battle him for the lead. So therefore, he's been able to save the tyres. And from Williams at 24.992, but that still is losing 2/10 to iRacing Esports. I think Clemens has really found a nice middle ground in terms of push versus pulling on the reins of the car. And as Williams makes his way down through turns 2, 3 and 4, where he'll be hoping that Clemens pushes it a little bit too far. Alternatively, now the racing gods are kind to him, and some bad luck falls the iRacing Esports team's way, because otherwise I think for NXTGEN Racing Purple, unless they've got something magical planned, or perhaps they're trying to get rid of that third and final pit stop, which we believe they will need to make given the fact they won't be able to extend the fuel tank far. But to do so, we would need to see the LMDH right now go all the way up to what would be, if an hour 40 is where we're expecting the next pit stop to be, then we would need to see it extended to what would be an hour and 50 minutes. Presumably they then need to do some extension on the final stint as well, some fuel saving to get an extra 5 minutes out the stint compared to a full push. As we see Williams going a bit deep there through turn number 10. I think Williams at turn number 9, I should say, going into 10 then. And I think Williams right now also feeling the pain, the tiredness, as he makes his way through 11 into 12. And those mistakes creeping in. The first mistake we've seen from him. But meanwhile, we've seen a spin from Nick Clemens. And as I said only moments ago, anything can happen until it's over. And Clemens has gone round at turn number 2. He's brought the car back together. And it doesn't look as though there's any damage on the car. The only damage right now is a bruised charge from the Briton. But what exactly happened is the big question. And here is the replay. So through turn number 1, it gets out quite nicely there. Coming down to turn number 2, onto the brakes he goes. And the rear of the car just comes loose there under braking, and I think just a little bit too much aggression on turning compared to the state of the car. Thankfully no contact to the wall, but gets it turned around quite rapidly, so doesn't lose too much time. I think Clemens is having a couple more errors. In fact, he's gone very wide as we're to understand it, coming out of what was, turn number 5 into 6, and as he brings it on through turns 7, 8 and up towards 9, well, now these mistakes are adding up, and I think that gap, in fact that gap has come down to 13 seconds between iRacing Esports and NXTGEN Racing Purple. So it is now the curse of Watkins Glen rearing its ugly head for Clemens as he makes his way up through turns 11 and 12, and surely he must be thinking about making the pit stop now. No, he carries on even further. That is bold. I think right now a lesser driver would have considered coming in, as he almost he manages to catch the rear of the car, almost loses it there coming out of the final corner. And will the Briton definitely right now running on the ragged edge of adhesion? I think he is in the danger zone here of losing out massively come at the run into the pits. If he makes a further error, well, we would see Gaz Williams right there behind him when they make the way into the pits for the second time today. As we do look back to the NXTGEN Racing Purple driver, he will have seen that gap has come down considerably. He will know that mistakes have been made by the iRacing Esports driver, but he won't want to become too jubilant of that, as that's where also the mistakes can really creep in, where overconfidence can suddenly become your downfall. And as he heads up towards turn number 5, all Williams needs to do at this point is keep that pressure on in terms of doing the laps, making sure he doesn't make any mistakes of his own, and that pressure naturally will take its toll. In terms of the iRacing Esports driver, Clemens will be wary of the fact that right now Williams is not making mistakes, therefore that gap is trickling down, or really it's coming down hard and fast. And if Williams can continue this pace, well, he may just be able to bring that gap sub 10 seconds before he comes into the pits. Makes way through turn number 8. Meanwhile, in the battle for P3, Azz Tech Racing, Blacks, Matthew Sheraton carrying on here, lap down from the leaders with Crest Autosport LMDH into the pit lane for what is now their second strategic stop. And well, we can see the number 7 car cruising its way through turns at 9 and 10. absolutely smooth like clockwork as it heads on around here on its first stint. We are expecting one more pit stop for definite for what is Azz Tech Racing Black. That pit stop coming at approximately what would be about 2 hours 10 minutes into this race, if our guess is correct. In fact, it may be a little bit soon, maybe at the 2-hour mark. But meanwhile, into the pit lane has come your race leader of iRacing Esports, and Nick Clemens brings it on in. And meanwhile, NXTGEN Racing Purple take the lead of the R04 and LMDH categories, as right now he decides to go long here. I think he feels as though he can extend this stop for a little bit further, this stint I should say, for a little bit further, and not have to come to a stop immediately. As the Briton makes his way on through at turn number 4 up towards 5, Williams will now know he needs to nail these next couple of laps, for the simple reason that Clemens will get a breather in the pit lane. He'll get a fresh set of tyres put on the car, and also on top of that a full tank of fuel, and therefore he'll be able to go comfortably once again, whereas Williams right now on old tyres and a low tank of fuel. He's got a very racy car under his fingertips and his toes, but at the same time he'll be thinking about the fact that already mistakes have been made by the iRacing Esports driver, and therefore he will not want to mimic those. But as Clemens now leaves the pit lane here of the Jacks, and away he goes on the pit limiter for a brief moment, and then charging up the hill with the number 13 driver here. Well, no, he needs a faultless outlap as he loses the rear of the car, gets too aggressive there on pit exit, and with that it's a tap to the wall as well on the rear right. And well, I don't think that's going to be too much suspension damage. That will be some aero damage as he tries to get it righted, and that could be costly. That could be the lead of this race lost, as meanwhile Williams comes into the pit lane. Again, a very sedate run into the pits, not doing anything dramatic here, knowing he just needs to keep it calm and simple, and just under an hour remaining here. And could we now see the lead of this race change hands? Well, as Williams makes his way towards his pit box very shortly. It's a long run, but he finally comes to a stop. And up on the Jacks he goes. Here is Clemens, and Clemens right now making his way on down the back straight up towards turn number 6. It is a 51-second stop on average. And with that in mind, as we just do a little bit of maths there, it does mean that at the moment these two would be extremely close in terms of coming together. Well, it's going to be 25 seconds for Williams' pit stop now, and in terms of remaining run of the lap, I think it is in fact a bit more than 25 seconds for Clemens to complete this lap. So this is going to be very close, but I think Williams here may get the jump in terms of coming out ahead as Clemens makes his way into turns 11 and 12. And remember, Williams does not have a long run out the pits, much like the iRacing Esports team, right towards the end of the pit lane. Onto the brakes of the final corner, Clemens goes. He clears the apex now, and he powers his way out. Williams off the Jacks on limiter for a brief moment, but very shortly we get up to speed. And here he goes, pit exit. Look on the left of your picture. There is the iRacing Esports car of Clemens, and as they make the way into turn number 1, Clemens locks up and he goes straight on in his haste to try and outbrake Williams into turn number 1, but Gaz Williams leaps into the lead of this race for NXTGEN Racing Purple with an hour remaining, and right now the LMDH class lead has changed hands, and Clemens once again finds himself the hunter rather than the hunted. But the question is, can he mount a solid hunt here in order to bring Williams down, or are the mistakes just going to be too much of a toll on the car and driver? As they make their way down towards turn at number 6, we'll see it quite rapidly here as the gap stands at 9/10 as they break the way into turn at number 6, and Clemens at this point will need to calm down. He'll be told by his team principal on the radio, just cool it down, this race is not over, you know you've got a lot of pace, you've demonstrated this, you are able to match and not surpass Williams, do not rush to come back in. There's one more pit stop in this race as well we have to consider, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore the opportunity of an overcut versus an undercut will present itself. We know Clemens is the fastest of the two drivers in the opening half of the stint, but he goes deep there at turn number 10, a bit of dirty air plus cold tyres, and it's just not working out for Clemens, and that gap now moves up to what is 3.5 seconds, in fact almost 4 seconds, as Clemens restores the car. But it does look as though here it's got to the driver, and right now he's got to try and reset as he makes his way onto the start finish straight. He knows there's time available in this race, it's not over yet, but once you make one mistake they seem to come like dominoes in terms of how quickly they fall. And as he comes into turn at number 1, he's just now got to gradually regroup, reconsolidate and rebuild the charge. Meanwhile, into the pit lane for another pit stop is Nigel Stott. This will be his 4th pit stop here for Crest Autosport LMDH. And well, as the car's parked up there and getting ready to come off the jacks very shortly, We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there for the P4 LMDH team. As meanwhile, we've got a car off the road in the rear of the picture, and that was Mark Baker going round, albeit up at turn at number 13 as he brings it back here at speed 9 esports B. Crest Autosport LMDH have made their way out the pit lane. They'll be ahead of the LMP3 machine very shortly. And as Baker goes a bit deep there into turn at number 1, I think just easing off the brakes a little bit early there to protect the car. We take a look back at what exactly happens to the number 53 driver. Going through turns 11 and 12 there, absolutely smooth. Initially into the braking zone, the same applied for turn 13. And as he's turned on in, the rear of the car's let go slightly there. I think just a bit too much steering lock with regards to the car slowing down, and that's just unsettled the rear enough in order for the Speed 9 esports B car to go on around. But no major damage done, just slight overheating of the rear tyres. As we return to your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, no further drama around the field. The main drama being in the LMDH class as we do look to your LMP3 leader of Stefan Vessel's the CSA Endurance, making his way through turn number 1. And as he comes on through it up towards turn number 2, the South African driver here just keeping it calm, no mistakes. Again, just to reiterate, Vessel's right now absolutely methodical and mechanical in every lap he has turned. And while he makes his way through turn number 4 into 5, moves aside there onto the racing line for what is the LMDH leader of NXTGEN Racing Purple. Decides to let them go and let them take the inside line. Now, quite a smart move from Vessels, in fact, in the fact he gives himself all the room to operate into the corner, whereas he causes the faster car to have to operate with a little bit less room, and in doing so, effectively gives himself all the breathing room he needs in order to take the next corner and not lose too much lap time as he makes his way out towards turn 7 8. He won't have as much of an easy time here with the iRacing esports car coming roaring up behind as they make their way into turn number 8. But I would be certain that Clemens are going to look for the move around the outside into 9. Vessel's there, backing off and lifting off the throttle entirely, and I think in doing so there, he's unsettled himself a little bit in doing so, but now getting himself back into the game, to get his head back into the rhythm as he makes his way through turns 11 and 12, and we're coming on through the double right-hander. Took his first pit stop, 36 laps into this race, the best part of an hour complete, and we will see a second pit stop around the 2 hour to 2 hour 5 minute mark. But meanwhile, what we haven't done yet, ladies and gentlemen, is had an on-board lap in the LMP3 class, and let's ride on board with Stefan Vessels as he takes us around for a lap on the Jerez circuit. He makes his way up towards turn number 1 and breaking his way down the gearbox quite nicely indeed, down to second gear as he now powers on through up towards turn number 2. Third gear he goes, and back down to second, down to first in fact. He gets full rotation on the car, then into turn 3 and up towards 4, and as he goes here, full commitment flat out for a left-hander, short shift to 5th as well to give himself extra rotation. As he comes into turn number 5, brakes rather late, there's 75 metres from the corner entry, going into third gear, up to the apex, makes his way on out, and up towards turn number 6 he goes, up through the gearbox, all the way towards top gear, as he heads into the braking zone here for turn number 6, never quite reaches 6th gear, stays in 5th, through the right hand at first gear, and as he exits up to second, up to third, and then into left-hander turn flat out here, 4th gear. Now get ready for the brakes, going light down on the brakes to get the weight over the nose of the car, downshift to 4th as well, and then through the left-hander turn at number 8. In time brings the car into the left-hand side to sound the right-hander, down to second gear, tight apex there. I'm going to find a little bit of understeer of the car. The left-hand side tyres now starting to show their wear as he exits 10 and up towards 11 and 12, and flat out through here, listening. Absolute full commitment as he now heads into turn number 13, breaking the 100 metre board all the way down to first gear, nice late apex, and that is a lap with Circuito de Jerez, as brought to you by Stefan Vessels as he makes his way up towards turn number 1 once again, and we're right now in a very comfortable lead, standing at 6 laps over Speed 9 esports B as piloted by Mark Baker, and with the CSA Endurance driver here just really letting the laps tick on, as meanwhile we do look to Matthew Jolly, the Azz Tech Racing driver, as he comes on through the right-hander of turn number 1 and into 2. And right now, Jolly just keeping it calm, carried on lap number 70 for the LMP2 class. And as he heads on towards turn number 4, no mistakes from Jolly, absolutely flawless as he has taken over the car from James Smatsgow. In fact, they did make quite a recent pit stop and Jolly has retaken the car. I think Smatsgow will probably jump in for the final stint, and they will need to make one more pit stop before all is said and done, as we're to understand it, as he heads on down towards turn number 6. The Azz Tech Racing driver here just being absolutely smooth, albeit a little bit of power oversteer there as he clears the apex of turn at number 6, but he won't be too worried about that. It feels like the car is just getting dicey and wanting to dance with him, and as he heads all the way up towards turn at number 9, looking right now as though Jolly really in control of the car and feeling very comfortable with the machine from corner to corner and lap to lap, and that's a wonderful place to be when driver and car are all in harmony. As he heads on around here and onwards towards the next lap very shortly. Well, right now, this race still continues to be a little bit quiet with regards to the battling. And one of the questions you may be asking at the moment, what about the battle up front in the LMDH class? Of course, with the spin for iRacing Esports and then the subsequent locking up of the brakes in the chance to try and hold on to lead into turn number 1 as NXTGEN Racing Purple will lead in the pit. Williams right now has got the gap up to was just shy of 7 seconds and is lapping faster compared to Clemens behind the second place car, albeit it should be said at the moment we might be seeing a potential change of tact here from iRacing Esports, given the fact they've really loaded the tyres up after the pit exit, and subsequently with that lockup they may be having to battle with a car that definitely has got quite a bit of wear in the tyres and the brakes before they've really got deep into this third stint of the day. Meanwhile, Williams by comparison can just enjoy the run. Of course, he won't want to become complacent and make any such mistakes such as what we did see from the iRacing Esports team, but you never know what can happen here, and the number 90 driver will just taking it lap after lap, turn after turn, with what is there the best part of, if we do our mathematics there, what I do believe is 50 minutes or so left to go here at the Jerez circuit in Spain. And as he makes his way up the hill, Williams right now in these overcast conditions, I think grateful for the fact he can really just look after those tyres as best he possibly can, and he heads onwards through turn number 3 into 4 very shortly, and was a 25.31 that last lap for Williams. Meanwhile for Clemens, a 26.63. No real evident traffic on that lap. I think Clemens here is having to manage the car, and I think right now taking all the pace out of the car. The only thing I can imagine he might be trying to do here, given the fact he's lapping in the 26s, is he might be trying to go for the removal of that final pit stop, perhaps trying to save the fuel to give himself what is only a 2-stop race, but then he's going to have to save effectively what will be about 20 minutes worth of fuel, and well, that is going to be a huge task. And well, right now the lap times in terms of how much time he's losing versus Williams would not comply. He'd need to lose a couple of seconds a lap in order to remove that pit stop, and with the final pit stop expected to come in the region, I'd say, of what would be about 35 to 30 seconds versus the typical 50 to 51 seconds we've been seeing in the full pit stops of the LMDH cars. I think right now Clemens in a bit of a no man's land, not sure what to do in terms of strategy, and I think maybe just having to settle for this P2 finish when it's all said and done. But keeping in mind we do have the Azz Tech Racing black car in P3 that's only a further 13.5 seconds behind. It's not on the same strategy, it's on an offset strategy compared to the leaders, with the fact it's pitted much earlier, but the point being that if we do see Azz Tech Racing black pit around the 2-hour mark, which is what we are expecting on paper right now, they will have 35 minutes plus the final lap on that final stint, and they'll have a car that can do that quite comfortably and can be pushed hard within that stint. So if they do put what will be a pit back in the car, people jump back in the car at that point, then it will be on pit to really chase down iRacing Esports, and they could effectively box iRacing Esports into a nasty corner, which is in the fact that if iRacing Esports try to go longer and longer and try to really extend the stint they're currently on and make it a stint that'll go to the end of the race, then Azz Tech Racing Black may be able to leapfrog them if iRacing Esports suddenly cannot make that stint last all the way to the end in terms of they'll have to come into the pits and they'll naturally lose time, and that would be the time that Sheraton and Pitt would be able to strike back for Azz Tech Racing Black. So it does mean that iRacing Esports right now in a very awkward situation where they've really lost what is the ability to have strategic variety, and they've got to work to the hymn sheet of whatever NXTGEN Racing Purple do, and also given the fact they do have tyres which have definitely seen quite a lot of overheating in the early stages, and keeping in mind that's the worst possible time to overheat the tyre when it is cold, it's coming out of the pit lane, and then you suddenly put a huge amount of heat through the tyre, it causes it to blister, and when that happens, well, as we see iRacing Esports coming into the pits here, and I think this may be, as they go a bit deep, they manage to avoid going too wide, I think this may be a response to the condition of the car. They're not happy with how the car feels, and I think it's the tyres plus also some rear aero damage. Well, that'll be repaired But the point is, iRacing Esports coming in, and we will see Azz Tech Racing Black take second place for the first time today. And well, right now, they'll feel as though they could be on for a surprise P2 here. Their spirits are going to start lifting. We'll have to wait to see what happens in reality in terms of the times. But there's no reason why Azz Tech Racing Black, if they manage this stint and then go on to their third and final stint and maintain the pace, there's no reason why they cannot box with iRacing Esports into a battle for P2. Because keep in mind now, we do have, with 45 minutes of racing remaining. That's just enough, really, for iRacing Esports to do one last stint. So iRacing Esports have gone for their shorter stint now to offset the condition of the car. But now Clemens has got to be faultless for this final stint, as otherwise it will be a potential loss of what is that P2. You can see they're being quite sensitive coming out the pit lane this time around, not trying to push anymore. And I think Clemens really resigning himself to the fact it's P2 at most, unless we do see some drama for NXTGEN Racing Purple. Speaking of whom, we see them here making their way in towards turn 13, and all the cards now are in the hands of Gaz Williams. He's seen the pit stop from iRacing Esports. He knows now he's got this lead in his control, and he just doesn't need to make any mistakes until the very end of the race. As he makes his way in towards turn number 1. We do have an update from the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, which is we will be seeing a potential retirement of our second LMP3 for today. The Speed9 Esports Speed, since coming into the pits, they have yet to get the car back out onto circuit. And indeed, it sounds like they're looking at an issue with the car. And I think Mark Baker's time behind the wheel today may be at a close, which means we've only got one LMP3 left racing. And that is CSA Endurance's Stefan Vessels, who continues his way on around here as he makes his way up towards what will be turns 11 and 12 rather rapidly. And Vessels will now know that the advantage he's accrued just continues to grow and grow. And well, he won't be thinking about the advantage now. He can back it off. He'll simply just keep on pushing all the way to the very conclusion of this race. But the confidence absolutely there right now for Vessels as those lap times continue to come on in. Will be on that lap, had to take a bit of a slower lap given the fact he had to negotiate some traffic. But meanwhile, I believe we have just had a bit of a lock up there for iRacing Esports, and particularly Nick Clibbins having a lock up into turn at number 1. That was the smoke we saw. He won't want any more than that. He will not want to cause more damage to the tyres compared to what we saw in that second stint. And as he makes his way on around, in fact in the first stint we should say, not the second stint, apologies, but as he makes his way up towards what is turn number 6, charging on down into the braking zone. And as he comes on down here, well, right now Clippers will know that he's got to make everything right on the car, and he can't afford any mistakes if he wants an opportunity at P2 as a minimum. And indeed, right now, Azz Tech Racing Black will just grow in confidence, knowing that it does seem to be falling away from the number 13 car. But meanwhile, looking to the GT3 class, its sole representative out in the field today, Craig Tillotson for FR20 Sim Racing Yellow. And as the 34 driver makes his way up towards the timeline, the Ferrari right now continuing on its way. He comes to what trim and pace, and we're heading through the right hand here at turn at number 1. He's had a couple of moments so far where it's gone a little bit wrong, particularly turn number 5 catching him out with lift-off oversteer. But beyond that, Tillotson absolutely faultless to a T, looking to bring home some major points before he switches to the class. As he comes down through turn at number 4 and up towards 5. Right now, it is a bit of a lonely place out there for the Briton, but still continuing to bring those lap times in. And well, the last lap of 41.88, its best lap of the race, a 40.28. And I think in his mind, it's all about now just keeping it consistent, not really going for lap time, not really going for quote-unquote qualifying times, if you will, as he heads up towards turn number 6. But as he goes through the right hand, we look back to the second place LMDH car, Matthew Sheverton, the Azz Tech Racing Black driver, coming on around. Well, Nick Clibbins on the last lap was 4/10 faster, so it's not going to be on a plane for Azz Tech Racing Black to take P2. If they want this, they've got to keep the consistency and also hope that iRacing Esports drop the ball even further. But I think Clibbins, if he can find his rhythm, will be very focused on just finishing P2. Sheverton crosses the timeline this time around. What's it going to be? Lap time wise, it will be 25.621. So that in fact matches what iRacing Esports did on their previous lap. So it means it neutralizes a degree of the gain. But as we do look to the LMP2 and the GT3 leader in a single camera shot, it's Jolly behind Tillotson as they come out to the left-hander at turn number 13. And Matthew Jolly, they're getting very eager on the throttle pedal, it must be said, as he tucks in behind and waits to clear the GT3 before crossing the timeline as he heads up the hill. going into turn at number 1. Meanwhile, iRacing Esports on that lap at 25.043, so the best part of 6/10 faster than Azz Tech Racing Black. So yes, it does seem as though iRacing Esports now back in the zone, and Will Clemens now absolutely on a relentless charge, and he knows he's got to get some good laps on the board in order to keep himself safe for P2 versus Azz Tech Racing Black, who we believe will be coming into the pit within the next 5 to 10 minutes. As Clemens comes up through turn number 5, that's going to be a heavily scuppered line in terms of going that wide at turn 5 around the outside of the GT3 of FR20 Sim Racing Yellow, albeit that's the way the traffic has fallen. And in multi-class racing, that's one of your nightmares, is that traffic falls at the worst possible place and time and costs you a lot of lap time, puts you at risk of running very wide. There'll be a lot of marbles out on the outside there, as meanwhile Clemens makes his way on through at 7 and 8, and as he does so, through at the left-handers into the double right he goes. More traffic coming up in front, and finding the traffic at some of the worst possible times at the moment as he comes on through the double right at 9 and 10. And this for Clemens right now, he may just be safe to clear this traffic within the run out to turn number 5 on the next lap. He is coming up behind it very quickly indeed, however, so I have to wait and see how it plays out in practice as Nigel Stock looks to negotiate the LMP2 leader of Azz Tech Racing. This is the Crest Autosport LMDH making its way up towards turn number 1, tucked in the slipstream there. As they head in towards turn 1, he'll look up the inside on the brakes, albeit there you can see not quite able to get the overlap and get the move done. iRacing Esports now 1.5 seconds back, so I think they will be able to consider lapping the 2 cars in front in the run out of turn 5 in towards 6, or at least one of them, as they come down through turn number 3 into 4. But it's not the right time for iRacing Esports to really catch up to this traffic, and this is definitely going to hurt them in the long haul. As meanwhile, we are hearing a bit of a reaction from Azz Tech Racing Black to try and max lap iRacing Esports, but hit stop will be able to go up the inside of what is their Jolly and overtake the lead LMP2 as they come on through turn number 6, but goes overly deep. And now as Nick Clemens comes up behind the 3rd place iRacing Esports LMDH machine, this is not where they want to catch traffic. They come very close behind the LMP2, had to bring the car to the inside compromise line, near misses well in terms of contact. And as they make their way towards turns 9 and 10, well, Clemens right now know that lap time is just falling out of his grasp, and this is the worst possible place for it to continue as they make their way to the double right at 9-10. He's then got to go into the fast double right at 11 and 12, where he's not going to be able to use all the downforce and speed available to him. And we'll lift off here. It's going to be into turn at number 13. Stock backs off on the inside there for Crest Autosport. Clemens with a very small lockup, and I think that may just be a little bit of frustration with the way the traffic has fallen. But last lap from Clemens was 25.72. This lap, meanwhile, as we get our time screens updated, is going to be, what is it, a 26.16, so that's cost him very dear. And the fact he's lost 7 tenths to what is their Azz Tech Racing Black with 25.41 for the 2nd place team, and it goes to be highlighted just how quickly traffic can cost you. But meanwhile, as we look back to your leaders over on the LMDH class of Gaz Williams here for NXTGEN Racing Purple, going on through turn number 13 and up towards 1 he goes, and as he does so, on the charge here, the number 90 driver up the hill and into the braking zone. And all these lap times right now, the fastest laps out there being set by the race leader, and we're showing no signs of hesitating, just pulling the trigger lap after lap, putting these laps in, not going for anything sensational, not going for 24s, doesn't need to deliver those laps, just needs to keep it in the low 25s, and will naturally gain as he makes his way past the GT3 leader of Craig Tillotson in the FR20 Sim Racing Yellow Machine. And as they head over the rise of turn number 5, Williams right now 9, and there's a final pit stop to come, albeit that pit stop's not for a while yet, given the fact the last pit stops occurred around the 1 hour 40 minute mark. So we would, based on the natural law here of pit stop times, be expecting Williams to make the final pit stop for what will be around, if we had 40 minutes on it and then add about 5 minutes change for pit stops earlier on in the race, then it would be coming in what would be in the approximate 2 hour and 20 minutes complete mark, so 15 minutes to go for Williams, if not a little bit less or a little bit longer, depending on how he wants to play it. But meanwhile, into the pit lane comes your LMP2 leaders, and that is their Azz Tech Racing. Matthew Jolly brings the car down towards its pit box. We'll have to wait and see where we do see a change of driver, where Spencer gets back into the car, or whether alternatively it's going to be the same. And in fact, James Spencer does get into the car, so he's going to another stint. And will this be his stint to the end of the race? Well, they've done 3 pit stops so far. This will take them to the 2 hour mark, or just beyond it, and it's on average half an hour per stint. So therefore, you could did see them go all the way to the end here. They managed to do a tiny bit of fuel saving right at the end, but still, I think Smashing Scout will try and go all the way to the end to make it a simple 3-stop race for Stinter. As we do look to the LMP3 leader here, Stefan Vessel's the sole LMP3 remaining. Speed9 Eastwood Speed still in the pit lane trying to work on the car. They haven't retired the car formally, but we believe the car is effectively retired now. In terms of fact, it's not gone out there. All right, now CSA Insurance able to make their way on through turns at 9 and 10 here in a piece with no traffic around to disturb them. And as they head in towards the final 3 corners of all this lap, we'll very shortly give you a recap of the field as it stands, ladies and gentlemen, as we have cleared the 2-hour mark. We do have what is 34 minutes to go by the time our leading LMP3 driver crosses the timeline to go on to what for them is lap number 77. So as we do now head into the closing stage of this race, we do look for our LMP3 leader to our race leader over on in the LMDH class of Gaz Williams, and let's take you through how the field stands and the stories behind each car thus far. In fact, the NXTGEN Racing Purple machine, the LMDH BMW V8 Hybrid, right now running away in the lead of the LMDH cars, albeit having picked up the lead quite recently. In the fact, after what was the second round of pit stops in the LMDH class, we did see for iRacing Esports a tragic spin out turn number 1, and it cost them very dear after what was a spin earlier on, which cost them also some time, and putting 2 and 2 together did mean for iRacing Esports that it was going to be a neck and neck run up towards turn number 1, but with that in mind, we then did see a lock-up into turn 1 from iRacing Esports, pushing it so hard on the brakes to try and get alongside NXTGEN Racing Purple as they left the pit lane, and that's how NXTGEN Racing Purple were able to overhaul what was originally a gap spanning 28 seconds. It's come down very rapidly, and now it is a gap in hand of what is effectively 25 seconds for NXTGEN Racing Purple. We're expected to make one more pit stop with approximately 20 to 15 minutes remaining in this race, but Williams fully in control, absolutely flawless so far. I'm not trying to put the commentator's curse on him, but keeping it calm, keeping it consistent, and all the laps just continue to shine on through. Meanwhile, in P2, having retaken P2 very recently with Azz Tech Racing Black in for what we suspect is their final pit stop, with Matthew Sheraton behind the wheel of the car, and he's staying in the car to the very end of the race, as we've been informed now. When we look at iRacing Esports, Nick Clemens, he makes his way around, the sole driver of the number 13 machine, leading this race for quite a period of time, and indeed in an absolutely fantastic back and forth battle with Dream Team Motorsports, what was Dominic Ford for the opening 35 minutes, until there was a brake failure for Dream Team Motorsport, which saw them have to retire the car, and from that point onwards iRacing Esports looked to have it in control. But then multiple spins in quick succession caused iRacing Esports to lose a lot of time, but still had a 12-second advantage, and it was a spin coming out of the pits after their second stop, which put them in a situation where they would be neck and neck with NXTGEN Racing Purple, and a lock-up into turn number 1 has sealed the deal, with iRacing Esports then having overheated tyres and the car that didn't seem to want to operate comfortably, so they've decided to go for their third and final pit stop early, but in doing so now have essentially put themselves under the hand of the racing gods, in the fact they need luck on their side now to try and come back and take the win here, and with an advantage of only 22.5 seconds to Azz Tech Racing Black. We believe that iRacing Esports will naturally open that gap up in their relative pace advantage, but should they make any more major mistakes, we could see iRacing Esports lose out with regards to that potential race win here today. Well, in fact, not race win, I apologise, our second place today, but at that point they'll be feeling as though it's going to be a win for them, in the fact that with everything they've gone through here, they're going to be denied a win at the third time of trying at Watkins Glen. It wasn't to be after leading for so long, and then an instant with another car cost them very dear. As far as Frankenstein, they weren't quite on the pace, and a couple of mistakes as well, and today when leading it has been mistakes that have cost them very dear under their own volition. And that brings us on to the third place team here. Well, that's Tech Racing Black, Matthew Sheraton behind the wheel of the number 7, and the Cadillac right now, the sole Cadillac inside the top 3, as he makes his way on through turns 3 and 4. Right now, the Azz Tech Racing Black team starting at P4 on the grid have found themselves in P3 due to the retirement of what is Dream Team Motorsport, but still, they've been absolutely faultless. No mistakes between Jake Pitt and Sheraton, and Sheraton continues in the car all the way to the end of this race, knowing at any point he could potentially be on course to bring home a P2 should iRacing Esports drop the ball. But right now, iRacing Esports breaking away and open their advantage up, and that could be the remainder of the story here in the time remaining for them. We then have in P4 to complete the run in LMDH machines. We have Crest Autosport LMDH as piloted by Nigel Stott, the sole driver behind the car, making the switch to the LMDH cars for today. And well, it's been multiple spins for the number 30, and still it's been a bit of a learning experience, so they do find themselves 3 laps down on the leaders, the podium potential finishers. And right now Crest Autosport LMDH is looking to get the car home and bank some major points, but not quite been on the pace compared to their peers today. Albeit saying that over the last couple of laps they have been starting to match the pace of the top 3, so it would seem as though they are starting to find a bit of equilibrium in the car and really getting to grips with the machine. We have just seen a new personal best for Azz Tech Racing Black at 25.089. That's faster than what we have seen for NXTGEN Racing Purple and iRacing Esports recently. So Azz Tech Racing Black are striking back here, and I think trying to pin iRacing Esports into that proverbial box we talked about. But now Crest Autosport LMDH, we believe, will be looking at a P4 finish at maximum here today. We did have the sole retirement of Dream Team Motorsport, the 5th LMDH car, and as we said only moments ago, due to a brake failure after 35 minutes, a brake pedal that they've not been able to repair. But very unfortunate. We'd love to have seen them exchange with NXTGEN Racing Purple and iRacing Esports, but not to be for the entirety of today. Plenty more in the upcoming rounds, of course. Then we go on to the LMP2 class, and our 5th place runner overall, LMP2 leader. The sole LMP2 here today is Azz Tech Racing's James Smadsgow in the number 96, and he's taken over the car from previously Matthew Jolly, and in fact he's in the car now for the remainder. They've gone Johnny to Smadsgow, back to Jolly, and then Smadsgow, and we believe we're a little bit of fuel saving in this stint. They will just about creep across the line with what is time to spare. But really it's been a faultless race between them. They've not had any competition per se, but they have been competing to keep the car clean, consistent, and not make any mistakes. And will minus a brief spin at turn at number 6 from Smadsgow early on, which we can forgive him for. I think right now the Briton absolutely can't win the car and really doing well in carrying on from where Johnny has left off. And then we do look to the LMP3 class, and we've only got one runner remaining out of 3 starters, and it is CSA Endurance for Stefan Vessels. But as we see that Elwin 80 Sykes in the YouTube chat saying Stefan is preparing his interview responses. Well, a good joke there, but indeed he's got all the time in the world. Is the CSA Endurance driver in order to be able to run the car around out here, and he really just has been in a class of his own today after some early pressure on the opening lap from what was EDM Motorsports' Michael Bull. The opening half of the opening lap really did see that pressure build, but there was a brief mistake from Bull, which saw EDM Motorsport fall behind, and from that point onwards CSA Endurance have just run away with this way to the distance. Albeit it's not over yet, but they are the sole runner out on circuit, with EDM Motorsport having that early retirement due to suspension damage, which was picked up after an off track, and they've not been able to get that repaired. And Speed9 Esports B, who are in the pit lane with Mark Baker still behind the helm of the car, but I believe they are trying to fix something on the car, but this may be effectively a retirement, albeit hoping they can get the car back out for the final lap in order to bring it across the finish line. They have completed half the race distance. They will pick up the 2nd place points for where they'll finish, but still unfortunately are having to have repair work on the car, and Mark Baker taking over the machine from Mike Riedner, who's not in attendance today, and Baker making his debut for Speed9 Esports B in the LMP3 category here in this season. And then we do have what is in the GT3 class, our sole GT3, after the retirement of NXTGEN Darkside Racing, before they could even get to qualifying due to damage on their car, just not able to get the car working at all. And well, it has been FR20 Sim Racing Yellow in the sole Ferrari 488 Evo, who have been representing the GT3 class, and for Craig Tillotson, minus a nasty knock to the wall midway through the race, and due at turn at number 5. Right now the Briton has absolutely been consistent in his approach. No mistakes since that one major mistake, and just looking to get the car to the very end. Albeit we believe he may have one more pit stop to go, albeit it's going to be, in fact there won't be another pit stop to go, given the fact he pitted on lap 61 and is on lap number 75 at the moment. Although we'll have to wait and see. In reality there may be an extra splash and dash pit stop. But still, with that, ladies and gentlemen, 11 entrants, 10 starters, and now 8 remain out. Well, in fact, 7 remain out on circuit, and well, it is a bit of a quiet field at the moment, and we're waiting to see how this race all concludes with what is the best part of 25 minutes remaining. As we do see Gaz Williams making his way here through what is turn number 8 and 9 and 10 in quick succession, and right now the NXTGEN Racing Purple driver feeling confident in the car, and will still yet to make his final pit stop, with the rest of the LMDH class haven't made them, and Will Williams can choose really when he wants to pit. Given the fact he has a 55-second advantage, it will translate into what is essentially, we do believe, about an 18 to 20-second advantage when all is added together. But the point being here for Williams, he just needs to take it one lap at a time. Indeed, matching the lap times of iRacing Esports and also Azz Tech Racing Black at the moment, even on the car that's got much older tyres but a little bit less fuel in the car, and therefore Williams in full control. As he comes down through turns 3 and 4 into these late stages, where those mistakes do potentially start to occur, where the driver in their haste to get to the end of the race can potentially make some errors which would otherwise catch them out. And these are the moments now where tiredness also kicks in, where you've been driving for so long, and indeed you've been pushing so hard, and now the arms and legs are all starting to say they just want a rest. You start clock watching, and that's perhaps the most dangerous thing, or lap watching if it's a lap based race, but this being endurance, it's time based. And when you start clock watching, you start to will on the time to go a bit further. You start to lose that focus that you've had much earlier on. And nobody will want to do that, because if we do see any mistakes, they will be highly punishable, and it will catch out a number of drivers. But meanwhile, as we do look to James Scout as he makes his way on down what is there at the back straight and up towards turn at number 60. Azz Tech Racing driver here, still pushing on and knowing that time is all in the essence in terms of getting the car on home. With the time remaining here, number 96 driver in the Dallara, just keeping it smooth, watching out for the traffic, as he does have the GT3 there, Tillotson, which he goes up the inside into turn 8. No worries whatsoever there, as they roll off Apex and in towards turn number 9. Very tight exit line there, understandable given the fact he has to bleed a lot of speed off in order to make the overtake, and therefore he's decided to go for a much safer line through the switchback from the left-hander into the right-hander. We're coming up towards turns 11, 12 and 13. Here's Scout able to really open up the V8 engine and enjoy the speed of the car. As we look from him to iRacing Esports here, and the gap and the battle, we should say, between iRacing Esports and Azz Tech Racing Black. Let's just give you an update on your screen in terms of that time delta. And as we can see here, that gap really stabilising around the 22.5 second margin. There's nothing in it here between iRacing Esports and Azz Tech Racing Black, minus the gap in terms of lap times. As Clemens comes to the timeline this time around, what's it going to be? It is going to be what is there at 25.44. Meanwhile, for Azz Tech Racing Black, as we do wait to see what the lap is going to be as they come down towards turn number 13. If this lap is quite similar, this will go to really put it in perspective in terms of the fact Azz Tech Racing Black bring their A game here as they cross the line. That lap is going to be what is a 25.50, so they do lose 600ths to iRacing Esports. There's nothing really in it, and that really demonstrates right now how the British team are feeling as though they could hunt down P2, and they're really keeping iRacing Esports honest here, and that's the nasty place for iRacing Esports. They can't afford to push the car, given the risk of losing the car if they push too hard, but at the same time they've got to maintain some semblance of pace here, because Azz Tech Racing Black have really come alive in the second half of the race, knowing that they're in P3 and knowing there's a P2 on the cards should they see iRacing Esports pressured into any further mistakes, and they want to be the ones who make that pressure in terms of time. But keeping in mind we do have 22 minutes on the clock and counting, it does mean now it really is going to come with Lady Luck on the side of Azz Tech Racing Black and not on the side of iRacing Esports if they want to make their way into P2. Meanwhile, as we do look back to your race leader here, as he comes on through at turns, what is there, 8 into 9, right now Williams not too far away from that final pit stop of the day, still waiting to make the stop here, and indeed I think the pit crew itching to go and get it done. It'll be a very straightforward pit stop. They'll take it very calmly, they won't need to do anything special given the advantage that has been accrued, and Williams continue to put laps in left, right and centre. The last lap 25.06. This lap as he comes on down, we'll have to wait and see what it's going to be, but my gut feeling says that he's going to be putting in another low 25 as he exits the corner and heads up towards the timeline. As he crosses it, and we do await the update here, it is going to be a 24.88. Oh goodness me, I think Williams now getting very close to that in lap here, in the fact those lap times are definitely now turning into qualifying times. They're in laps in terms of how rapidly he's pushing. He's got to be careful not to push too hard, but Williams will have worked this out, and he does seem to have this way about making the latter half of the stint really swing his way, And, well, that is proving to really be the one to be today in terms of that approach. As meanwhile, we do look to James Francisco, your LMP2 leader. A recent minor off track as he heads up towards turn at number 13 as he comes through the left-hand hairpin here, keeping the car on the black stuff as best he possibly can, and with time remaining, not long left in the race here, and again just focusing on doing what he needs to get it all the way to the conclusion. 29.607, and well, it's the best part of 1.5 seconds off of his, well, the car's best, indeed in terms of the team's best time. I think that goes to show you the mistake there as he takes a little bit too much apex curb, interestingly, almost chopping a bit of the grass. I think Sebastian Scout may just be getting a little bit more adventurous with the car here, but he's got to be careful, because if he's a bit too adventurous, the car may end up going off the road. He almost takes some gravel there out of turn number 4, but giving it everything Sebastian Scout right now. And I think trying to go for a new personal best lap here as he makes his way out of 5 and down towards 6, and we jump on board with the LMP2. Got to be very careful there as he gets a bit too early on the throttle and releasing the steering lock coming out to turn number 6, and that's when the stage can in. And I think Sebastian Scout right now pushing so hard to try and set a new fastest lap in the LMP2 class. If anything, he's putting himself at risk of getting things wrong as he comes into turns 9 and 10. Goes very deep there, and I think he's unsettled himself with the mistakes earlier in the lap. And he'll need now to give himself time to recompose. Again, he's not under any pressure as he is the sole LMP2 here, but definitely making some mistakes that the team would prefer that he wouldn't make as he makes his way through 12 and into 13. And as he does so, you can see on the steering wheel there, they do have the lap time counter coming on in, and he takes a bit too much apex curve there as he comes out of the final corner. And it will definitely a scrappy lap for Azz Tech Racing that time around. I think just right now, and to set himself back down and get himself set for attacking another lap very shortly. As he makes his way on to what for him is now lap number 90. Meanwhile, we do look to what is Nigel Stott, the Crest Autosport LMDH machine, as he comes out to turn 13 and up towards turn number 1. And as he does head on to what for him is now lap number 91. Currently running 3 laps down compared to the rest of the LMDH field, but still staying in it to win it, as we do like to say, and making sure to give it everything he can in order to be able to potentially pick up a podium should there be one further retirement, and you never know what could happen. Another little bit of trivia for you with regards to the Jerez circuit, in the fact that because this circuit is located very close to the airport in what is Jerez de la Frontera, it does mean that because the airport being so close by has a weather station attached to it, as is expected in most airports, given the fact they need to monitor conditions for the purposes of releasing flights and also receiving flights. This circuit does have some very accurate weather monitoring, and being in a very hot region of the world with a Mediterranean climate, it's not uncommon, particularly in the summer seasons, to see temperatures at this circuit rocket above 40 degrees centigrade, and indeed in some regions we have seen the best part of September 44.6 degrees centigrade and even 45 degrees centigrade in August in the past, and very limited rainfall by comparison. So when racing does occur here, it's normally very hot, it's very humid, and therefore it means that the circuit is an absolute ice rink to drive on. And when I say that, in terms of the fact that the tyres overheat very quickly and they lose their ability to provide grip very quickly indeed, and for drivers it becomes a nightmare of a circuit. But thankfully today we've got very cool conditions rather than hot conditions by comparison. But you can imagine if the conditions were slightly different, we might see a lot of drivers really at risk of losing the rear end of the cars and also battling for grip. Now that's why when Formula 1 used to race in the circuit, it never raced during the summer, but it would race in the autumnal season where the temperatures were slightly lower by comparison, albeit not by too much, but it made things easier with regards to racing. And as our drivers make their way on around here, there's also the risk of rainfall during the shoulder seasons or the season outside of the summer. And with that rain in the Mediterranean climate, we have normally seen events have to actually be moved into summer or the early or the latter portions of summer to avoid the rain, but also avoid the incessant heat. And MotoGP in particular seeing the racing in early May in order to find that ideal balance between rainfall and what is track temperature. But it's a very hard one to find, and indeed that's why this circuit, a very tricky one to race at the best of times, whether it's on 2 wheels or 4 wheels. That's a little bit of trivia with regards to the climate of this circuit and the challenges of the circuit. And as we do see what is Stefan Vessels making his way on around there through what we believe, and some mistakes, turn 10 up towards 11, 12 and 13. coming through the double right-hander right now of 11 and 12, and again, no mistakes. Vettel absolutely faultless all the way through, and we are waiting to see whether he'll make one final pit stop, a third pit stop. I think he's done enough pit stops already, given the fact he pitted at the hour mark for the first one, the 2 hour mark for the second one. Well, there'll be no need to, unless he's going to go for a fresh set of tyres and try to go for another fastest lap all the way at the very end. But I think that might be considered showing off at the best of times as he heads on through turn number 1 and into 2, with the LMDH leader behind him there. Lets them go up the inside into turn 2. No qualms or worries about it, and just focusing here on bringing the car all the way through to the finish line. As he makes his way through the left-hand turn number 4 and up towards 5. Meanwhile, we're into the GT3 driver here of Craig Tillotson, the FR20 Sim Racing yellow car, carrying on its way. It's recently had a pit stop. In fact, the pit stop being on lap number 78 to 79, so therefore it's all set to go to the very end. That's got enough fuel, and I believe they may have changed just 1 or 2 tyres on the car within that time. As meanwhile, he makes his way on out. We are here that James Mansell has made his way into the pit lane, and what I think it might be for the LMP2 driver, just some further work in the pits being done on the car. And well, with that in mind, perhaps they're just mindful of that a couple of off tracks. They've decided they need a new set of tyres out there to give Mansell the opportunity to go hunting after a new personal best and fastest lap with it. And as we do look to the aforementioned LMP2 team of the Azz Tech Racing, right now, again, when they've got no competition around, then they can go for it. And I think Mansell here definitely right now trying to heat the tyres up and going for a new personal best lap, and perhaps just trying to get a fast lap compared to his teammate Matthew Jolly. Perhaps trying to get one up on Jolly today by saying, you know, I claim the fastest lap for the team, and I had the opportunity to do it right at the end. Well, as he brings himself up to there, and he'll definitely be getting set very shortly for a fastest lap, which will unquestionably right on board with, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, in terms of the battles at the moment, no real change in the battle for P2 in the LMDH classes. Meanwhile, Mansell there losing the rear of the car, coming through turn number 9 into 10. And well, there the tyres will now definitely feel very hot on the rear, and I think that may be an abort and the fastest lap attempt on the next lap. I think you may have to wait a couple of laps to get the tyres to cool down. But there, I think tiredness and also eagerness in equal stride calls him to make a brief mistake there as he heads into turn 13. As we look back to Gaz Williams, your race leader here for NXTGEN Racing Purple, leader overall in the LMDH class, 54 seconds, and right now trying to go longer and longer here. And well, in terms of lap time, last lap a 27.47. I think NXTGEN Racing Purple really pushing things deep at this point in time when they don't necessarily need to, as he makes his way out of turn number 10. And it's now starting to lose some relative time to iRacing Esports. Last lap from iRacing Esports been 25.29. That is 2.2 seconds going the way of the second place team, albeit Williams, to be fair, has got all the time in the world to play with. There's a lock up into turn number 1. Well, Williams here, not long left to go, but I think really touching upon dangerous territory here. And could we see a sudden reversal of the fate after everything we've seen go wrong for iRacing Esports? Could it start to go wrong for NXTGEN Racing Purple? Well, I think they'll be eagerly telling Williams to come into the pits come the end of this lap, or alternative, not this one, definitely by the time he reaches the end of lap 100, with him currently being on lap number 99, because then he will be at the point of 15 minutes remaining in the race. And that will be the time when we would expect the fuel tank to start to be on the verge of running out. But as he makes his way on down towards turn at number 6 in the charge and on to the braking zone he goes. Well, right now, Williams definitely playing Dance with the Devil here on the cars, and as he makes his way out of the right-hander and up towards turn at number 7, I think for Williams it's all about calming the car down and just making sure to get it into the pits. But meanwhile, let's do iRacing Esports machine of Clemens again catching some traffic, an unfortunate time as he tucks in behind the Azz Tech Racing LMP2 as they head up towards turn at number 1. But Clemens really finding the traffic at the places where he doesn't want to find it. Meanwhile, by comparison, it has really worked the way of Williams the traffic today. But that's the way it can go in multi-class racing. As we see Clemens now coming out of turns 2 and 3. Well, the LMP2 hot on his heels, but he will start to open up that gap as he's able to open up the throttle of the BMW M V8 Hybrid compared to the Dallara P217 LMP2 machine, which is no slouch by comparison, to be fair, but it's not quite on the pace by comparison. And meanwhile, into the pit lane for what we suspect will be the final pit stop of their day today comes Crest Autosport LMDH. Meanwhile, NXTGEN Racing Purple gone on for another lap. And well, they're going to go to 100 laps before they make the pit stop. But stop makes his way down the pit lane. I think this, in fact, maybe a drive-through penalty for track limit infringements. He will have reached the instant limit and therefore has had to make his way on down. So therefore now falling to 4 laps behind the class leader. And well, for Nigel Stott, definitely a difficult race here, but still staying in it for that P4 as he makes his way through turn number 2 and into 3. We look back to Gaz Williams here. We've decided to go longer and longer, and I think right now, if he's trying to get to the end of this race in terms of only making a 2-stop, that's definitely going to be a means of showing off that the aces were all in hand versus iRacing Esports. Even without the spins, it would have been very close. But as Williams comes down into turns 9 and 10, I would say really right now, if I was Team Principal, I would be ordering him into the pit lane for the simple reason he's got all the time in the world and therefore nothing to prove here. Just needs to put on a fresh set of tyres and some fuel in the car to keep it safe and get it to the end. But still right now, Williams will know what he's doing as he makes his way down into turn 13 and he goes on to complete lap 100 and gone to lap 101. Still yet to come into the pits, 10 minutes still remaining plus that final lap. As Williams heads across the timeline here, well, he's going to carry on his way, losing time. Will be that last lap, a 24.797, a personal best. Williams right now toying with the series of the commentary booth. At one moment making mistakes, and on that lap, absolutely nailing the lap together. And well, I think that is a statement being laid down there by the class leader in the simple fact that despite being in that car now for the best part of what is 50 minutes plus, he's still delivering those laps like they're on the back of his hand. And as he makes his way down the back straight, we look to Nick Clemens, who's heading towards the end of his current lap. And in terms of relative seconds, sometimes not improving compared to previous best here. Clemens does own the fastest lap of the class with a 24.42. I do believe, in fact we can confirm that is correct, so therefore the iRacing Esports driver right now definitely is going to be bringing home that fastest lap point unless Williams comes into the pit and goes for a quick splash and dash and puts a new set of tyres on. New GT3 faster that of 39.866 for FR20 Sim Racing Yellow, as Clemens crosses the timeline there at 25.498, so losing 7/10 to Williams. Well, Williams is absolutely finding time in spades in the car, but meanwhile has got very wide out of turn number 11, and well, that is what happens when you play with fate. And right now, NXTGEN Racing Purple will be thinking about getting the driver into the pits. He does come into the pits there, and well, I think he's got as long as he can, and even more so, but now it will be a fresh set of tyres on the car, plus the fuel to get to the end. And well, as he makes his way in the pits, a bit of a stop and start there. I'm not sure he's trying to replicate what happened to Ferrari at Le Mans, but hopefully it's not going to happen to them as he makes his way on down and towards the pit box. And meanwhile, where is Clemens on circuit? Well, he's making his way through turn number 7 into 8 right now, and as he does so, well, already NXTGEN Racing Purple working on the car. It will be a much shorter stop given the fact there's not long left in this race. We're expecting the pit stop time, if it's only fuel, is only going to be about 10 to 15 seconds. If it's fuel and tyres, then we know more than about 20 to 25 seconds, and then it's the release out the pits. But here comes Clemens roaring through turns 11 and 12. NXTGEN Racing Purple still being serviced here as Clemens makes his way down into the final corner. He's going to have signed NXTGEN Racing Purple, who are leaving the pit lane, who have not yet left the pit lane yet. And as they sit there at the moment, Clemens is going to come on through and retake the lead of this race in a surprise turn of events. It's going to be iRacing Esports who look up into turn 1. I don't think he can quite believe it. I can't believe it here in the quarantine booth. I can tell you that, ladies and gentlemen, in the fact that right now the number 13 has jumped his way back ahead, and Williams in the pits right now. And there's something that's gone wrong in the fact that they've spent 52 seconds in the pits, and Sheraton and Azz Tech Racing Black are coming through to P2. It's a complete flip at the front of the field in the late stages here. And Azz Tech Racing Black are now on course for a potential P2, albeit it's a 6-second gap to NXTGEN Racing Purple, very eagerly try to rip that gap down and go hunting after the position. But right now it is a surprise and not one that we expected at all here, as we do see Shepperton right now running on. I think it's going to be Pitt who's going to be on the radio to him to tell him, look, you've just got to carry on here and don't look behind you, but right now you're running in P2 and you could be on course for our best result of the season. And 6 minutes left on the clock, plus the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. And now in these closing stages, where it's all to play for here, as we're in the Nigel Stock is into the pit lane once again for Crest Autosport LMDH. So look at my commentary booth window. We'll have to wait and see whether they do take a pit stop this time, perhaps a quick splash and dash. But as we do see Shepperton making his way through turns 9 and 10, Who would have thought about this? As we do see iRacing Sports' Nick Clements making his way up towards turn number 1, back in the lead here, and well, we're not going to put the commentator's curse on it, but right now the third time of trying definitely does seem to be in the nature for the number 13 car, in the fact this is the third race where he's trying to go for its first win of the season, and it is the third time in this race where he finds himself in the lead in an advantageous position, and it's all his to lose. But as we say, hello to Michael Price there. Good evening to you, Michael. I hope you're doing well. Well, this race definitely turned on its head for a thrilling final 5 minutes, as we wait to see whether iRacing Esports can bring home and bag their first win of the season, or whether there is one last twist in the tail. But as he makes his way up towards turn number 7, here is Matthew Cheverton, who right now is managing the gap to Gaz Williams as he heads up towards turn number 6 himself. The gap of 6 seconds, and we see that articulated in our screens here with regards to the cameras, and it looks a long way away for Williams, and indeed that opportunity of taking victory here today will now feel as though it's a very long way away from his grasp as he makes his way up towards turns 7 and 8. As he comes through the double left complex right now, well, Williams will be absolutely going for broke here, giving it everything he can in order to try and bring on home the result. As he comes into the right-hand return at number 9, it is going to be a frustrating end to what looked to be an absolutely flawless day, and it all went wrong in the run-on through what was turn at number 11, and with that, and with the time lost there, and then combined with the pit lane where they put too much fuel in the car was in the pit for 52.3 seconds stationary, which goes to show for Williams in the fact that they've just overfueled the car, and a bit of miscommunication of how much fuel was going into the car, when in the end Williams absolutely distraught, I would imagine, with regards to what's happened. And right now the number 90 driver, all he can do is head down and carry on with regards to trying to get that P2 back, but it does look as though, despite the fact that gaining a whole second almost on Azz Tech Racing Black, that last lap round, the gap's still 5 seconds, and with less than 5 minutes to go, Azz Tech Racing Black can afford to lose a second a lap, and they'll comfortably finish P2 still. As meanwhile, we do look to was your LMP2 leader of James Scout just up the road for Azz Tech Racing, and right now, well, I think he has calmed things down after his recent escapades in the car, and will get himself set to go on the attack for 1 or 2 final laps of this race as he makes his way through turns 7 and 8 here. But the number 96 driver, all composed here and ready to bring on home, will be the third win in a row for the team as they head towards the end of the race here at the Circuito de Jerez in Spain. But as we do look from here to the leader in the LMP3 class, Stefan Vessels, the CSA endurance driver, heading across the timeline and up towards turn at number 1 on the charge here into the braking zone. As he comes up through the right-hander, well, again, no mistakes from Vessels whatsoever, and in fact that last lap, a 32.63, albeit with a track limit invalidation within it, otherwise it would have been a new personal best of the race. Vessels right now trying to push for an even faster lap for all is said and done here, and well, the question you might be asking is why does he want to do this? I think he feels as though perhaps there is a 32.5 out there and he wants to try and prove it under race conditions, and when the fact all his rivals have retired from this race effectively, he's got nothing to lose here by just pushing it a little bit further, in the fact he can get this car to the race, and he will be classified as the race winner now, regardless, given the fact that Speedline Esports B, whilst the car is in the pit lane, if it was to return to racing, it is effectively what is the best part, 36 laps down on CSA Endurance, therefore it cannot recuperate laps before this race is all said and done with the time remaining. And as Vessels heads on through turn 8 and up into 9, you can see they're using all the space on corner exit and entry, really trying to attack this lap, and it will personal best subsector 3, and coming towards the end of it now, can he find a way to find an even fast lap here? We'll find out in the final couple of corners as he charges them through turns 11 and 12. The sound of the V8 roaring there as he comes into the braking zone. We're just shy of 500 horsepower at his fingertips as he exits the left-hander. Well, Speedline Esports B have released the car from the pit lanes. They've been able to get it repaired to the end of the race, and CSA Endurance across the timeline, and well, it's going to be a 33.1 seconds. Still not able to find that new fastest lap, and meanwhile there's the confirmation. Mark Baker's back behind the wheel of the Speedline Esports B car. They've been able to get it repaired, and well, cold tyres there and a spin coming out of turn number 1, and a nasty knock to the wall, and that car may be going back to the pits before it's able to get to the end of the race. I think he'll try and get it turned around, but we are heading to final lap territory, ladies and gentlemen, as we do look here to Nick Clements. Race Esports, he makes his way on through turn number 6. We've got the LMP2 leaders of James Mansfield going Azz Tech Racing in the pits. I think they might be changing over to let Matthew Jolly bring the car on home in style. But either way, right now, an unexpected pit stop right in. In fact, Sebastian Gal coming on in, so therefore it's just a quick splash and dash in order to get the car to the checkered flag. But as Clements makes his way on through it, turns 7, 8 and up towards 9, 10. In fact, clearing 9, 10 and up towards now turns 11 and 12 here. He's got 10 seconds left on the clock. This will be the final lap. He will turn 106 laps here today. And well, it has been an up and down race from start to finish. And who would have thought it, ladies and gentlemen, on the third time of trying and the third time in the lead today, Nick Clements will finally achieve what he's dreamed of in the LMDH class. It is the win for iRacing Esports here after a dramatic 160 minutes of racing in the number 13. It will then be very shortly coming on through to take the LMP3 win. Stefan Vessels of CSA Endurance in a faultless drive for the South African outfit, with the best part of 37 laps ahead of his rivals, with Matthew Sheraton bringing on home a second place in the LMDH class for Azz Tech Racing Black, and absolutely deserved second place ahead of NXTGEN Racing Purple's third place in the MDH class for Gaz Williams, who'll be wondering where did it all go so wrong in the pits right at the end. And then it will be Nigel Stott who finishes 4 laps down compared to his LMDH peers for Crest Autosport LMDH, but will be taking with it that 4th place in the MDH class. It's a second place in the LMP3 class for Mark Baker for Speed 9 Esports V. But then coming on for it to take the LMP2 win, the 3rd win in a row, is Azz Tech Racing, sponsored by James Massersgal in cooperation with Matthew Jolly. And then we do have one more car to complete this race, ladies and gentlemen, and it will be very shortly. Craig Tillotson, despite some damage on the front of that Ferrari, you can see there from the driver's perspective, the front right wheel arch has been pushed away from the tyres, so it's exposed in the front right tyre. But as he makes his way on through turns 9 and 10 in a car that just needs to limp to the finish line here, that's exactly what he's going to do as he heads up towards turns 11 and 12. Keep it calm. And for Craig Tillotson, well, it was going to be a lonely class today with only himself on the grid in the end. But still, despite the moments on his move to the GT3 class, he'll bring home his first win of the season and full points for it as he comes to the timeline, and he will be your final finisher, P7 in the overall field, for your GT3 class winner there for FR20 Sim Racing Yellow. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, it may have been a field that was devoid of numbers. I can tell you one thing. At the front of the field, it was not devoid of action and drama, where it was the opening 35-minute brawl between iRacing Esports and Dream Team Motorsport. Alternatively, the strategic battle back and forth all the way through. Nick Clements, the deserved winner here today, and I think he won't be able to quite believe it when he steps out of the car. But meanwhile, for Stefan Vessels, another day in the office for CSA Endurance, just absolutely nailing it, albeit nailing it to the pit wall there, and I think a very quick tow to the pits. But that concludes our racing here, ladies and gentlemen, at Circuito de Jerez. And for the LMP2 winners of Azz Tech Racing, they may have been a class of 1 today, but still they had to get the job done. And a very smooth and smart application as they do follow the Azz Tech Racing at Black Machine on the home. And what Azz Tech Racing Black will be absolutely overjoyed with the fact they were able to bring home a P2, an unexpected P2, when for so long it was looking to be just a dead certain P3. But as we do see the Azz Tech Racing Black team make their way into the pits, we got Azz Tech Racing in the LMP2 class doing donuts to celebrate their 3rd victory in the row, and knowing that the LMP2 championship is further and further going their way. But as they continue to light up the rear tyres, so everybody's enjoying it in the spectator stands. The GT3 class winner here of Craig Tillotson for FR20 Sim Racing Yellow, just going to the pit lanes. No emphatic celebrations there, just knowing the job has been done, and he comes on home to take the maximum points. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at the race results subject to stewards' inquiries, and we start off with the overall results as always, and here they are. And as we can see, after 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing, iRacing Esports taking the overall win, and in the LMDH class, with Nick Clements at the helm ahead of Azz Tech Racing at Black with an advantage of 16 seconds. A further 5 seconds behind NXTGEN Racing Purple, with Gaz Williams behind the wheel of the car, and that's your LMDH podium there, as well as your overall podium, with Crest Autosport LMDH rounding off the LMDH P4 there, 4 laps down with Nigel Stock. Azz Tech Racing at P5 there, taking the sole LMP2 position on the grid, and with the MP2 class win, only a further lap down. The combination of James Mansell-Scout and Matthew Jolly working a dream as always. There was a further 3 laps, the LMP3 winners of SCASA Endurance, with only Stefan Vessels behind the wheel today, and Matt Shorter not taking over the car, and Vessels getting the job done. We then had a further 8 laps to the GT3 class winners, and our final finisher on the field without an extended time in the pit lane, alternative retirement. That's FR20 Sim Racing with Craig Tillotson behind the helm. With then a further, 29 laps to Speed9 Esports be the runner-up in the LMP3 category as piloted by Mark Baker. Mike Reedner not in the car today, but returning as a round number 4, and they will be classified as P2 in the class. Our retirees, including Dream Team Motorsport, P9 there. Unfortunate day for Dominic Ford, but definitely one to take positives from. And the same for Ignium Motorsport and Michael Paul retiring early on, and also NXTGEN Darkside Racing, Mark Sykes, who did not make it to the grid, and therefore, much like Dream Team Motorsport and Ignium Motorsport, will be classified as non-finishers as was not able to complete over half the race distance. We then come to the individual classes. We start with the LMDH class. And as we can see here, iRacing Esports your confirmed LMDH winners ahead of Azz Tech Racing Black with NXTGEN Racing Purple. And to see the 3 teams finish only 21 seconds apart come the conclusion of the racing is testament to the closeness of this field. And also, you never know when it's over until it is over. And then P4 there, Crest Autosport LMDH just off of the podium, but still at 4 laps down on his debut in the LMDH class. Nigel Stock will take that and take the points that come with it. Dream Team Motorsport, the sole retiree there in the LMDH class. And as we come on to the LMP2 class, a class of 1 today. And indeed, Azz Tech Racing there confirmed your winners. We then come on to the LMP3 class, and well, in the end, it was CSA Endurance who absolutely dominated and delivered today at the hands of Stefan Vessels with 37 laps over Speed9 Esports B, and the sole retiree and non-classified finisher of Ignium Motorsport there, P3. And then lastly, coming on to the GT3 class, the sole finisher of FR20 Sim Racing here with Craig Tillotson with a 90-lap gap to NXTGEN Darkside Racing, given the fact that the Darkside Racing outfit of NXTGEN were not able to get onto the grid. Therefore, an unfortunate day for Mark Sykes. But that concludes all our racing here today, ladies and gentlemen. And with it, what a race indeed. But of course, the racing is over, but we've still got our post-round interviews to come, and we'll be back in approximately 10 to 15 minutes time for those, so don't go anywhere, you won't want to miss them. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our post-round interviews. And today we've got two volunteers, both of whom are class winners. We're starting off with perhaps the hero of the day today, and perhaps arguably, in my opinion, my driver of the day. And the driver of the day, I think we could widely agree, Nick Clemens from iRacing Esports, who brought home an absolutely emphatic and well-deserved overall and LMDH class win. And then we'll be coming on to our LMP3 winner for CSA Endurance, Stefan Vessels, who led an absolutely indomitable charge all the way up from lights out to checker flag for victory. But we start off with Clemens. He joins me now in the interview room, and as he joins me now, Nick, it's taken 3 attempts, and not just 3 attempts in terms of 3 rounds, but also 3 attempts today in leading the race to bring it on home to the checker flag. But you've finally done it after the disappointment of Watkins Glen and the difficulties of Spa-Francorchamps. I bet you can't quite believe you've finally taken a class win.
Oh, definitely. Like I say, third time lucky, don't they?
Oh, most definitely. And what a way to go about it. But before we come on to the race itself, it did look as though today this circuit suited you quite well, and qualifying looked to be a dream.
No, definitely. It's not a track that I've actually spent much time on. So to get a pole, I was shocked at. But then, yeah, leading the race for quite a while as well. I was just enjoying the pace, to be fair, and the track just seemed to suit the car really well.
Oh, indeed. And just on the qualifying, we saw you take pole position by 3.5 tenths. Do you feel as though there was any particular reason or aspect as to why you may have been able to accrue such a lap? We saw when you went for the lap, everything seemed to be fully charged up. You found a perfect bit of track to work on, and it looks like there was just no mistakes out there whatsoever.
It was just pacing the tyres, really. Just try not to push them too hard too soon. Try and keep the battery boosted up, and then, yeah, just send it. And it seemed to work.
And then coming on to the race, speaking of sending things, we saw at the start it was always going to be close between yourself and Dream Team Motorsports' Dominic Ford. And into turn number 1, it was extremely close.
Yeah, I did get quite a big call on the spotter. I was like, is this going to end in turn 1? But yeah, he gave me a bit of room as well, and a bit of respect as well, which is good. So yeah, we avoided a massive turn 1 catastrophe there.
Oh, most definitely. But whilst you may have avoided the catastrophe, the 35 minutes that followed was some of the best racing we've seen all season. The back and forth between yourself and Ford, where at one moment you were leading, the next moment he was leading, and it seemed as though when one of you was leading, you couldn't break away. Mistakes were plentiful. Just take us through that 35 minutes in summary, because it just looked as though you were both on a ragged edge.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was racking the off tracks up. I was just like, I need to calm it down a bit. So eventually I just let him go through, paced myself behind him, and then he made a few mistakes into the hairpin. I got alongside him, but I backed out because I was like, don't want to start fighting, because that's when you drop back into the back again. So I thought we'd try and work together a bit and try and break away, which worked. And then I think he made a mistake coming out of turn 3, I think. And then, yeah, just kind of got my head down and just went.
And with the mistakes being made, and once you'd retaken the lead for the second time today, we saw the retirement of Ford and the Dream Team Motorsports team, and you were leading for quite some time. It looks like the race was going quite steady.
Yeah, it was going all right. I was pacing myself. I was like, I've got a good sort of lead here. And then my USB disconnected on the steering wheel, and it went crazy on the downshifts, and it spun the car out. It just went absolutely downhill from there, and then came out the pit, spun the wheels coming off the line, which overheated my tyres. I spun literally on the pit exit, and then I spun again. So yeah, it was a bit of a disaster after that, and I thought that's it, the race is over pretty much. But just kept my head down really.
Oh, indeed. And we saw with that then this interesting scenario whereby you were really trying to chase after the win, but also boxed in a little bit by the guys at Azz Tech Racing Black, who are in P3, but always seemed to be a risk at potentially sneaking P2 off of you.
Yeah, I was looking at that relative. I did see it creeping down and going back up. I was like, I'm not sure where I'm sort of going to end up here. So I was I went for the third pit stop a bit early. It come into my pit window. I thought I'll get the pit done and then just push, and it seemed to work out. So I'm kind of glad I did that.
Well, indeed, going for that early pit stop and really throwing everything into that final stint. Like you say, it seemed to work out. And then a final twist when it looked as though it was all going to be P2 at most. Gaz Williams comes into the pits for the final time today. It's an extremely long pit stop, and suddenly you're back in the lead with only 15 minutes remaining, if that.
Yeah, I was quite lucky because Gaz have a PC issue, so that's pretty much where my win come from in the end. So I was gutted for him really, but yeah, he had the screen of death, I believe. So that's where I inherited the win after that, unfortunately. But the win's a win.
Oh, indeed. And you could say it balances out given your relative hardware failures and then the NXTGEN Racing Purple driver's hardware failures. So you both had something go wrong at some point, but you stand tall on top of the podium. And well, with your first win today, it means you're charging in the championship now, battling for the top 3. And in 2 weeks' time, we make our way to Canada for Circuit Charles Villeneuve. How are you feeling for Montreal?
Nervous because I've not driven it much for these, and there's a lot of walls around. Obviously, the Wall of Champions there does, yeah, it invites you quite well onto these things, I guess.
Oh, most definitely. And we do look forward to seeing you attempt to steer clear of the World Champions in 2 weeks' time. But just before we do let you go, Nick, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast today?
Well, yourself for putting on such a good stream. Obviously, Gaz and the guys at NXTGEN putting on all the racing and all the people that turn up every week. Obviously, the iRacing Esports guys, so Sam and Alan. And obviously, my family for actually letting me do this.
Well, Nick, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join me in the interview. Congratulations once again on a deserved win at the 3rd time of trying. Could it be another one that comes your way in 2 weeks' time at Canada? We'll have to wait and see, but we look forward to seeing you out on track at Circuit Charles Villeneuve.
Thank you.
So hearing that from Nick Clemens, our LMDH class winner today for iRacing Esports, and what a drive it was today. And in qualifying, really talking about the fact that with regards to his performance in qualifying, amazed at how it all came together. It's not normally a circuit that he feels overly comfortable with, but hooking the lap up by 3.5 tenths to the end and just nailing it, finding the track position, having the car fully topped up, the tyres also right in the zone, and it all came together. But then what was a good qualifying lap then had to be followed up by a strong start, and we saw that brilliant battle between himself and Dominic Ford for Dream Team Motorsports, but holding the iRacing Esports lead into turn number 1. It was always going to be seesaws and roundabouts, but we definitely did see how the mistakes came from both drivers. And interestingly, you mentioned there the multiple times he was alongside on the exit of turn number 6 into 7, and we thought that Clemens was backing out to avoid an incident and confirming that. But then after we saw the retirement of the Cadillac of Dominic Ford, we then had another conundrum, which was the technical issues that we just heard mentioned by Clemens, and with that, those technical issues blighted him and costing him the potential opportunity of the win, only then for technical issues to come and haunt NXTGEN Racing Purple's Gaz Williams level the playing field and see the iRacing Esports driver jump back into the lead, which he would not let go of until the very end. Although the one thing that is interesting to know, opting to switch up the strategy to take the final pit stop earlier than originally expected, and I think that may have been a good call to give Nick Clemens every opportunity to try, if there was an instant at all, of taking the lead back right at the end of the race, and it paid out in Providence. And well, now with a win in the bag, can he make it 2 in 4 out of the races that are remaining? Well, we'll have to wait and see, given the fact that Circuit Charles Villeneuve is going to be a challenging one, but I think it's one that Nick is going to be rising to without question. We're now going on to our second interview of today, and our final interview for today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll very shortly be hearing from our LMP3 class winner, and that's CSA Endurance, and in particular Stefan Vessels, and as he gets ready to join me in the interview room. What was a relatively lonely race for a good part, but it'll be interesting to hear his perspective on the drive, and also the early pressure that he had to fend off from Michael Paul and Ignite Motorsport into the first couple of corners. But as he does get ready to join me now in the interview room, in fact he does join me as of now from South Africa, we say good evening to you, Stefan, and well, what a race from yourself, a dominant win once again after Spa-Francorchamps. You must be absolutely pleased with your performance.
Evening, Paul. Yeah, it was a good race. I was happy with qualifying. Not a track that I've done a million of laps around. I think last week there was official year, so I did a couple of, not a race, just in practice, I did a fixed setup, couple of laps. And then I hopped in, first time I had the setup was today, but yeah, it was a good race. The pace was good, but at the same time, it was a bit disappointing not really having anyone to race.
Well, indeed, understandable with regards to that. And we did see in qualifying the you taking pole position by almost a second compared to the relative field. Just with regards to the LMP around the Jerez circuit, how does it feel with a car that has got a lot of aero and you've got plenty of sweeping corners here? It must feel like a bit of a dream in a way.
The car's really nice here. It can be on a knife's edge at some of the corners, and you really have to focus on your exits. I think if you start pushing the braking zones too hard and accelerating too late, you lose a ton of time. And I mean, when I was so for me, the car's nice around here. It is tricky if you have to drive within the limit, and it kind of the lap times just like appear. But what I found was that the car was nice. I was a bit disappointed that Michael didn't finish the race because at Spa he also didn't have a great quali, but in the race after a couple of laps he started getting onto pace, and he was doing very similar lap times to what we were doing. So at the start of this race he was falling back a bit, and I kind of expected him to kind of level out and kind of be there, I mean, even in these cars, a 10-second gap means nothing. It's so easy to lock a wheel or lock a rear, go wide. And I did that a couple of times, but there was just no consequences to it because unfortunately I think Mark spun out in the beginning. He had an issue right at the start, and then Michael pulled out, and then from there, I was just chasing the delta. That was the only thing that kept me focused. And even so, I was struggling. I mean, it's Matt's birthday today, so shout out to Matt. He was a couple of tequilas in already, so I said, don't worry, I'll finish the race. But yeah, I was on autopilot for some of those corners. Felt like it was a tough one.
Oh, indeed. And like you say, it's a shame in the end we didn't really get to see particularly potential pressure from NXTGEN Motorsport grow as the race went on, because we did see Michael Paul trailing you quite closely for the opening 3 laps until he had his brief off track that started to bring about the demise of the team. But still, for yourself, I could appreciate the perspective of chasing the Delta. But at the same time, what a birthday gift to give to your teammate Matt Shorter in bringing home the win, albeit having to do it the hard way out of the circuit. And I have to ask, with regards to strategy, was the plan always to 2-stop on the hour?
Look, unless you've got traffic around you, you're pretty much going to run at every race. You're going to run your full tank for the first stint, you're going to run your full tank for the second stint, and you're going to have a quicker last stint. Some tracks the fuel is a bit tighter, so it's a bit more, you basically do 3 equal stints. So only if you've got damage, or maybe you're stuck in traffic and you want to do an undercut, can you at your first or your second pit stop I'm talking about like probably a 5-minute earlier pit stop. So that's the limitations on strategy here. We pretty much stretched out to a 2-stop race either way. Yeah.
I see. And with the strategy working out for yourself and chasing the lap times towards the end, taking the fastest lap and also the pole position lap with it, it does mean it's a full 52 points for yourself and the team, and it puts you right up there towards the top of the standings now with 2 rounds to go. What's the mood like in the camp?
Oh, everyone is happy. I mean, we won the race. Unfortunately, NXTGEN Motorsport pulled out. I believe Paul wasn't feeling too Michael wasn't feeling too well. So yeah, we had a very bad race 1. They had a bad race now. So the mood is, I mean, Matt's happy. He's having tequilas and we won a race. I mean, he's not complaining. But I think if we need more cars the next race, then the mood will be great. Yeah.
Oh, indeed, understandable. And speaking of the next race, we head to Canada for Circuit Charles Villeneuve in round number 4. How are you feeling for the circuit with the infamous Wall of Champions?
I think the last time I drove a car around that track was in F1 2014 on Xbox 360. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Track I always liked. I don't know it in iRacing, but it's a track I've always liked. So, let's see.
Well, we do look forward to seeing yourself and the team in full force in Canada 2 weeks from now. But just before we do let you go, Stefan, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast?
Yeah, I was going to say thanks to my wife, because while we were racing, she brought me some paint to put on the wall, so I could just watch it dry every now and then, just to keep me awake. No, I'm joking, man. Just thanks for the team, and shout out to all of you guys at NXTGEN for keeping this going. I mean, and everybody that did the race, it was awesome. Everybody was here. Everybody did the race. Well, the guys that did it, but yeah, thanks for sticking it out. And yeah, Paul, for you, that was probably a long 2.5 hours of talking for not a lot of cars. At least the LMDH guys kept you busy. And yeah, happy birthday, Matt. Well, his birthday was yesterday in South Africa now, so cool.
Well, Stefan, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join me in the interview room. Happy birthday to Matt for yesterday, like you say, due to the time zone. But with that, we look forward to seeing yourself and the team in Canada 2 weeks from now. But until then, congratulations once again and have a fantastic evening.
Cool, cheers.
So hearing that from Stefan Wessels, the LMP3 class winner today for CSA Endurance. And they're talking about the fact the absence of numbers in the field and really feeling it over the course of the race. And you can understand why, in the fact the team want to be class winners, but at the same time, they want to have multiple cars out of the circuit battling with them. And I think that's what Wessels was feeling was going to come at the start of the race, with the fact that NXTGEN Motorsport, whilst they qualified almost a second down in qualifying, they were right there behind in the opening 3 laps. And the gap was gradually opening, but not a significant rate as to suggest this would be a runaway race. And then we did see the unfortunate retirement of NXTGEN Motorsport due to damage to the car, and I do believe we've actually had it confirmed as well that also their driver Michael Paul not feeling too well, unfortunately, so therefore having to retire the car on health grounds as well. We hope he does feel better soon. But with the situation together, and also Speed9 Esports B having that unfortunate incident early on in the race, it did mean that CSA Endurance were left to run away into the distance and really chase the lap time and just to bring the car on home. And again, CSA Endurance, one of those teams very proud of their achievements and well looking to try and really take the fight to each and every team they encounter. And right back up there at the top of the standings now, with the fact that NXTGEN Motorsport and CSA Endurance have both had one bad round, but they've also got one strong win apiece. It means now that the Circuit Charles Villeneuve really will be perhaps the crowning jewel, albeit I should say 2 wins apiece for CSA Endurance, to correct myself there. But it really will be a level playing field when we go to Canada, and it'll be the question of who's going to come out on top there in what will be the penultimate round of the season. And well, Stefan having to do the hard work today with his teammate Matt Shorter being on what is his birthday and therefore having a couple of drinks. Remember to never drink and drive, folks. But still, Matt Shorter handing over all the stints quite politely to Stefan Wessels, albeit I can imagine his teammate obligingly doing so, and therefore will put all the effort in, and he'll definitely be wanting a good rest after that. But congratulations to them once again. That concludes all of our interviews for today, ladies and gentlemen. And well, we'd just like to say thank you to our interviews. You've just heard from CSA Endurance's Stefan Wessels in the LMP3 class, our class winners today there. And previously you heard from our LMDH and overall winner, Nick Lewins, the iRacing esports driver. Thank you to both of them for joining me in the interview room, and congratulations to both teams on their brilliant performances. And well, long may they continue potentially into round number 4. But with that, it's now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show and you want to know more about the NXTGEN racing community, perhaps you're sat there right now thinking that you want to be on the grid for a future rendition of the PROTO GT3 Championship, alternatively our ongoing fixed GT3 Championship, or if you're a big touring car fan, we're only a week away from going lights out and racing for Season 4 of the NXTGEN Racing Touring Car Championship, the NXTCC. Well, if you're curious in any of those and plenty more we host here at NXTGEN Racing, do firstly head to our official website. That's at www.nextgenracing.co.uk. We invite out all the latest information about the series we run, including the standings, who's competing, and everything else in between. But if you don't want to go to our website necessarily, but you're more of a social media person, you want to get to know us all at NXTGEN Racing and the wider community, we strongly recommend you go to our Facebook group, and that's at facebook.com/groups/NXTGEN Racing, where you can find out what we do not just on the virtual racing circuit, but also on the real world circuit, with a good number of our staff being real world track marshals and also some of us being real world racing drivers as well. But now, ladies and gents, attention turns to round number 4 or 5, and Wednesday the 16th of August is the date. Save it in your calendar, it's the penultimate round, and we return to the North American continent. Circuit Charles Villeneuve will play host, and as our drivers take on the Hybrid Street circuit in the depths of Montreal and one of its local parks, the question is going to be who will be claimed by the Wall of Champions and who will steer clear of it in order to take outright victory in their class. Every point is critical, and all of our drivers will know that, but there can only be one winner in each of the classes, and time is running out in the championship. Join us all for all that and more in 2 weeks' time, but until then, we've been NXTGEN Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most importantly, remember to stay on track. Good night.